This. Just to mess with,
That falls under the authority that we have, just so new members won't be confused about one from the other.
Excuse me, Bill, what was the last one you said?
It's reserves.
Checking accounts.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to have this job, there'll be a couple vacancies in next year.
right,
You getting done?
yes.
Yeah, we're all done. I'm all done anyway.
My
And
friends,
it's been a pleasure to work with Waldo County all these years. It's a great pleasure to say that we, after 12 years, we still have no debt,
we're debt free.
completely debt free. And with the virus did a lot of things to us, a lot of people, and it blended out with challenges that we didn't think would ever exist. Like power bills going up double, tan notes going up double or more.
Triple.
You know, it's the other week, I went sit on the water board, after 30 years I've been sitting for. And this last week, they were taking out the water districts that have the meeting in Bangor, Orono, and Old Town. They're three pretty well run companies, all increased their rates 30%. It's almost impossible to keep up with the game we're playing. And you know, for years and years and years, we had interest rates of 19,000, 21,000, 22,000. All of a sudden, it's in the hundreds of thousands. We have no control of it. So anyway, let's rise and have a flag salute if you want.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all.
And we have a gentleman in the, I guess, kind of orange shirt, Robert Couric. Got the name right?
Yes.
And they due to a misinformation and the ballot didn't get sent in, he didn't realize that he could be nominated. So it's up to the budget committee if you want to nominate Robert Couric to be a member of your budget committee. We've looked up the bylaws and you can do that.
Do we need a motion?
And elect. Yeah, so it is on you folks, not us, to nominate and put on the board with you.
Do we need to make a motion?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I make a motion that we nominate Robert Herrick from the town of Claremont to the Waldo County Budget Committee.
I'll second that.
We do by a show of hands, all those in favor? Nobody
Good.
opposed, unanimous, welcome to the board.
Welcome aboard, sir. Thank you very, very much.
So you got the 5 to work with, Mr. Chairman, to be legally go proceed forward. We turn the floor over to you.
I guess I had a couple of questions too, to start with. And I know this was asked a number of years ago when I was on here. So after we have a presentation and we vote, is it typically an up or a down? Or can we vote for a dollar amount or?
With regards to, like Commissioner Shore pointed out, so historically in the past, what happens is like, and I'm gonna pick on Dale because he's the first on the agenda and he's here and he has a sense of humor. You would review that first budget, 10-10. And you would either accept the amount in which he is requesting and we have approved, or you would make any changes, plus or minus, whatever. And then that number from there, one of you would say, whether it's Mary or Tim or somebody, would say, make a motion that we accept budget 10-10 to move forward to the public hearing. And then, like I said, nothing is ever set in stone. This just gives us numbers to continue on so that when you do go to the public hearing, each budget again is reviewed again, but we have the numbers to go by. So generally, every budget is voted on today and then moved ahead.
And so if there is one item somewhere in some department that needs further information provided that can't be provided today.
Mhm.
How do we incorporate that into what you just described?
Well, we
Do
would.
we just make it as a statement and it's made as a note?
And again, everything is recorded at this point, but I mean, any information that we can't provide you today, Mary, we will get to you as ASAP. And it would be noted that, you know, there was questions. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning.
For Robin's benefit, Robin, this is Robert Carrick.
Hi.
He is a
Bob.
past.
Yep.
He is a past budget committee member and his term was up and we had failed to notify him.
Oh.
And he came this morning and was just appointed by the budget committee, so thank you.
We got 6.
Great.
Um,
What town?
Palermo.
And I got another question. Now, have you had experience on the budget committee before? Mary?
Not for county,
Okay, Mary, have you?
Lincolnville. I've
But
been
not on the county.
No.
budget committee, okay. Have you guys had a chance, have you read it?
Yes. But.
Okay, because there's some interesting and slightly different things, and I guess I'll call this informational. Because where they've taken the phone bill and some of the internet out of each individual department.
Right.
And now they're all in the IT. So that make it artificially look like they're either spending less money or they have more money to spend.
Right,
And
didn't we talk about, didn't you mention that at the previous meeting?
we did,
Right.
I'm just covering it over again. And when we took the commissioners took the HR position out of county and put that into a separate department by itself. That also made theirs artificially look different, so it's gonna be kind of different as we go through it and trying to understand.
Mhm.
All right, I guess we're ready.
Can I please
Yes,
I
certainly.
just want to make, this is my first time on this committee. I'm a Belfast city councilor. I've done 11 budgets at the city level. This process is a little different. And I have a reputation of doing my homework and doing my due diligence. And I have attempted to do that in the limited time available. And I am going to be asking questions, and I just want everyone in the room to know that there is nothing personal when I ask the questions. It's for either clarification or information. It's just business. I am known for creating a culture in Belfast of spend the money, taxpayers' dollars, as if it's coming out of your own wallet. So that is always, my
Oh.
underlying operant, that's what drives me. So just know that I'm fiscally conservative. I will question things that the commissioners or the department heads, any other staff may find, and I may ruffle feathers. It's just business, and I am here to represent the taxpayers who cannot be here or don't have that voice. I've got a lot of experience in budgets prior to the city with corporate. So numbers are kind of my thing. I'm not a treasurer. I'm not a finance director, but I know how to look at things and ask questions, and I'm not afraid to ask questions. But I just need to get to the best number, and I'm not about cutting off my nose to spite my face. I'm not trying to cut anybody's budget to the point that they can't operate. But I will tell you, one of my pet peeves is when I look at explanations that say, same as 23, same as 23. That doesn't work for me. And I also am used to having more backup information to make my informed decisions. I have done a lot of work. Carrie Hunt has been very helpful in expanding my background information for this meeting. But that also will cause some of my questions because I did not necessarily have everything I wanted to make my informed decisions. That's it. Thank you.
I guess I got just a little bit to add too. Comes from the town of Waldo. And last year, for you guys who weren't here, we had a little over 6% increase in the county budget. The year before that, you probably know that from your own town. Year before that, it was about the same. This year's, I think it's 18.21%. And I've done a little research of my own. Social Security increase scheduled for January is 3.2%. That's the elderly, that's the most vulnerable part of our country, 70 million people. And many of the people in my town are fixed incomes. We had a 40% tax increase last year and they're up against it. And you know where I'm going from, and again, I have absolutely nothing against anybody and I have absolutely no intentions of offending anybody, but I'm gonna be harsh. All right,
Could I add one thing to that, to the comments we're having? I think as we go along, where we worked diligently as late as yesterday. And to see as we get into different budgets, substantial changes. We're always trying to get there, just like you're trying to get there. We're all taxpayers. We think we have it, so it'd be pretty good deal when we get done, but let's go.
Mr. Rowley.
Sure where it's, that's the state, but that's a. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can see me or whatever. I'm representing the Emergency Management Agency,
Yeah, but you could just speak up a little bit, I don't know.
representing the Emergency Management Agency, we do the planning. With the towns, with the schools, we do exercises between public. Responders and emergency management. And I'm not sure, I'm sure everybody, I don't know what the emergency management program is all about, but a little bit of tidbit there. My budget is up 2.41%, artificial because the electrical did take, the electricity did get taken out of that. That dropped my budget, the line 4250, telephone got taken up. Dropped it by 43.15, dropped it by $2,100. My overall, even if it was still in there, my overall non-salary budget is up $200 this year. It looks like it's down 1,900 on the non-salary budget. It's because of the telephone bill. But even with the telephone in there, my budget would only be up $200. Let's see, travel and gas is one item. We have 3 vehicles that we operate. We have a emergency communications trailer, a truck. We have a mobile command post truck, and we have a response vehicle, Jeep, that we utilize. Vehicle maintenance is up a little. That has stayed the same. Vehicle maintenance is up a little bit. Our newest vehicle is 6 years old. Our oldest vehicle is 28 years old. And so we're experiencing, more maintenance. And of course, parts are up, and labor is up, but that piece there is up $500. Telephone got taken out. My web portals have stayed the same. And that is various online and software applications that we utilize to do our job. We have some for situational awareness between us and the towns. We have some stuff on notification. We have a GIS capability, geographic information systems, and we do a lot of maps for the fire departments and the towns. Repairs and maintenance for equipment and materials in the department, that stayed the same. That's around $3,000. Our copier, we are running borrowed time, but we're gonna see how long we can borrow. We normally have a lease on the copier and we have a maintenance plan on the copier. We have paid off, last year we paid off the copier. And of course, the copy company wanted us to get into a new lease with a new copier. We said, no, we'll see how long this will last, but we'll keep you on for the maintenance part. So we dropped the piece for for leasing of copier.
What year did you start that lease?
Oh goodness.
An estimate's fine. You're typically
3 years ago. Yeah, I think we were like 6 or 7 years paying it off.
Okay.
And it's paid off. So now we're just using the equipment that we now own and we're paying them to maintain it. This coming year, they're still trying to push us, of course, to get new equipment. And they said, well, we don't think we can do your maintenance anymore. I said, okay, no problem. As a contract. So what we're doing now is if it breaks down, we'll call them and they'll come pay, do it, and we pay by that call. We're buying our own ink and paper, and because the lease used to provide that stuff. We're doing that ourselves. We found places that sell it cheaper than they were charging us for. So we've been able to drop our lease, our copier line down $900. Normally it was around $2,000, but we dropped it to $1,000 last year We weren't leasing it anymore, and we dropped another $100 because we think we can save money on the maintenance part. Power site operations. Is up a little bit, $300. We are paying the lease for the radio tower site at Windy Hill in Frankfort. That was a site that the comm center used to pay for. They didn't need it in their new radio communication system that they've implemented. But our sites are very, very hard to get. And with our new location that we're at, we have line of sight right to it, so we can set up relay points through there. So it's a huge benefit for us to take over that tower site from the comm center. It's also, the lease is very, very low compared to a lot of tower projects. They're normally paying anywhere from $6,000 to $16,000, and we're gonna be looking to paying around $3,000 for that tower site. And we would, even if we dropped it, we'd still have to pay for it for 3 years as part of the contract. We decided we can continue to use that site. But that's gonna be up a little bit. The, I think it's every 2 or 3 years, it goes up a certain percentage. Radio repairs, that's for all of our radio communications equipment. I'm pretty proud of what we have. We've got more radio communications capability than any other county and state. And not only to communicate with public safety, but we can also communicate directly with the public. With our capability that we have there. Dues are for different organizations we're a part of. We're part of the International Association of Emergency Managers, Maine Emergency Management County Directors Council, and Maine Association of Local Emergency Managers. So several emergency management associations that we're with. And they went up a little bit, so we went from 300 to 310. Postage, we usually have been leaving at 100. I first took over, it was like $2,000. But with email, we don't really send a lot of stuff anymore. But it's useful to have $100 there, because if we have to send something out and pay for postage for that freight, you know, for a radio that breaks on us and we have to send it off to get it repaired. A lot of years we only use $20 or $30 out of that $100. But we try to leave a line item there for that. But we don't really, I mean, every once in a while we'll replenish our stock of stamps that we have, you know, and that's what $60 for that. But that's not every year, because we just don't send a lot of stuff out, letters anymore. Training and education, $50 is what we have. It's been larger in the past, but I've been using grants as much as I possibly can to pay for training and education, Homeland Security grants and local emergency planning committee grants. The food line item primarily for meetings and exercises. If we do some sort of tabletop exercise, or if some of our meetings that we do, we provide food because it encourages people to come, especially since a lot of our people that we deal with are volunteers, and so we do our meetings at night, anywhere, you know, and so we'll have stuff between 6 and 7 usually for those meetings. And that encourages them to come, and also they don't have to worry about they can't make it because they got supper or whatever. So we handle that. We don't cater. We have our own kitchen. My deputy director is an amazing cook. Just ask him. And she cooks all the food. So we buy stuff through the corrections program because they can get the food cheaper. We buy stuff through Sam's Club so we can get it cheaper, and then we do our own cooking.
How many of these do you have in the course of a year?
We have 11 meetings with our local directors. We have various meetings with our RACES program, our amateur radio folks. Probably about 20 meetings a year, I would say.
That you feed people at?
Yeah. Okay. And some of those are tabletop exercise meetings also. And then office supplies, I think, for the most part, we're up $25 on that one. We pretty much stay within that. And if I have to go over that again, I usually try to use grants wherever I possibly can to pay for additional admin supplies or office supplies. Like for example, the local emergency planning committee is a committee that goes over hazmat planning. And we have a budget for that. And so sometimes we'll buy paper for our printers or our plotters out of them instead of out of here, trying to keep the cost down on that line item. So, and then the salaries were a 4% COLA. And we have 2 full-time and 1 part-time employee. We have 1 employee that's 24 hours a week, and then we have 2 that are 40 hours a week. On that. And overall, we're up at $3,955, which is 2.4% of my budget. From last year.
So you're using grants to help keep the costs down.
Yeah.
How reoccurring are these grants? Like, is there a longevity for us to keep on applying for them?
We have one grant, we have several grants. One of them is called the Emergency Management Performance Grant. And it used to be 50% of our budget. But it hasn't ever gone up in the last 5 or 6 years. Our budget has. And so now we're down to probably around 35–40% reimbursement for that. But we get that money, that goes right in, that doesn't come back to me, it goes right into the county general fund. Then we also, we get Homeland Security grants. Right now, we're getting about 120,000 in Homeland Security grants. A lot of that goes towards buying stuff. Technically, towns could apply, but there's so many requirements and contracts and everything else. So typically, we buy the stuff and then hand it out to the towns. For example, we have put up 4 repeaters around the county for tactical use for the fire departments and whatnot. To be able to use
They'll go farther distance to help.
Right.
Yes.
We have helped to supply stuff for county emergency operations centers. We bought generators for some towns. We put in transfer switches for some towns. So we do some of that. I also have a part-time communications planner that's paid for out of the Homeland Security grant monies.
So your budget, Dale, is a gross budget or a net budget? Net of the grants,
No, so this budget here is just the county money.
just the county money, so it's a net budget.
Right. And then we have the Homeland Security monies, and we use some of that. 30% has to go towards, or in the past, had to go towards law enforcement. It's called Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program. Of that money that we got, and we have done stuff for both the sheriff's office and for the RCC. This year we got a project coming up, the capability of doing mobile RCC communications. But usually we bought generators, we're buying a tower, a trailer mounted tower this year. Help with if tower down somewhere, we can go there, something new set up in the interim. So it's all stuff, except for the communications planner, it's all stuff that's kind of above and beyond. It's stuff that would be nice to be able to do, but we can't afford. We'll get the grant to be able to do that. Like the repeaters we put up around the counter for them. We just put one here in Belfast, as a matter of fact. At our old location on that tower, we put a repeater there to help with communications in Belfast and Northport and whatnot. We have another one at Knox. We're gonna have one at Windy Hill and one in South Liberty.
So what's the longevity of us to be able to keep on, applying?
So far, the EMPG grants in various names, because they keep changing the program name every so often, has been around since the 1960s.
Okay.
And we've done it every year. Homeland Security, we've gotten every single year since 2003, but it could go away tomorrow. I don't think the EMPG one will, but the Homeland Security one is something that Congress approves every year, and they can disapprove it every year. And there's been some years where it was, the presidential budget was cut, and then Congress put it back in. So it's always kind of a hit and miss on whether they're going to have it every year. But if we get it, we then go out and buy mostly equipment and supplies to help with the program in the county, and county that we work on. Then we have a local emergency planning committee grant. That's usually around $6,000 to operate the committee. And we use it mostly for admin supplies. We were using it to help pay for employees, but we got them off of that because it's been going down. And then we get around $6,000 or $7,000 a year that we use to pay for hazmat training for the towns. Belfast puts on a class every year, Northport puts on a class every year, and then there's kind of a rotational on the third town. This year coming up, it's Prospect. Year before it was Searsmont was putting on. And it's because it's coming from the state through the county, it's not specifically just for Belfast, Northport, or Searsmont. Firefighters from around the county can come to that class, but those are the ones that are hosting it. Now, most of the people at the Belfast class, Northport class are from Belfast and Northport, but probably a third of them are from other towns also. And that's about $6,000 a year we get to do that hazmat operations training.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So the biggest increase here is in wages,
Yes.
and both you and Olga are salaried, is that correct?
I'm salaried, she is not.
She's not.
She's hourly. So we kind of work on a comp time. If she works late or whatever, but then she, takes some time off. So,
Because I know the hours aren't cast in stone.
For me, I, this past 2 years, I've been.
You're
averaging
there, you're
60
just
hours a
there.
week. Cause I'm salaried and so job has to get done, so I do it. But she's hourly, I'm salaried, and the part-timers is hourly.
Any ability to take some of that grant money and offset these expenses?
We're not supposed to use, well, the EMPG is a reimbursement thing, so
Okay,
if we spent 10,000 less, we get 5,000 less. This is a reimbursement. The Homeland Security, it's not supposed to suit, what's the right word? If you're budgeting, for example, body armor, you're not supposed to be using that to buy body armor for cops.
mhm.
You can buy it for firefighters because that's not something they typically budget for. Trying to think of the right word, come to me after I'm done.
It's not for operating expenses.
There's like a reasonable.
It's not to replace your operational budget. It's to go above and beyond.
Supplement it.
And typically we, except for the communications planner, who we use to, whenever your FCC licenses come due, he does them for you guys. We reprogram towns' radios. He maintains my radio communications equipment. If the grant went away, he would theoretically go away. Unless I can come up with some other way to take care of it. But it really is supposed to be to lessen your budget.
So even though the 2.4 increase, would you say that your output is more now than it was a year ago? Because we've had, I mean, you look at the FEMA stuff this year, we've had some pretty.
We've had 4 declared disasters
major.
in Waldo County this year.
Yeah.
So.
And you've been pretty much on top of a lot of that stuff with the FEMA stuff.
Yeah.
I've only heard good things about it, so, like.
Oh,
don't be fooled, I've been on the other side swearing at you too, so, but,
Oh, and dealing with FEMA is a nightmare.
because, I mean, last year around this time in December, we had a really bad storm.
Yeah.
That really hurt a lot of roads
Yes.
on our part of the county, which we're, like Tom was saying, we have a lot of farmers, we have a lot of people on fixed incomes out there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And our biggest thing lately has been power outages.
yes,
The loss of power and because of trees on the road or whatever causing it. And we work a lot with the power companies. Matter of fact, CMP, if I request it, they'll put somebody in my emergency operations center as a liaison, to work directly with us. Oh, God. I put down the total. I want to say it's.
Tom, what was your question? If you don't mind, I didn't hear.
What does Olga make in that?
Oh,
I don't have that in front of me.
truly, I don't know. I guess
She makes roughly a little less than $24 an hour.
Thank you.
My GIS planner is making $17 an hour. And my communications guy, I've been paying him $15 an hour for 10 years. And he'll take it.
do you think that we're more efficient with the new location?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And also more resilient. We had,
I remember that being an issue when I was working up at the jail.
yeah, the new building is built so we can go off grid.
Mm-hmm.
In the 13 ice storm, I was sitting in the sheriff's office EMA building in the dark, in the cold, running my EOC. Because we had no power and the generator or blue turbo went down. So yeah, we actually during Hurricane Lee that just came through, we were operating for 8 hours on our solar batteries.
could you speak on the solar panels so that they understand that there is a
So we have,
savings to be seen?
part of the project that we did out there with the new building was we put solar panels on 2 of the roofs. We actually generate more power than we're using, even in bad weather days on times. I referred to the.
That's not reflected into this
Yeah, I was
budget.
gonna say
Tom.
there's no reflection. for
That's
that.
why I wanted.
So what it does though is anything that we generate more than we're using comes off first the EMA electric bill, then it comes off the bill for this building. And then if we still have money left over, it comes off the corporate extension office. So whatever we get for credit keeps getting applied towards one of the county electric bills.
Helps offset it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the electric bill's doubled, so hopefully it cuts
Really?
some.
Yeah.
But, yeah, our bill is like, I think there's a minimum charge you have to pay anyways to be connected. I think our building, is around $20 now. It used to be $400. And again, there are other bills that are probably also being reduced because of that. The solar panels. But part of it was, we didn't just do solar panels, we did solar batteries also. So those, during that, I'll refer back to the Hurricane Lee storm that came through, tropical storm that finally came through us. But we lost power. That day was stormy, it was cloudy. We were still generating, we were at 11% efficiency with the solar panels, and we were still generating more electricity than we were actually using. And I'm going right into the batteries never went below 99% for 8 hours. So we think we could probably operate for weeks off that system. So that's been huge for us, because during a disaster, we have to stay running. We can't go down, because then everything else isn't gonna come back up either. So that's been huge for us with the new building. All of our utilities, all the facility costs are down from what it was at our old facility. When we were in the basement of the jail, and this was back 18 years ago, my facilities costs were $20,000 a year. We built a new sheriff's office EMA building 12 years ago and moved in, and my facilities and utilities bills dropped to $12,000 a year. We're thinking it's going to be around $2,000 a year at the new building. Facilities cost. That includes heating.
Are there any other questions for the budget?
Yes.
The tower site, it's budgeted at 3,500 and this current year was 3,200, but you only spent last year 500 in total.
What we did last year we took over the site. Or we would take it over for this year, I should say, 2023. So last year we budgeted to take it over. Mike at the comm center covered 2023 for me. He said, no, we've already got it covered. So even though I was budgeted the 3,200, we didn't end up spending it for the lease.
Okay, so the lease is.
But
closer
this
to
year I am on
35.
that for it.
Okay.
But even if we were to get rid of it, we're still stuck with it for 3
We're still
years.
stuck with the bill for 3 years, yeah.
Okay.
Mary?
Yes, so you are in the new building this year,
We moved in May.
okay.
Yep.
And so we have a limited number of months of actual costs for some of these things, like
Correct.
electric, et cetera.
Yeah.
So who is overseeing, directing where the extra electricity
Well,
generated, which buildings it's
Yeah.
offsetting?
So
Who's doing that?
we had to, when we get connected to the grid
Yes,
through CMP, we have to do an interconnection
Yes.
agreement.
yes,
When we did that, that's what, at that point in time, we had to identify a rank order of
yes.
if it pays for this building and then it pays for this building. So we determined that back in February or something.
And did someone, a consultant, someone, you know, I don't know who you're working with,
Yep.
Revision Energy
But
or,
we did Solar Logics.
okay, and so did somebody give you technical expertise of which buildings would be the greatest payoff for that offset?
No, it was basically just, we get a certain amount of money from the credit, just where you want to apply it.
Okay,
So it wouldn't have made any difference if we put it on this building or that building in the sense of reduction in cost.
Rates are the same.
The rates are the same for any of those buildings.
okay, something you might want to look into in the
Yep.
future, in Belfast, where we've had a longer history of solar. We have found that it pays off to check annually which buildings we're offsetting. It makes a difference.
And we know when we're offsetting, and we're gonna start following what that reduction is in those buildings.
What I'm saying is,
Yep.
there can be changes annually.
Yep.
Where you don't stay with the same buildings totally.
Yep.
That there's a reason that it makes more sense to
Okay.
put the offset in different places.
What was the buildings that we did offset?
So my building was first.
Yep.
Then actually that Frankfurt Tower site was second.
Yep.
And that has a very, very tiny electric bill, probably a couple $100 a year. Then this building here, And there's like 3 electric bills for this building alone.
Yep.
And it goes towards those 3 and they're ranked and stuff. And then after this building, if we still have credit, it goes to the corporate extension office. It did determine that with what we're gonna generate for electricity, it was very unlikely that we would go past that. Now, there is another solar project that we're doing, and that's gonna be up at the sheriff's office. That one isn't tied to batteries, it's gonna be tied to the grid, and that's gonna be offsetting their bill, probably half of their bill. At that bill, solar panels. So it won't even be going on to another building. It would just be.
Is that from a grant or where's that money coming for?
The solar stuff, his company, ARPA monies.
I have one question, and this is more a policy process from the statutes. And I'm sorry if you're the first one, it's coming up. So in the statutes, it says something about if an expense is above and beyond the budgeted amount, it needs to come to the commissioners. There needs to be an amendment. Ultimately, if there's an amendment, comes to the budget committee. There's 15 days, there's 10 days if it's an emergency to vote on, and there's an amendment that goes to the state evidently. That's a process that's in the statutes that you gave us. So I've never experienced that, but I'm looking at this first budget. The first place it came up is on vehicle maintenance. And I'm looking at the month-to-date appropriations report, and I did projections to the end of the year. This report was generated on October 27th. That projects to be 83% of 2023. So I divided the actual by the 0.83 to get my projection just in a numerical way to the end of this calendar year to have a point of reference. So in this particular case, the expenditures up through, appropriated paid up through 10/27 came to $2,953.54. The budgeted amount for this line is $2,000. There are other places that this happens. Is that process still in play? Is that still a statute thing that has to be followed?
We've gone by the bottom line. I have to stay within the bottom line. If one line goes over, then I have to make sure I spend less than another line to make up for it.
Okay, so that's the answer, because that's not specified in the statute in terms of explanation.
Yeah.
But that's how.
But if I were to go over my overall budget,
Yeah.
then yeah, I'd have to
Okay.
figure out what we're gonna do with that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And all of them are like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there are a number of examples.
And on the
yes.
vehicle maintenance, we've actually got some things that need to be maintained, but we're holding off on doing it until the next budget. So we're not spending any more on vehicle maintenance for the rest of the year. It's one of our radio truck needs some work, and we figured we'll just go from next year to do it.
Any other questions for EMA? I would entertain a motion.
I have one question. This is really picayune, but I'm looking for nickels and dimes. You talked about your postage. You gave a good explanation there.
Yeah.
I'm looking back as limited information I have as background.
Yep.
Where $51.65 was spent in 2022. And you haven't spent any as of October 27th in this year.
Yep.
I would like to make a motion that we cut that budget from $100 back to $50.
Which line is that, Mary?
Postage.
It's 4835.
Thank you.
48.35.
This brings up one of the things that I had a question on. Is it appropriate getting into specific lines?
You're right, or are we
You're
going the total?
entitled to that with the
Okay.
exception of personnel and.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could just add to that really quick. Everybody knows postage is going up. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that out there, but anyway.
Is there a second to Mary's motion?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, as I see the motion, we're gonna reduce the postage from $100 to $50 for the coming year. All those in favor of that? All those opposed? One opposed. Does carry. I will still entertain a motion on the overall budget for EMA.
Before we go with that, do we want to go through each individual line?
And,
Or do we want, because I mean, we could do a total overall budget, but
Yep.
I don't feel that that would be fair to Dale. And because he has put in a lot of time and effort, and I think that just saying, oh, we need to drop it $3,955 to give him the same budget as last year is not a fair representation of the work he's put in, and I know it takes more time, but I feel like that we have a due diligence to our taxpayers to go through each line instead of just doing a total overall budget. I'm sorry for making more work out of it, but that's what they asked us to do when they elected
If
us.
that was a motion, I'll second it.
okay, so we have a motion seconded on that, report here that we take this line by line. Any discussion?
That's a motion, I seconded. Right, you did the motion?
No, I said if
You
you
made
made a
the
motion, I second
Dang,
it.
very good. All right, I like her. I wish we had you in the early 2000s.
Discussion.
So are you saying that we've got to do motions to approve every single line of the budget as opposed to the bottom?
What I'm saying is, I think that we should take every single thing line item. And then. Do a vote, like we could do it either way, you could have a general conversation.
Like total them up at
If
the
you
end,
want.
Tim,
Yeah,
is that what you
yes.
mean?
Yeah, instead of just doing a vote on the total overall budget, that, I mean, that will get us by faster, but then we're not really looking at every single thing line item. Which I know takes longer, but. We
Well-
could vote on every single line item if you'd like, I wouldn't mind.
Okay, let me restate this for clarity. There's a motion on the floor that we take this line by line for each department. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was seconded by Mary.
Seconded by Mary. More discussion? I think what we just did was appropriate. We'll get the job done and be quicker as well. If we have a question on a specific line, like we just reduced postage from 100 to 50, if there's another line that sticks out, because as we go through this further on, there's gonna be places where individual lines do stick out, and rather than getting bogged down going through every single line, making a motion, seconding and approving each one.
I seconded it because I feel like while we heard a very good presentation from Dale and there were some questions asked, I'm not sure everyone at the table had an opportunity to express their feeling. And that's why I think it's worth the time line by line.
Well, we budgeted 15 minutes per department today. I don't think they were
Oh,
expecting.
yeah, I already
That's-
knew that's out of the water. I ain't happy.
Okay. So. If we're going to go with everybody expressing their feelings, well, first of all, I think everybody at this table feels comfortable voicing what they want to say if they want to say it. And I don't think we need to say something just for the sake of being in some record that we expressed something for every line. If we're going to do that, Dale went through line by line. That would be the time for us to do each line, I feel like. But personally, I don't like that idea because it's nice to get a sense of the whole thing rather than only looking at this line and talking about this line and then voting on this line and then moving to the next line. And then you get to the bottom. I don't know.
Any more discussion?
So the reason why I presented it was because I kind of look at it. And unfortunately, it was a very good trait that I had when I was working for them. I kind of look at it as a more linear. So I kind of look at it as if you were to looking at the ABCs, you know that there's 26 letters in the alphabet. I just wanted to look at every single letter. And then you know that you have everything all looked at. In the end, you still know that you went through the alphabet. It was just a more of an organizational thing. That's all. I just wanted to give each line item their respect and really look at them. But I see what you're saying as well.
Any
If I might make a suggestion, if you went down through the lines, rather than voting on each line,
That's it.
but talk about which ones you
Right.
have an issue with.
Yeah.
Then that kind of gets to the same end.
Yeah.
And maybe quicker.
All right, I'll repeat myself. The motion before us that's been seconded is we're gonna vote to go through all the departments line by line, making a motion on each individual line. correct?
I
That's the
think,
motion.
I think what you just
I
said
tried to
is,
amend it.
yes, you
Yeah.
did.
So is that?
And I'm
All
willing to go
right,
with
I'm
you.
using Robert's rules, but I did read the books. So we have a motion before us and we're gonna vote on this motion first.
Well,
Okay.
unless he's making an amendment.
You can't make an amendment because there's a vote on the floor.
Ah.
You have to vote on what's on the floor first.
So you have to vote on
What's
the
presented
motion, which is voting line by line on every
for
budget.
every department. Okay, all those in favor of doing that?
It's the vote part of that. Each line.
Yeah.
That you're asking about.
Yes.
Oh, that's rough.
All those opposed?
Numbers.
Okay, that fails.
Apparently you guys have all day.
Now, I'll make a motion that we look at all of the lines within the budget. And have a discussion about those lines that we don't feel comfortable with. And then make the vote on the total budget.
I'll second that.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Now, let me see if I understand this one. We're going to go through the department.
Yep.
Their presentation line by line.
Yep.
Then we're going to make a motion and vote to finish my sentence.
Change whatever needs to be changed.
To change whichever lines need to be changed and then vote on the total.
Which is basically what we just did.
Well, you haven't technically voted on Dale's, but yes,
Right.
that's exactly how you got there.
Okay. And we have a second on that. So I'm gonna try to restate this now.
And then, are you writing this?
We have a motion.
Yes, I can, yes.
Then we're gonna do what we just did the first time.
Yeah.
We're going to have a presentation line by line. Then we're going to go through the lines that we don't like, we'll take individually, and then we'll accept the budget as a whole. Correct?
After adjust.
After adjustment, yeah. Did I say it right?
I think so.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
I'm gonna be that guy.
Thank you. All right, now coming back to the original department presentation as it is. We have this department budget in front of us. We've adjusted one line for postage. Is there anything else that anybody wants to address for a line?
If you need the total that it currently will be with that minus, I
Correct.
can give that to you, so.
Okay, seeing how there is any, I will accept the motion or looking for a motion on accepting this budget for whatever that dollar is that Amy
For
was.
minusing out $50 out of
$50
that budget, it would be a budget of $167,845.
Yep. So,
I will make a motion that we propose a budget for $1,167,845.
167,845. I'll second it.
motion's been made and seconded to accept the budget minus the $50 for postage. In the amount of $187,845.
$167,000.
All right, I haven't got my good glasses on. Sorry about that.
Wow, that was an increase.
Any discussion?
Cutting pennies, spending dollars.
Yeah. Gotta keep your eyes on me, I'm telling you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Thank you, Dale. Get out of here.
Thank you.
If it was up to me, you would have been here all day.
All right, next is the district attorney.
So, you don't mind if I just need a surface to set my stuff on, is that okay if I,
How do you tell?
okay, thank you.
You don't want to get close to the budget.
Well,
Oh, we did here.
I'm an obnoxious lawyer, I'm used to having a podium, but I guess if it's not up here, I'll be able to function. But I'm Natasha Irving, I'm the district attorney, for those of you who are doing the budget committee and I haven't met. For those of you I have met before, nice to see you again. The 30,000 foot view of our budget this year, we have proposed our regular operational budget. We also are very fiscally conservative at the district attorney's office. Our budget, our regular operational budget has decreased in total $11,130. That's not including personnel services. That's our regular budget. I would like to note that, I've had, discussions and made, a decision to ask for special, special funding that isn't included in the budget. So I'm gonna ask you all, and I understand that I'm asking, it's up to you all to make the motion, but I'm asking for an amendment to include, $50,000 for the Restorative Justice Project to do contract work with them.
We don't have this, do we, Natasha? The commissioners,
I have
Commissions.
a letter that is just an explanation. You can hand it around. It's not on the regular budget. It's a special budget request, so I would just ask for an amendment if anybody would be willing to make that amendment. And I would like to talk about that as the last agenda item in my budget. And I'd be happy to go into great detail with that, but let's first go line by line through the regular operational budget. First off, personnel services. With personnel services, we have 4% COLA adjustment. We have a position that started, Amber is full-time in our office. She's a legal secretary. I'm sorry, I have 4 offices. The district is made up of 4 counties. So I have 4 different counties with 4 different titles for folks, and occasionally I'm gonna ask Eric specific questions because I forget sometimes things like what for instance Amber's title is. She's a legal secretary. So Amber started, and she was originally funded through ARPA funds. Those funds are drying up. So that has been an expectation. We knew that that was going to happen. So that is not a surprise at all. Amber does she's been a really great addition to the team. We have, in my opinion, the bare bones minimum of what we need for personnel in the office. So because the ARPA funds are over as far as funding that, again, that was known that from the beginning, when we hired her, that this day would come this year. And that is why we have an increase in the personnel line over and above the 4% COLA increase. We do not, we're not asking for any budget, any money for part-time personnel services. Overtime, we are asking for that line to remain the same as 2023. We believe that is an accurate estimate of what we need for overtime. For instance, if we were to have a long trial, if we were to, I think that you could ask Eric, but I think some of our court days are extremely long and grueling. I've been filling in lately because our prosecutor, Rosemary Gamaras, who's been here and been fabulous, has just moved to my Lincoln County office. So I'll be filling in here for a bit. And the court dates can go well beyond the 4:30 closing time. Especially for county administrative team members, as well as attorneys. So we believe that overtime line should remain the same at $3,000. Capital outlay, we're requesting that line to be the same, remain the same as 2023. Additional storage shelving will be needed with our move because we're moving to a new space. We're going to need additional shelving for increase in trial prep time. We do have quite a few trials here in Waldo County. Consulting costs, we're asking those to remain the same.
Are you going in order or?
Oh,
She's going on the next page over.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I apologize. If you want me to do anything in a different order, I'm happy to do it. This is what I've laid this out organizationally. So, but if you'd like me to stop at any point and ask a question, but
Yeah. It's very confusing because we're working on a list that you're somewhere else.
okay. So,
Can you go off of this one at any chance or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about capital outlay down here.
Right.
okay, which list am I?
Natasha, hang on.
As just a note aside, in reading through this, I see several of the different departments have different formats for how they do things.
Yeah.
If we could put that all in one format,
No, you're absolutely right. If you remember last year, we had tried a new program, and Mary, I don't know if there's any copies of it in the book, where it was a computer program and it was very small print, and we were just, I'm old and can't see and I'm deaf and everything else. And it was like, please just do something so I can see it.
Yeah.
So this is new also, so.
It's the difference from department to department that they're all on different formats. which is a little confusing.
I apologize, they should all be uniform, we tried to transfer them over, Carrie and Annette, so if some of them didn't. Are you seeing, Mary, are you seeing the very tiny print page?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That was the one we tried to get rid of, remember guys, and Carrie, the little tiny print one, and then we, quite frankly, we should have just pulled it out of this book. And do it in a more bolder, so. We'll get that straightened out, sorry.
You mean this page?
No, that's the new one.
Yeah.
Oh.
That one I can
Oh,
see, Robert,
Okay.
the scrawny one.
Yeah,
You toggling between the two.
I can't get to you unless I crawl under the table. I would have crawled under the table for you.
this is the new.
Well, you don't even have it.
Okay.
You didn't even have it, okay, but it was a very.
Okay.
And it looks like they were going by you. So.
No, that wasn't in our books for this department. Okay. Well, you have it.
Yeah, I have it now, thank you. All right, I will continue and, I believe that hopefully we will literally be on the same page. So, consulting, that line in 2023 was, allocated as $13,000. We are asking for that to remain the same. That line now includes 3 types of expenses. A share of Knox County's cost of system administration, that's $2,500. Consulting with experts for trial preparation, we budgeted $700 in our budget for that. And consulting on our case management system with, called MEDATs, with, our tech folks, that work in Augusta, they do the, they work with us on the, prosecution software that we use. So that's, allocated at $9,410. So we're asking for that line to remain the same. Laboratory tests.
Before you go further with that line, so you're saying that you went down from 2022 to 23?
On consulting.
Right.
Expended last year.
Current year's not finished though.
Right.
I'm saying that in 2022, consulting was down. Now that, could be a couple of reasons. So I apologize. I haven't prepared, by looking at 2022's budget. I looked at this year's budget and looking to project to next year's budget. However, my guess is,
It's fine.
potentially, I believe that the MEDAT's budget, if I recall correctly, I believe the MEDAT's budget has gone up over the years. Eric may remember that, but I believe that the MEDAT's, what they ask for those services, all of the district attorneys, I mean, we have these discussions in our, it's called the Maine Prosecutor Association, it's all the elected district attorneys and the attorney general, as well as usually, 1 or 2 other representatives from departments within the attorney general's office. We get together and discuss those types of statewide expenses that are fixed for the state.
No, I guess I'm gonna rephrase my question.
Sure.
So in 22, it says that you guys expended $8,178.50.
Mhm.
And then it says for this current year, you spent $7,155.25.
Correct.
What happens to the budgeted amount of money if it doesn't get spent?
So I believe, like we had discussed a bit earlier, that we have to remain under our entire budget. So potentially if we don't expend, money in one part of our budget, another part of our budget, I mean, these are predictions, but these aren't crystal balls. For instance, we could have a vehicular manslaughter case and our expert fees could be $20,000. And that's not an exaggeration.
So if you don't expend your whole budget line item, you then use it for a different budget if you have to?
No, I mean, we don't have, we would like at the end, like, you know, on December 30th, we don't get together and buy 50 pizzas or something to finish up our budget. I assume it goes into the general fund. That would be a question that I'm not really, you know, we just try and make sure we stay within our budget and, at the end of the year. Do you know?
Tim, at the end of the day, if I may, Mr. Chair, anything that isn't expended out of a department's budget
Mhm.
goes into the general fund.
Okay.
Like, my question is just, if the last full year was, $5,000 below the budgeted amount, and as you showed that the budget is made up of kind of 3 types of expenses, is one of them kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Newer. Well, no, but not
more
more
flexible.
variable, like you
Right.
don't know in advance that, like the Knox County, your share of Knox County, is that a kind of?
No,
written in
the
stone
only
deal?
variable would be the expert fees. The other fees are fixed. Those are fixed. That's how much those services cost.
So the
and-
expert fees, the consulting with experts for trial prep,
Yes, that can be wildly different from year to year, yes.
so this MEDATS that's up to 9,400 is a significant increase because we've only got like 8,000 last year and 7,000.
So last year.
I
we
mean, you
budgeted-
put those two together, it's like $12,000.
So we budgeted 13,000 last year. We're not done this year. My assumption
Right.
is, I believe we write a check at some point between now and the end of the year.
Can I make
Basically, that's
a clarifying point? The expanded current year is a year to date. So
Right,
when these were last done, and I have updated appropriation reports from yesterday, and they have used more money, so they're just over $8,000 used on that account.
Okay, I was more interested in the last full year,
Yes. and
because
so-
the last full year,
Oh,
we
okay.
know everything now for that year, and it was
Okay.
8,
so I-
and they budgeted 13.
I believe
So-
that the MEDAT's fees that are fixed fees, if I remember correctly out of my many, many meetings, but I do believe that those fees increased. I mean, I don't wanna say dramatically, but I mean, a few $1,000s. I believe it's those fees, that had the most significant increase. I would also, I mean, this is what was expended. We have what was, expended in 2022. I don't know what was budgeted in 2022. I don't have that here and I don't remember off the top of my head.
So could you
Okay.
define?
To tell you the truth, sometimes I wonder why things are under certain
It
different lines.
looks like it could contain a number of different things.
Well, it does
Carry
contain, we have
on.
3 different items here. So Knox County cost of system administration.
4015.
It's system administration, system administration is our, is tax, right? And we share, that line is that shared with Knox County. And is that excellent? What is it?
So, in the consulting, excuse me, Eric Harvey, prosecutorial assistant. So that line, it does consist of several different aspects of it. We do share some of the costs of system administration with Knox, and some of that, a bulk of it is in fact trial preparation, so expert witnesses. So for example, we've had, it comes out of 2 lines, consulting fees for experts, but then our witness fees provides another line that helps pay their expenses for travel. So if we have an expert coming out of Florida, let's say, and we'll get to that line later on, some funding would come out of that also, to help fly them here, put them in a hotel, things of that nature.
And so when we talk about MEDAT consulting, I mean, so we have our county folks, right, that help do tech support and all of that stuff here in Waldo County. For the state of Maine and the attorneys that are practicing, for the state of Maine, right, that are employed by the state of Maine. The prosecutors, specifically in my case, right, the prosecutors in District 6, we use a software program called JustWare. That and we're moving to Tyler Technology as a way to do filing electronically with courts. I will just say when that happens, my life is gonna be 1,000 times easier. I can't wait for that day when we're all coordinated in that fashion. But all of the work that they're doing to convert, JustWare into Tyler Technologies and some of this, some of this is, I believe, our experts when they say, I believe our person to state, our guru is Joe Miranda. And for instance, last year, I think my email got compromised and somebody sent something out that looked like it was from me. And he's the first, he's the first person that you reach out to. He's the first person you reach out to if you open an email that you shouldn't have and you realize, and so in some ways that's, you're consulting with Joe Miranda and with the other staff that are wonderful up there on all of your computer issues. Whether it's, for instance, we use JustWare to draft complaints, right? So in order to get a case into the court, we have to file a complaint with the court. And for every statute, so every criminal offense, this is all generated through, these complaints are all generated through that software. And it needs updating, for instance, in October 9th, October 12th, something like that, the new laws took effect. So if we don't have those consulting services to update out all of our statutes, then when I, for instance, generate an operating after suspension complaint, it could come up as a Class E crime when now it's actually a civil offense. And that's not, so that is extremely important. Our attorneys are, filing we do have a good number of cases in each county, and having that software system be accurate, so our legal work is accurate, is extremely important.
So let me see if I can phrase this. So this is an account that could vary wildly depending on what you put
The
in.
expert portion of that, so the expert testimony is $700 is what we're asking for. That portion of it could change from year to year, from one trial.
Caseload or any number of variables.
It really, so for the experts, it depends, but, if you're going to incur a large cost on an expert line, and there's other issues involved too, it's not as easy as just saying that's where all of our expert money comes from. We have an extradition account. That is a fun can of worms if you want to get into that one, about being reimbursed through that account. But yes, for instance, we use expert witnesses on sexual assault cases to come and tell a jury about what the effects of trauma are and why a victim maybe didn't run away screaming but froze. Very, very normal behavior, but juries sometimes might not know that. There's historically been an expectation that victims of sexual assault should act differently than they do. And what we found out is that it is consistent with what we see in sexual assault. We need to be able to prove those cases, to keep our community safe and to have accountability, and to bring some justice to the victims. That specific portion can vary. The MEDAS contract could change next year, right? That line may go up next year. It may be that it costs more to do that portion of the consulting. The system administration, that could go up next year, but for this year, that's how much it costs. I believe that's a negotiated cost that's done. That's how much that'll be. The expenses.
Best guess.
Well, that's kind of in stone. That's what we've agreed to for the year. We've had those negotiations with MEDAS and that expectation of how much that's gonna be. That's every single district in the state of Maine. And then that's the portion for the county, right? So for my district, it's a certain amount, but that's proportional to that each county pays a certain amount. Yes.
I have a question. Regarding your consulting line, I'm curious as to how many times historically going back have you ever gone over the amount of $10,000? And why would you feel that it needs to be $13,000? Because we have 6 weeks left and I don't see the potential of it to go over $10,000 this year. Why would you think that? I mean, I know it could go up to 20,000. Well, then ask for 20,000, but it could be 5,000 next year. You don't know. So I'm saying, in the interest of keeping our taxpayers' rates down, I would say go as close to the amount that you need as possible, which I would like to see that cut down to 11,000.
So I think that there's a misunderstanding at the moment. That $700 that's flexible, we're asking for $700 for that portion that's flexible. The rest of it are fixed costs. That is how much it costs to have this service, to be able to run a prosecutor's office. If we haven't expended it yet, it's because we haven't sent the check yet. Because probably it's on a schedule. And maybe we don't send the last portion of that payment until December. I don't take care of the day-to-day operations of sending.
Do you have a breakdown of that, Eric?
Yeah, it's on the next page.
Right.
Actually.
So I guess.
So I believe we have a fixed amount that we probably owe and have to send. And I do not believe that line would be a responsible line to cut. And I think that would be
Right.
That
Okay.
would make it so we potentially aren't operational as a prosecutor's office, which is on it.
So the $700 is the fluctuating, right?
That is very much
Okay.
fluctuating.
So when you add the 2,500, the 700 and the 9,410,
It's 12,610.
it's 12,610. Why wouldn't you propose that though?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I was looking at line 4015. Are you all looking?
Yes,
at-
yeah.
That's what, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay, and.
it's just.
And we're asking for 13,000,
Were you doing
and I'm
math
sorry,
too?
can you rephrase what you were saying? Could you rephrase? I'm sorry, I was not.
The question is,
Why
It's-
wouldn't you
it's-
propose this 12,000?
right, it's like rounded to 13.
Why would you propose the 13?
It's level
Instead of what?
funded. Well, the components that support it on the next page, the two fixed components are 11,910, and then the 700 brings it to 12,610. So the question is.
So I don't know if I have what you have.
Oh,
I
okay.
would like to see that sheet before I answer any questions about it. All right,
Oh, you don't.
I do have a number of documents here, but I do not think I have all of the things. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is, I do have this, all right, so you're saying that the 9,410, the 2,500 with 700 don't add up?
Right.
Okay, I
There is
assumed
12,600.
they did, I'm gonna just do the math myself, not that I don't believe you all, I'm gonna do it by hand, so then we know that it won't be accurate.
So I mean, everything in your budget is pretty much rounded up, and my guess is that you rounded this up to 13,000.
I assume
Hmm.
that, just, if you just give me one more, I'm
Fair
sorry. Okay, so you're saying that we rounded up $390,
Yeah.
right? So I don't know if there's any issue with, yeah, that's fine, we don't have any issue with that, I believe that was rounded up, $390, so, that's not no, I have no objection, Eric, who actually, he does the day-to-day running of the office,
I guess what I
He
would
doesn't
like,
have an
I
objection
guess
to
what I would like to see happen is I'd like for us to get close to that 12,610 number.
that's.
And I think that that's a more realistic for us way, I know. It was already said that if they have to, they can take from other lines to cover stuff. And where that other 700 is a fluctuating, if it becomes more, I'm sure that they can take from something else to pay for it. But by bringing this down, it gives a more accurate number than the inflated one.
If I may, that's certainly an acceptable amount, so that's not an issue at all.
I appreciate that.
So you're decreasing that line by,
We're gonna decrease that
Mhm.
line down to 12,610 from the 13,000.
Is that in the form of motion?
That is a form of a motion.
Second,
Discussion?
Just have-
You still have to say it.
Right, that's true.
You just don't wanna talk all day with me. That's what this is. Are you here for 3 years too?
Actually.
yeah, you are,
Perfect.
just, yeah.
I
That's
am,
good.
I am.
Penny
So-
has, you're from Lincolnville. Oh, see, so you had Josh, did you have Josh's? That's why we don't get along.
All right, so that was no further discussion.
We're not messing with you.
All those, did I say it? The motion is that we're gonna reduce that line from 13,000 to
12,610.
but we're gonna
12,610.
do a vote at the end, remember?
We're gonna do a vote at the end.
But
I know, but you saw made the motion, she seconded, and
Oh.
we're here now, so.
And would you say also for the recording of what line,
So it's gonna be line
4015.
4015.
okay.
And I am okay if we want to do a motion at the end and we can save
Well,
ourselves
this-
time, because that does make sense.
We're gonna have to take notes, and I don't know, maybe wiser to do it this way. Anyway, we've made the motion, it's been seconded, we've had discussion, all those in favor of reducing the line. Okay, any opposed? Carries unanimous.
So you reduce that line by how much?
$390.
$390.
Thank you.
All right.
And I'm
so-
not trying to be unfair to you.
No,
I just
okay.
feel like the words are bearable. If you have to later on, you probably move money from someone else.
I have absolutely no objection to making it accurate as far as what we've asked for. I didn't realize it was rounded up. I haven't, I
Please keep it.
apparently am thinking it a little higher, like, not a higher level, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I've been thinking.
That's all right,
I
we
have
heard you.
4 budgets, I have, this is, this is, I just hadn't realized that it had been rounded up. And I also want to make sure I'm answering your questions accurately. I think that's really important that we're all on the same page. So laboratory testing, those, we are asking for $3,000, thus far expended this year is $1,860, expended last year in 2022 is $1,705. We're asking for $3,000. We aren't at the end of the year yet. I want to just, again, it may seem like we only have a few weeks left. But that does not mean that we don't have costs that will be paid for between now and then. Laboratory testing, it comes up for numerous reasons. It could come up if we're prosecuting somebody for furnishing drugs, right? We need to be able to prove cases beyond a reasonable doubt. We cannot do that in many cases that include illegal drugs. We cannot do that in cases that include impaired driving often, if there's a substance, right? If there's a blood test, if there's a urine test, we need to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what was in somebody's system, that it was impaired, that it impaired their driving, for instance. And these cases can be extremely important to have those. I'll just say, in some cases, in many cases, without those tests that we have to pay the laboratory for, we will not be able to prove cases beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why we're asking for $3,000 to keep that where it is. We've seen impaired driving rise over really since COVID. People are drinking a lot more and doing a lot more drugs. Impaired driving is a very, very serious crime. It's a very serious risk in our counties and in our district. And we need to be able to prove those cases.
So, as of October 27th, we've actually expended $4,010 on that line. And it projects to $4,831. We want a budget of $3,000. So you're asking for the same amount as last year, $3,000.
You're looking
If
at
I-
a different number.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm looking at the same number.
Yeah, laboratory test.
Laboratory test 1860.
1860.
Okay.
So I'm gonna clarify, she's looking at an appropriations report that was printed off on
10/27,
June.
October 27th.
And these numbers, the projected amount or the expended current year are from probably earlier. These expended current year are not the same that are on that because the appropriations change every 2 weeks based on your commissioners meetings.
I didn't realize that we'd spent that much money
So
recently.
my information is based on October 27th, 2023 information. And I projected it out. That was 83% of the 2023 year spent. I projected from that number. So I would have a reference just mathematically of what the projection for the end of 23 would be. And they've already spent as of October 27th, $4,010, and it projects to $4,831. Historically, if we went backwards, they spent in 2022, they spent $1,705, and in 2021, they spent $1,800. Those were COVID years. Even without your explanation, if we just took COVID into the picture, it could explain why the numbers are higher than their budgeted 3,000.
Correct.
I don't often go this direction, but I am willing to call a spade a spade. You know, and there is
They had fewer things going.
factual information here that 3,000 may not be a good number in the other, the other direction. Sometimes we may have to add as opposed to subtract.
But this is a variable line, right? Like you were saying, the lab tests directly come from the kinds of prosecutions you're doing in any given year.
Yeah, and Eric is on the ground in the office doing day-to-day operations, so he may know a lot more about this.
Sorry, I think you jumped.
Yeah, no,
It's
no,
okay.
I
very
can speak
helpful.
on that specifically. So we've been having some issues with the DHHS lab, actually cashing some of our checks. So some of that bill is from 2021, 2022, I believe. And there is quite an increase in that line, however, certainly would be opposed to increasing it if that's something you want to do. But it's because of the fact that increased drug use in Waldo County and the increased enforcement from the sheriff's department, the police department, state police. because our office pays for all of that testing. So those tests that go to the lab, we pay for them, we approve them, we authorize them, if we need them to go to trial. Sign off on them and then we pay the bill. However, when DHS doesn't cash the check or sends us late bills, it causes that overage that's not necessarily accurate for the year that we're in. So
So do you feel 3,000?
So how do we
is
get the
sufficient?
backup information that's accurate?
Carrie and I, finance are actually working on that as we speak. I just finally got a good solid number to speak with someone yesterday or the day before. Because they weren't answering our calls, they weren't returning our calls or anything.
They're
So,
severely understaffed. They've been severely understaffed. There've been multiple issues. We are trying to limit what we're sending to the lab from our office. We've been having conversations with Maine Drug Enforcement, for instance, about that because of the issues regarding their staffing. Basically, this is a fixed resource. Use it only when you absolutely have to. But again, the impaired driving cases for me are the cases where we need to be able to prove each and every one of those if they're provable, right? If there's something that we are gonna be able to prove. So if we've taken a blood test, a urine test, we need to be able to have those lab results.
So do you believe 3,000 is sufficient?
I think it would be, I honestly do, once we get things straightened out with the DHS lab. For example, we're waiting on tests, so one of my jobs, I will call and see, okay, we're waiting on lab results from so-and-so, we have the pending trial. They'll tell me it's 6 months before they have results for us. So we're postponing these trials out months before we get our final results. Different with alcohol tests, we have to do a urine test, but blood tests, they're drastically behind. No fault of theirs, it's staffing. It's staffing issues.
Blood tests for drugs,
drugs.
basically,
Yeah.
including marijuana?
No, we don't test for that.
How long can you push the test out for until they become invalid?
It's
Like,
not,
is
the
there
test doesn't
expiration
become
or-
invalid. What the problem could be is that in Maine and in every state, there is right to a speedy trial. It's a
Right.
Constitutional right. It's
Correct.
been expanded vastly in Maine recently, and so that's what would be the concern. I don't think that they're gonna degrade and not be usable. We haven't heard that. What I do know is that we asked for continuance because we don't have the results back that we need in order to prove a case. That depending on who your judge is, depending on who your defense attorney is, and how zealously they're going to advocate for their client, that can become a problem. That's what I would worry about much more because having the discussions with the lab, I think that question has come up, and that's not something that's been a concern. It's not, however long that would take, we're not there. We're not close to there, but we are having issues around. We have certainly had issues where we don't have blood tests, we don't have the tests. When we're going to, for instance, a dispositional conference where we discuss a case with a judge, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing if that's an essential part of your case that you need to be able to prove, because usually what we might have, right, a drug recognition expert that says somebody's high on cocaine. Because they know all of these things, and that's great. That's good testimony, and that actually is something that potentially can still put it on trial, right? But they've taken a blood test, and we don't know what's in that blood, right? And we need, for our perspective, we need to know how high those levels are. Then we potentially need to call an expert witness, a chemist, to come in and talk about what those levels are and how impairing that would be.
So can I suggest we move on?
Yes.
Can I just ask one more question? Eric,
Yes.
you and Carrie have been working on this. Is there any chance that you're going to have better information in the next week or two?
I'm certainly hope so. I called on Thursday. I gave you the number Thursday. I don't know if you had a chance to call or not. We had so much going
Okay.
on.
I would like to make a recommendation that we do not finalize this line today, that we give it to whatever our next, checking things in, is it a week, whatever it is. And that we then come back to this line.
I heard that answer from the lab's not 6 months like the blood test.
Well, we'll move on at that point.
Yeah.
Well, you get the best information you got at the
Yeah,
time.
no, I'll work on that first.
And then this is Congress with our other districts. I mean, sorry, our other counties within the district. This is, I would say, very similar to what's being budgeted in Knox County. So I would have to double check exactly what the Knox budget number was, but
So
it's similar.
Do we want to keep it the same? Or do we want? wanna go down?
I want more time,
One more time?
more information.
All right, let's move on.
Next one.
Next one, let's see, medical surgical, we're not asking for that, expense anymore. 4080 is transcripts, we're asking for $1,000, that remains the same as
Go back to
2023.
medical surgeon dental, what?
Why? Because we haven't used it, I think we budgeted $100 every, let me just double check here, $300 every year for many years, and I think we just never use it, so we don't need
You
it.
used $29 in 2021 and nothing since then.
Well, there you go, and we just don't need that, so we wanna cut that right out of the budget. So then moving to transcripts, when we're asking for $1,000 for transcript costs, we didn't use any last year, we haven't used any this year, asking for that because,
They used $655 as of October 27th,
okay, so,
and it projects to 789. I'd like to make a recommendation, we cut it back to 800 from 1,000.
I like that.
well, and may I just,
What do you-
explain the line?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay,
Yeah.
so we need transcripts, and so, we need transcripts when there's an appeal. Typically, that would be the only time we need a transcript, but if we need it, we need it, we can't,
But you have the ability to pull from somewhere else.
Well, but if we
Oh,
take
another
another
line
line
in
in
the
the
budget?
discretionary.
Hopefully, I mean,
Right.
but not necessarily, but I will say, appeals are very serious, for instance, in Knox County. Mr. Liddell, who was convicted of manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter with an 18-year sentence, has been appealing and appealing and appealing. Some of the cases that are appealing aren't as serious as others, but some of them are of great consequence if we don't have the information.
Again, not trying to be simple, but define transcript.
It is so have you ever gone to a trial and there's a person okay, so it's interesting, you should go, I will just say. But there's somebody that is a court reporter and they're using something that kind of looks like a keyboard, but if you look at it, it's not a keyboard. You have to be very specially trained, and there's only a few people in the state of Maine that can do it. They're called court reporters, and they actually take the entire, everything everybody says, including at sidebar, including jury selection sidebar, right? Everything that is said, they write it down basically, right? They keep a report. It's more than a recording, because recordings can fail. Recordings cannot pick up on certain language. The court reporter is there following people. For instance, if we have a sidebar, to make sure every single word is noted, is taken down. If you can read the entirety of a trial afterwards. So there could be an appeal, for instance. Somebody could appeal because the jury that was selected, they say that there was a problem with the jury because, because the prosecutor, kicked off every, I'm trying to think of the prosecutor kicked off everybody that was male and had an all-female jury, and I want to hear what was said, and I'm appealing on the grounds that it was an illegal jury.
So it's a personal person to be there to record everything that happens.
It is every single word, and it
Okay.
becomes extremely important when you're dealing with a bunch of obnoxious attorneys.
Recorded as well,
It is recorded as well, but it is not, the recording is not considered
not considered.
legally the same. I mean, sometimes the recording can be very important, sometimes very important sometimes, and we use the recordings as much as we can, and because you can get them very quickly. But the transcripts are what you need when it comes down to serious legal issues that are being litigated. Eric, did you want to say?
Yeah, and just for your information, we are in the trial term coming up, and we have an expected trial where transcripts are gonna cost us $757. So that'll put that line well over the 1,000, well, not well, yes, well over the 1,000 of budgeted. So we can cut that to 8, but next year we get a couple of trials like that, we're well over the 800, and we're gonna be over the 1,000 this year. At the end of the year.
So on that line, transcripts, you spent $211 in 21, you spent $0 in 22. You spent $655 as of October 27th of this year, which projects to 789. Why? Is that a COVID explanation? Why in 21 and 22?
Very few trials during COVID because we couldn't have juries.
So in their defense, COVID really did slow down a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. That's why
So,
I'm asking if that's the
yeah.
reason.
I mean,
You can't, so in order to do, like, you could imagine that you might be able to safely have a jury trial, right? Because you could have a jury and they could be spread out during COVID. To pick a jury, you gotta put about 200 people in the same room, ask them a bunch of questions. And that was basically, not possible for a long time. stuff. We didn't have jury trials. Which is, I mean, you can have a jury trial or a bench trial, but most defendants would opt for a jury trial, as they should. So, okay, so was there a motion and should I wait?
We're not doing it, I'm sorry, but we'll get to the end.
Right.
Okay, so investigation.
So are you still changing it to $800 at this point?
I think we should.
Okay, so that's your recommend. I'm just trying to keep numbers straight, Linda.
Right. But was there a motion?
It's not a motion. till we
It's
get to
not
the
much
end.
until the end.
It's a recommendation.
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 Okay.
To drop it.
We're gonna combine them all, whatever we change and combine it to one figure at the end. If that's okay, but if we also need to have more information, is it possible, I mean, how can we resolve this today if we're waiting on more information?
That'll have to be a revisit. For that line.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So where are we right now?
As of right now, with numbers wise, I have a cut of $390 in the consultation line
Right.
and a cut of $200 on the transcripts line.
Okay.
All right, should I move on to investigations?
Yes.
All right, investigations, we're asking for that to remain the same, $200. From 2023, this pays for minor costs associated with investigations such as fees from the banks and hospitals or records.
Haven't spent any dollars of that in 3 years.
And when we do need it, we will need it. Again, we have trial term right now and COVID, I mean, from my perspective, COVID drastically changed the court system. I mean, when COVID hit, it was, for some of us, that administer in the court system, it was, I mean, it was like the earth stopped turning, because how do you do the work that we do, which is really important and part of, having a civilized democratic society? How do you do that without having criminal court, which is what we were looking at? And the biggest part of this was really drastically kind of reduced some of our numbers of what we were charging, because we knew that we were gonna have a very limited resource in the court. But on top of it, it limited what we were going to have as trials and the investigation from our portion. So remember, like we rely on police to do investigations. So when we're doing investigations, these are things that come up after a case has been charged and when it's potentially getting closer to a trial prep term, or getting closer to a trial prep phase of a case. That just wasn't happening during COVID. So to some extent, when I think about the last few years, it is just so drastically different than court has always been and will always be. I think the only analogous time was during the Spanish flu in 1917, when the jury trial outside. And these were questions that were extremely difficult to grapple with in the criminal justice system.
I don't want to see the line item go away, because when I did work up at the center, if you don't use it, you lose it. And I don't want to see it go away, but I would like to see it reduced until the next time we do need to use it, which we'll be able to find out, because every 2 weeks, right? So I would like to see that budget line actually come down to $50. That way we don't lose the line item. And then if it starts to become, more and more and more, when we do our next budget, we can adjust from there.
I'd agree with that.
What line is that, Tim?
That line is going to be 4085 investigations. And that way we still keep the line itself for in the future, because, you never can predict the future. So we keep the line item, but we can reduce the money in that item. We'll reduce it down to 50 if I know you're not Josh, but.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, I want your thoughts.
No, I agree with you completely, and when Mary suggested getting rid of it, that was my immediate response would have been.
So you
Don't get rid of a
well,
line
and-
just because we
So you're
haven't used
cutting
it.
it by $150,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
And the big
Yeah.
thing is like, because there are times where you do have to go with a skeleton crew on things, but you never really do know in the future if you are gonna need it. So by keeping something in there, we're still keeping that line item for in the future, just in case.
Next line.
All right, next line is mileage. We're asking for $3,500, the same amount we asked for last year. We've not expended that. I will say, you know, but potentially it is a line that, that wouldn't be terribly brokenhearted if it was cut. I put in my mileage up until September 1st, I believe, maybe mid-August. We have Lindsay Dean, who is our juvenile prosecutor. She drives all over the state to do, she does all of the juvenile prosecution throughout, not all over the state, but thank you so much.
Is her mileage shared with the other 3 counties?
Mine is shared with everybody, and Lindsay's is shared with everybody. As far as the Waldo County folks, for instance, our victim witness advocates have been, our victim witness advocates in this district, and including Waldo County, are absolutely amazing folks. And they, after the mass murder in Lewiston, they have been going, and as the commissioners know, they have been going to the Resiliency Center in Lewiston to work with victims of that mass murder. So, for instance, Audra and Megan, they will have that round trip mileage this year. Obviously, we hope that that's never an expense that happens again. But it could be that a prosecutor needs to go out to a scene. There's very many reasons that there could be a prosecutor from another county, for instance, might have to, at this point, is going to have to be coming up here until we fill the position that's vacant. That's going to be a significant, I mean, that's going to be a significant increase that we hadn't seen. I will say one of the issues for Waldo County has been that you have had Rose Gamaras, she's a fabulous prosecutor. That is now vacant. That position is now vacant. She is still in our district, luckily, but that means that you'll be paying for somebody, unfortunately, to drive up here until that, from their home office until.
Where'd she go?
She went to Lincoln County. She was not able, she was not able to secure housing on a prosecutor's salary in this area.
Same story for a lot of people.
Yeah,
Yep.
I had difficulty myself for a bit, being able to move because of the shortage of housing. And so that's really tragic loss for Waldo County. And hopefully the state will start paying our prosecutors a living wage. But that is why we lost that prosecutor, but she was able to secure housing further down south. And we were able to put her in a position that was vacating down there. Unfortunately, also lost a good person down there, but that means that you will be incurring an extra cost from now until we fill that position. Belfast can be a difficult place to find a prosecutor.
An extra cost in mileage or an extra cost in mileage and personnel?
Mileage.
How much pays for the prosecutor?
So under the statute, the state pays for prosecutors, and so their salaries and benefits. The counties have an obligation to pay all other necessary costs.
We have to pay for all the equipment, the computers, the gear, the building, the electricity, except for the human.
Okay, so the mileage as of October 22nd, they expended $2,803. It projects to $3,377. They're asking for $3,500. Personally, I think that's really close. I think that buffer I'm willing to accept. $23 I accept as a buffer.
I also think that it's a really good explanation that we've lost a personnel too, and that,
Yeah.
you know, you're gonna have an extra person driving around because of that from somewhere else. So we're gonna stay with the 3,500.
I'm good with that.
Let's keep moving on.
Okay, meals, we're asking for the meals, line to be increased. From
150.
Thank you, I gotta look from page to page, from 150 to 650. We're doing more trainings, we're trying to do some more things that would be potentially called team building, or, you know, trying to build some morale. The work that these folks do in, Waldo County and all our county teams, is incredibly difficult. The people that do it are incredibly passionate about it, and that's why they do it, and, it can be really traumatic, to tell you the truth. The work that they do, the cases that we work on can be, things aren't happening in our office because somebody's having a good time or somebody's having a good day. These are difficult the work that they do is really, really difficult. And having that ability to have more meals together and to build some more camaraderie outside of just the day-to-day grind, I think is really important to maintaining morale. We're gonna be bringing up some morale in the office, but also just taking care of our employees and showing them that that their mental health matters. So that's why we're asking for that.
So how many are you looking
Oh,
to
sorry.
do? How many meals a year?
So
on average?
Eric is gonna take over at this point.
I can actually speak on lines 4105, 4110, as well as 4115. A lot of the increase in the requested increase for that is significantly more training. In fact, the National Conference for Victim Witness Advocates just so happened to be in Boston this past year, finally made it to the East Coast in the first time in a decade. So our victim witness advocates took advantage of that training. The conference, the prosecutors conference at the whole office, pretty much the whole office would attend every year, was postponed for 2, maybe 3 years. At least 2 years. So there's more training, more travel for that. Those 3 lines all intermingle with the training, lodging, meals, travel. It's all been increased, and I don't expect to see that to decrease at all because our staff is getting highly trained, and I think that's a really good thing.
So those lines go together. Yeah.
But you didn't answer my question.
I'm sorry, would you tell me the question again?
The question I asked you is how many of these training meals are you going to be putting on? You're talking about having these.
It's not meals that we put on necessarily, it's meals that they're required to be provided with when they attend training. Some of them are included in the cost of training, some of them are not, and if so, we have to reimburse.
And that's where that 300 from
Right.
the med surgical dental. You
Correct.
shifted that down here to help
Correct.
with this line.
So I guess what I would like to see is how about we go ahead and go to 300 where they had already taken out 300. And
They expended 320 already, and
Right.
it projects to 386 for this year.
right, so but they borrowed 300 from
Yeah.
medical, dental, and surgical. So if we went with that 300,
Well, for the budget is 800 that we're talking about.
correct. And last year,
Well,
they took 300 out of it to help pay for meals, which is they say is an increase of 650 for the total budget, but they took money from a different line item. So I guess I would like to see the 800 go down to around. Oh, I'll make it easier for you in a second. I would like to see it be closer to 350. Because they're already able to pull from another line item if they need to.
Well, we already zeroed out medical, surgical, dental, so that one isn't there to borrow from.
Well, I'm sure that there's another 26 of them.
Well,
And if we weren't to,
But-
and I will just say, if we weren't to have that and it came down to it, I've had to reimburse staff through my pocket before, and I will have to do that again. But these folks need to go to these trainings and they should not bear the cost if they're away.
Right.
But
the meals have to be provided at all the trainings.
so what happens is, let's say you go to an all-day training in Lewiston. And you're away from your home office and all that stuff, where you spend the night, right? Like, you're expected to be reimbursed for meals. There's reimbursement form, and that's just normal that you would be reimbursed to be able to eat, because you can't eat at your own house, right? You can't make your own food for dinner if you have to spend the night somewhere. So we pay for lodging, because they're not expected to pay for their own lodging. And they pay because they have to eat food out, right? Or potentially at the prosecutors conference, those are fixed costs. The prosecutors conference is done in Bar Harbor, and it's a fixed cost for how much the food costs for each person that attends, so that's put on. So if somebody weren't reimbursed for meals, if they went to, like, as Eric said, the victim witness or the victim advocate conference or convention or what have you that happened in Boston, and the employee came back and we didn't have it in our line, I mean, that's something that ends up, like, I can't have county employees have to bear those costs by themselves. I just think that's we're projecting in line accurately as to how much it should be next year. Again, COVID has made it so people weren't going to a lot of those trainings. We didn't have the prosecuting conference in person for 2 years, I believe. And costs were different because of that. People weren't going and doing those trainings, but it's really important to be able to, for instance, I have a victim witness advocate in Knox County who's been there 25 years this year. A couple of years ago, I sent her on to a training in New York, and she came back and she said she had been burned out, you know, and she was really at the end of a rope, and she had went to the best training she'd ever gone to in her entire career, and she felt reinvigorated to do this really important work. And because we hadn't had the money in the budget for that, for some of those expenses, I ended up having to reimburse her out of my pocket, which I will have to do. That's what I have to do to send these folks to trainings. But this is an accurate prediction of what these costs should be post-COVID and people being able to be at these trainings in person. And my belief that it's necessary that these employees be trained and that they're part of that. Like, for instance, that we have in-person conferences, that they are able to have meals and enjoy meals together.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Tom, if I may, we've been incredibly fortunate this year, just to add and help out a little bit with these trainings. If I could point out, our HR person found us a program, the Alphon program, that has been reimbursing these folks for trainings at half. Up to 1,200 per. So we've actually been able to send people to trainings this year that we haven't been able to afford to in the past, where she could recover half of whatever the cost of the training. And then is the food included in that, or is it just?
No, it is not. The reimbursement is only for actual registration fees. It does not. But because we're getting those funds, it allows us extra dollars to send to an additional training that we would not have otherwise been able to pay for because of the budget purposes. So they're, you know, if they're going to an additional training, that could be an additional meal. But it's also my understanding, and Eric can speak to this, I think, and Carrie, is that when these folks go to these type of off-site trainings out of state or out of town, they're being very frugal with where they're going to eat out as well. And from what I'm hearing, they pack snacks and, you know, they do the best they can. But I do think that it sounds like folks are trying to stay in, they say $15 or $20 meal allowance for lunch. So I think they're being very physically responsible for what they're asking for reimbursement. Am I incorrect in any of that, Eric?
No, and I also want to add, we left out the most important thing, is that a lot of this training is required to keep their certification. Victim witness advocates, prosecutors, myself, and law enforcement, and you're gonna see that in other departments as we move forward as well.
I wasn't proposing that we kill the whole line
Yeah,
item.
yeah.
I was just saying that we should reduce it from the 800.
I think the 300 is a little drastic on this one.
I would say 5.
Five is my number.
Well, 300 is what I wanted to reduce it from 800,
okay.
which would bring us to
Okay,
500.
there we go.
And
Yeah,
the
3 votes.
And that's the reason why I lost you, is because if you take the 300 that was already pulled from a different line item, what I was doing is I was taking that and I was
Yeah.
subtracting that from the 800, which would have came up to around 500. And that's all that I was doing. That way that they still would have
Yeah.
200 or
Yeah.
350 extra on top of that 150 to give you 500. But it's still saving $300 from their projected increase.
True, but their projected increase is what they expect to need to reimburse. So that's why I personally would rather stick with the 800. I think they've already come up with what they think they need.
Right, and I guess I would agree with you if I looked at 22 and their need wasn't $10.48.
But they didn't go to the same kind of conferences then.
But they'd be required to have all these trainings that they're saying. So
But at
they-
that
so
time,
they-
it was done on Zoom. Because of COVID, we couldn't be in person. And I will just say, if this line is cut, and it is totally your responsibility, not mine, to make these decisions. But, you know, I think it's a morale issue for our office, saying that these folks can't eat when they go to a training that they have to be at to maintain their certification.
So how are they getting the trainings before?
They
During
were on
COVID,
Zoom.
it was done online.
Right.
During COVID, it was done, so they would sit at their desk here or potentially at home and do their
So are you going from all Zooms to now all in person?
things. Yes, things are back to kind of normal business now. Yeah, occasionally there'll be something that we can partake in on Zoom, but most of the conferences now are in person again. We're going back to in-person trainings. this year, we've started to really get back to everything being in person.
Could you get us figures pre-COVID, how much was spent on this?
I imagine that's probably available somewhere, yeah.
Like 2019.
19 and 20 you want?
No, not because COVID started in 2019.
Well, then you probably have to take that number and double it, because if you went out to lunch.
8%, whatever. So that's that's gonna be a more information line, left off at 500.
And if they are buying their own meals, remember, there's a cap on what, so if you go out and buy a porterhouse steak for lunch at a fancy restaurant, you're only gonna get $15 back if you spend, and people can make that decision, of course, but they would only be reimbursable up to a certain amount, and I don't think anybody.
So there, you use it per diem, then for
Yeah.
employees.
Yeah.
It says in the explanatory thing, it's based on the 2023 per diem rates. And
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative, there are some lines that I'll be the first to say, maybe that one has wiggle room, like the mileage.
No,
This
I,
one, I personally don't.
I
think it should have.
appreciate it. I mean, I know there was a time where I did go to a training and I had to pay out of it out of my own pocket. So, I mean, I appreciate you standing up for them.
I have one question on the next line. We're talking about taking them together, the lodging. In the explanatory note, it says 1,500, and in the actual spreadsheet, it only has 1,000.
Oh.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, I'm not sure which number is the accurate number.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake on our part, because it should have been 1,500, but.
So
based
that,
on this year's expenditure on the lodging.
right, so the lodging actually, you would like to have it, like you said, last year you expended 1,173. And for next year, you'd like it to be 1,000. I mean, 1,500, not 1,000. So,
Yeah, and last year, we certainly didn't have everybody attending like the prosecutors conference in person.
right.
I don't believe I'd have to double, I would, I try to recall, we did, yeah, I was there, I think I remember from the year, but, that the price at the hotel we go to, I believe it's got, actually, now that I think of it, those are meetings we have with the Maine Prosecutors Association, those costs have gone up throughout the state, so all of the districts in the state are raising that, in accordance with we've gone to the same location for, a number of years. We have an executive director with the Maine Prosecutors Association that sets up the prosecutors conference, so a lot of this lodging recommendation is just based on that, on what the executive director has put together for our budget for the conference. Telephone decrease by 5,930. This line is now covered by the tech budget. 4401 courthouse internet decreased 4,450. This line will now be covered in the technology budget. Also, line 4402. That's the lease at the judicial center. Our rent is $4,300 a year. I think that's a pretty good price for having a very nice office suite. You all are welcome to come take a peek at sometime. Over at the courthouse, we get a lot of work done during the day, being able to print, being able to conference, being able to do lots of stuff in our office. It's and it's a $4,300 each year for that space. Contracted equipment, line B 600. We're asking for that to remain the same as 2023.
What is contracted equipment?
Let's say the copier, right? That would be one.
Oh, you got a copier at least. So.
Okay, sorry. That would have been my first guess. Let's see here. Annual maintenance contract case management software. So that's just where. That's I told you about some of the software that we use to generate the complaints, other motions. So there's that and other computer related expenses. So Eric, did you have anything you wanted to?
It's in the explanation,
But it doesn't seem to add up to
Right.
the 9860. And what you've spent so far this year seems more in line with the explanation than the 9860. This is line 4600.
I think that may have something to do with checks being, does Eric know?
I think some of that is billing it isn't completed yet, it hasn't been paid yet today.
But
So we owe for this year that extra $8,300.
I wouldn't know the exact amount, it's up to that, I'm sorry, but
Because
I know that there's still some that hasn't been billed to us. So I couldn't count the exact amount.
But if in 2022, it was only $577.48.
They've spent through the end of October 1556.
Yeah. And you're asking for 9860.
I think that has something to do with when checks are cashed. It could have something to do with what's going on state, but those are fixed costs. So fixed costs. I would wanna, I could look into
Yeah.
it more and find out.
I mean, in the description, it says they need 700 for 3 licenses.
Right.
Does that mean 700 for each license? So
Yes.
2,100?
Yes.
Okay, so you definitely are gonna need that 2,100.
And that, now that I think of it, so with that just for
That's still
contract,
only 3,800.
I believe that we pay, and maybe Eric, we work on the Justware stuff throughout, we all use Justware, but there's two administrative people in 2 different counties that have worked with the most on the Justware contracting and all the contracting, and I think we decided to do, I wish I could remember off the top of my head, a 2-year contract or a 4-year contract, and I just don't, I'm just trying to remember if when those funds are due, or what's going on with that.
Can we wait on this one and get more information on it? Because.
Yeah, this
It's
does
just-
seem like, it
yeah.
seems like a line that,
That'd be information that's available.
yeah.
And I can't believe the difference between the
Yeah.
3872 and the request
Yeah.
is all for that software.
Could some of that MDAX?
1556, it's still only comes up to 54.
That's software consulting. So my guess is, again, like, we pay Justware, and I believe we used to maybe do it year to year, and Citrix is the best. No, is it on this one? Okay, and Citrix, which is, sorry, just making sure, I use this stuff, but I was like, where does it come from? How does it work? Citrix is what we used to do background checks, extremely important to the work we do, essential to the work we do. We can't do the work without it. And in order to do that, we have this specific program called Citrix, and we used to contract year to year. Now, it could be, and so this may be where there's a discrepancy, I believe that at least one of these contracts, Justware, Citrix, maybe more, we got together and decided to do longer term contracts where we pay potentially at different junctures, and we get lower costs, so that would actually cost us less. That was the discussion and why we decided to do those longer contracts. And that could affect when they get paid or how much something costs from year to year, though if you look at the period of time that we were looking at, we were saving money. I can double check on all of that and find out, but I know that these are fixed costs. This is how much these services cost. We go to the store, you buy a gallon of milk, you don't have much of a opportunity to haggle with the clerk about how much it costs. These are fixed costs that we need to operate. And that's what Felicia and Eric projected as the cost, and they are my go-to people. I would believe that they have this absolutely 100% correct.
So they can give us that support.
I am sure that they would be, it might be Felicia, maybe I might have to call Shane or Chandra in the other counties to be able to accurately describe exactly why the differences in contracts have created this.
That's an important notation that it moved from annual to 3 years,
Yeah.
for example, but it's not in our explanations. So that's what we're asking.
All right,
Copy your lease.
your lease is apparently $2,100 and it remains the same. Repairs of equipment, we're asking for $150 in that budget, the same as that we had previously asked for. And I think that's a hit or miss, you know, we hope nothing breaks and we don't need to get any repairs. Some years that works out and some years it doesn't. I think $150 is an accurate prediction of what we would hope what we would be limited to, but hard to tell from year to year.
So that's one that has zero expenditures for 3 years.
Oh, I believe, I'm sorry, we had $369.88 in 2022.
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry, I glanced off the right line.
Yeah, and so again, you know, one year nothing, you know, maybe everything, you know, works perfectly, and then the next you have a catastrophic event with some piece of equipment.
Well, are you using used or new equipment?
I think we use an amalgam of different things. Oh, Eric's not in here. I believe I know that occasionally we buy used things because there's a nice big sale at the state for used equipment like chairs, tables, conference tables, that type of thing, maybe filing cabinets. Don't quote me on that. Again, I have 4 counties. I cannot remember who purchases, you know, who purchased used things. As far as purchasing new, I mean, some of the things we're talking about is, if you ever been to our offices, we have these big, crazy filing systems that like have a crank, right? And they're probably monumentally expensive, is my guess, thousands of dollars. And if the crank breaks, then we can't, unless you're real thin, you're not gonna be able to squeak in to get one of those files. So we have to have that fixed, however much that costs. But that's a piece of equipment that we probably have for gosh knows how long. I mean, 20 years plus. I again, Eric's not here for me to ask that specific question too. But I think a lot of the equipment, like for instance, an office chair. Well, I don't know. Would you get an office chair fixed? I wish I knew what the 389 was, what got fixed back then. I mean, I just don't remember. But again, we buy, but they're very conservative about what they buy. And I think they try and get the best product for the lowest price. And if it's a piece of equipment we've invested in and we need to keep instead of buying a new piece of equipment, we ask for that to be repaired. And again, some of the equipment would be ridiculous for us to try and buy new. If we can just get a repair, it would be our obligation to the taxpayers. Okay, all right, let's see here. There's liability insurance, 47, just want to that has gone up.
You expended $350 as of the end of October.
Yeah, and that that's our attorney malpractice insurance, basically. You have to maintain that. And I know that cost has gone up to $450. So I don't know if we pay. My assumption is we pay just like I pay my car insurance. We pay, you know, either per month or quarterly or something like that. So
Well, it went up a lot, what you
did.
paid this year versus last year.
The cost went up for a couple of reasons. And it was to do with lawsuits against prosecutors in the state, not anybody that was working for me or that was in my district at any time that I have been district attorney, but it's insurance.
Yeah.
The law school one.
Right,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
workers' comp.
Yeah.
When your rates just go up and
Yeah,
it's
our rates
your
went
job, your company necessarily.
Yeah, I think rates went up for all the prosecutors. I don't know if like individual rates for defense attorneys or anything went up, but I think for prosecutors they went up because
Is it tied in at all to the number of prosecutors that we have? Like, since we have a vacancy, does that actually save us a little bit of money?
I'm not sure. No, okay, I was gonna say, because I know it's $450 in every county. I remember that going up, and I remember it being, you know, some softy stuff that had happened throughout the state. I don't, that could be what it costs for the entire district, and it's chopped up between the 4 counties too. I don't remember. Yeah, I think that 450 is, should be paid as a district in the 4 counties. Look that up.
Advertising.
So, that's, well, let's see what spending is.
You haven't spent any for 3 years. Is that to post notices in the newspaper?
I've been with the office for 10 years, I don't know if we've used it,
Yeah,
to be honest. I mean, I'm not saying we haven't. I'm just asking when you cover anything.
Again, can we
Yeah.
keep the line item but reduce it?
Can we keep it with $1? just so.
Wow.
Well, I mean, they haven't used it,
So
you said in
how
10 years. How come there are line items through this that have $0
Well,
in the
yeah,
line item?
just
Well-
for clarification, I don't wanna see, you know, you cut anything, you know what I mean? But you don't have to, you can bring a line to zero,
Oh,
the
yeah,
line will
yeah.
remain.
And it'll stay there.
Yes.
Oh,
This is a 0.
okay.
Yes.
Goodbye lines.
It's not like provider agency.
Yeah, no, no,
Okay.
no, but if we have to, over the years, we can create
Okay.
lines.
Okay,
Well, then
I mean,
yeah, then I think it would be bring that
Right.
to 0.
I mean, I know if an employer needs to post on Indeed or something, they have to pay for that.
That comes from
But-
our office.
Oh, we do have, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What line was that, please?
4805.
All right, dues, yeah, dues are, I know that I have to pay my registration fees and then luckily the county's paying me that. There could be other registration, there might be dues. It's just the prosecutors? Okay, that's, yeah, we have, I think our fees are 265 per person, or something like that. They may have gone up,
They've already spent 814 and it projects to 981.
There is a discrepancy. Again, the appropriation report says that the appropriation was 970,
And it's 920.
but the other says that it's 920.
I'm not. So we
Yeah.
have dues as attorneys that we have to pay, to the main bar to continue having a license. I just don't know why, I just don't know why the $50 difference is. So you pay for the attorneys that are here, you pay for 2 floating attorneys, which is myself and Lindsay Dean, the juvenile prosecutor. Those dues can be different depending on when you were admitted to the bar. Those dues are different. They're not the same.
So are you saying the 920 is the correct amount?
Yeah, Robin, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
In the book, it shows that last year's number was 920, yet on the
Appropriation.
year to date, it's showing 970. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. But they both seem higher than even historic usage. I mean,
Well, as of end of October, they've spent 814. It projects to 981.
It's somebody maybe.
you're
that-
assuming it's a monthly thing that goes on
Well,
every 12 months. I don't
If I
think
get an
that's.
if I get an explanation, explain that it's already paid up all it's gonna be for this year, then fine.
So what happens is we have to register in. Gosh, I don't know. We have to register in August. I get the, luckily I do it every year, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have my job anymore. So we get a notice from the bar. It's done the same time every year, I believe it's on. And we submit, we pay for it. They're different for each prosecutor. And then the prosecutors pay for it, at least I always pay for mine out of pocket with my own credit card, my debit card. And then I submit for reimbursement. My guess is if it's not at the 920, it's because somebody hasn't submitted for reimbursement. I have, so. That's not always the case. I often will not do it till the last minute.
Isn't that fee more than the 265 and then you divide the total by all 4 counties?
Mine is, and
Okay.
Lindsay's is,
Okay.
but the 2 home prosecutors, so Rose was here, so if she's already submitted hers, then, Rose was here all year, so I would be assuming that Waldo would be paying hers and Bill Henwood, so the other attorney, in full. And again, then each attorney, and I don't remember who pays more, but depending on the year you passed the bar, how many years you've been in practice, those types of things changes what your registration fee is. So my guess is somebody hasn't submitted. And by the sound of it, it would be potentially somebody that only has a portion of their bar dues paid through.
Well, I guess my only point is looking at this year and the previous years, it looks like there's always been a certain amount of cushion in this line.
It could
And
be that
that-
sometimes people, I know that I have failed to
To
get reimbursed.
get
Yeah,
reimbursed.
there are days I don't
Right.
eat because or drink water. I wish I was exaggerating.
Oh, we're gonna
So-
have meals and.
Yeah. Give me some more meals, but, so I've been historically terrible about putting in my mileage, about
Yeah.
putting in my dues. I guarantee you that I've missed at least 2 years of my dues, and I'm trying to do a better job because you know, I have children and they do like to eat, so, but that's the discrepancy, and that would be the only
Right.
discrepancy, is people forgetting to ask to be reimbursed.
So personally, it would be helpful if the supporting documentation just said, you know, based on, here's the personnel, the dues for next year will be, you know, this number.
Yeah, the supporting.
And so that we know that we've adequately covered it and not. Because it doesn't sound like it needs to be an estimate. I mean, the estimate might be related to whether people get around to asking for the reimbursement, but it would be nice to have the actual number.
Yeah, and again, it also is different depending on how long you practice when
Right.
you're just a bar.
Right. But assuming that the people who
So do we want more information on this one?
maybe.
Tell us who you had to pay dues for.
Yeah,
I mean,
Or-
you've got a vacancy right now, right? But the other people, we have the one vacancy.
One vacancy right now, but the dues for this year were paid.
Right.
And the other thing is, I mean, this is a suggestion that I've had previously, is that I personally kind of take exception to, you know, having to pay one of these expenses that should be paid by, you know, not by me, out of pocket, and then get reimbursed. You know, now, if you're a wealthier person, it might not matter, but, you know, I've been a single mother for a couple of years, and sometimes that does matter. So I always thought it would be better for the county to use a county credit card to pay those fees. But people typically thus far have paid for it out of pocket, gotten reimbursed. And if somebody forgets to send in a reimbursement, and that could be something I could be better about, making sure everybody's gotten their reimbursement about that. But I'm not a good babysitter. I will be the first to say I'm I can't babysit myself, let alone other folks, when it comes to getting reimbursed for stuff like that.
So do we want more information on this?
I'd like to have more, just I know I'm looking at you, Carrie, I think there's something to tell us.
So I took that account, I break it down to what dues are. So I have Waldo County Bar. Could you guys justify what Waldo County Bar
okay.
is?
So I apologize. I forgot that, yes, Waldo County Bar Association is a bar association for the county of Waldo. And attorneys that work, that either live in Waldo County or practice in Waldo County can be a part of that association. It's important for our team to be part, I think, of the greater bar association, because they do, you know, they do make decisions about kind of legal practice generally in the area. There's camaraderie, but there's also a lot of trainings that people can take advantage of. That's the same for all the counties. There's bar associations in every county. I am not a member of all of the bar associations of the 4 counties. I have been in Knox and I have been in Lincoln. But that's, and I have no idea they're all, I would assume, private. I mean, I know they're private, probably nonprofit is my guess, if they're incorporated as nonprofits. So they all get to set their own fees, and I have no idea what Waldo counties would be off the top of my head. I apologize.
$50 per prosecutor.
Oh, thank you. Somebody.
So 50 per.
50 per prosecutor. So Rose and Bill,
Bill.
we ended up overpaying them. The association, which handles the bar, reimbursed the county back $50. It's 50 per year. We've also paid out dues of $250 for the Maine prosecutor. There are bar dues of $66.25. And then we paid $265 for another set of dues. So these are dues associated to the bar and,
I apologize. The Maine Prosecutors Association is the association I was telling you about. It's comprised of all the prosecutors in the state of Maine. The people in the executive committee are the elected district attorneys and the attorney general, and other folks attend that are, there are a couple other attorneys that typically attend our meetings, and that association altogether is a membership organization that has the dues. So I'm sorry, I forgot that was another part of the dues that are included in this line.
so I'm gonna make a hard assumption here.
Hmm?
I'm going to say, I think we reimbursed Natasha.
You did.
We reimbursed Rose. I believe that we still owe Bill the $250 or $265, whatever it may be. So expenses from that line is a total of $813.75 per your appropriation. We received $50 back. So that actually gives you a final line of 763.75.
Okay, but you're saying, Bill, you still.
But we
owe-
still possibly owe,
Which should be 200.
200, between 250, 265. I'm not sure
Right.
what that balance is.
Yeah, and Bill works much harder
So
than
the
just about
920, that
anybody,
supports the
so
920.
that's why he hasn't submitted it, is because he's doing all
Yeah.
that.
That's
Actually,
supports-
it's more than
Yeah.
that.
It's a little more, yeah, which I, once again, I projected it a little more, so that makes sense.
Okay.
Next one.
Okay, let's see, guys.
Thank you, Karen.
You're
Dude.
welcome.
Postage.
Yeah,
We've seen a decrease of $1,200 due to electronic filing, share file. So that means that we're sending discovery out to attorneys and potentially to pro se defendants through an application called share file. And so we don't have to print all of the discovery that folks are have to have under the Maine rules, under the Constitution, and that's done through. It's done electronically, so that's been a huge help in a lot of ways, but that reduces that.
that is fabulous news. However, this is still way off. It's just way off. You spent 177, you spent 19, you spent 64. And you're asking for 1,000. There's no logic there at all.
Well, we've asked for a reduction based on the fact.
Based
that
on the budget before, but the budget before was way out of line.
the budget before in 2022.
Yeah,
That's $260 spent.
but that was over 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
They spent $177 in 21, $19 in 22, and at the end of October this year, $64.
But
And your budget was 2,200 for 2023.
so again, it used to be before share file, that everything went out in the mail. So I do think that incorporating share file has decreased that line. We were being, I think, judicious about how much we reduce it. The other thing to remember is that things entirely were different during COVID, not just that we were not doing things in person, but we were charging less cases. There was less probably going out at that time. I think we're again being judicious. I don't know if Eric has an opinion about how much postage, if that could go down.
Unfortunately, it's quite a variable for us as well, based on trials, and if people aren't, using the share file system that we do the electronic. Most all defense attorneys are at this point in time, so we can send them digital files, which saves a ton of money, and imagine if we're sending a file quicker than your binder for the budget, and we're doing it by mail, those costs we don't do really. Plus, we have to load, we have a postage meter, we have a contract with them. I think that's about zeroed out, we have to load some more funds on that too.
That doesn't come on the contracted equipment?
Portion of the job, we have to pay separate postage on top of that. We have a fee, flat fee for the postal meter, and then we have to pay the loader.
Right.
So, and then there's that, that's the thing, yeah, if there is that one case that I have to handle in the post office, you know.
Based on what you've already got down for this year, we're gonna have to reduce it further again by 100 and still give you a lot of revenue.
Yeah. That's your decision, of course.
I'm leaning more towards the 300.
Yeah, me too. Well, do we know what the fixed cost is?
Do we need to go outside
Meter,
now?
like you were saying?
What? The mediator?
We said
have
the
cost
meter,
sitting there,
the
you
postage meter.
It's
You
under
said there was the,
It's under equipment for the lease. So it's
Oh,
not like the postage they put in.
So we're tentatively looking at line, whatever that is,
835, or
4835 to $300.
that's a reduction of 700.
Yeah. Next line, document disposal.
On printing supplies.
Yeah,
And this one, yeah, all right, sorry, printing supplies.
My assumption is that's mostly for appeals, for binders. Yeah, we have to appeals. You have to have certain color, you have to have them in a certain binding, or you literally it will not be filed, it will not be accepted by the law court, which is like the Supreme Court in Maine. So we are asking.
As of the end of October, they've spent $266.
Right. It's,
So, and I
it's
mean,
the one that's
yeah.
totally contingent on. what
Totally
you got for
contingent,
fees.
and I'll just say that, you know, Eric and Alicia are two folks that work in our office that work on this budget. They've been there, for, I mean, how long have you been there? Eric's been there 10 years, Alicia's been there, been there 12 years. They do the budget year after year after year. I personally think that they are the best at predicting. They're the people I would go to, and I mean, I have an obligation on the bar to be able to run a law office. You know, there's specific obligations that I have to live up to, and I rely on them. Because I trust their judgment on these things, having been there year after year after year after year, and being able to make, I think, appropriate predictions. For the $100, again, it's for appeals. It's really hard to say from year to year, but I think if that's what they believe is the right amount, then I would stand 100% behind.
I'm good with that.
So where are we going with 100?
What are the 100? Document disposal, $800. We're asking for that to remain the same. It's not as much this it varies from year to year document disposal, but we do have to purge, right, every 2 years. I'm not sure, maybe we haven't purged yet this year, but
I can speak on that
Yeah.
as well. We have a basement full of records as old as the 50s and 60s. We're purging those in preparation of our new office space. We have to get rid of those and have to be done by staff. We can't let just anybody handle those records. We just had the shredding company come twice in the last 2 weeks, so that probably will exceed that $800, especially before we move.
When you schedule to move?
That's a good question.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get Mary's attention to
Oh,
find out
sorry.
what that last line was.
Tom.
It's line 4835
Right.
postage. We reduced it by $700 to $300.
Okay, and then you haven't done anything else
No,
on it.
no,
All right, and what was your point, Eric? I'm sorry?
Oh,
they're cleaning house for the move and they need
Yes.
money for disposal. They have to shred
shredding.
the stuff.
Do you digitize those before they get shredded?
The ones that we have to, we're gonna look into that, yes. And some of them we don't have to keep by statute. So those are the ones with.
I think we have to leave it.
Did you change printing supplies or did you leave
No.
that at 100? Okay, thank you.
Witness fees, we're decreasing that. We get reimbursed for witness fees through the extradition account, when there's sufficient funds available. You know, interestingly enough, after this budget was submitted, I know there was a couple of, I remember there being a couple of requests for expert witnesses and it drastically reduced our extradition account. So it's one of those things that I would probably have been a little more conservative about reducing that. But I trust Felicia and Eric that that's what they believe it is reasonable based on the costs that have been incurred here in Waldo County to reduce those, because again, we can be reimbursed through the extradition account. It's very complicated if you're interested in learning about that process, but.
So we're leaving that at 1,000, you're saying it's
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Metro DA Central, we're asking that to remain the same at 4,000. This amount covers 1/4 of the cost of the laptops for DA and for the adult and juvenile prosecutors. That happens every 3 years, those are replaced. Going forward, only MEDAX related expenses are going to be paid out of this line. There should be email accounts and license fees for Messenger. All other MEDAX related expenses will be paid from lines 4015 and 4600. And there's been a note that this is increased slightly to cover line expenditures.
This increased. So they've expended $6,325 as of the end of October. Which is a big increase from the 2 prior years.
But like she said, it varies year to year because they're doing some multi-year stuff. Right.
Yeah, and the laptops are in 3-year cycles, so I have no idea where we are with those. So I don't know who has a new one and who doesn't, and.
Can we find out what the cycles are, if they are affecting, because if it's making it fluctuate, we should want to know.
So I'd be happy to find that information out as to how old everyone's laptops are, when they get, when they're getting,
Looks like
The
there was a
majority
big
of
purchase
laptops
this year,
currently.
4,000 this year.
they do the laptop.
The IT, if I may, the IT department has is listing here two purchases. For this, in this coming, cycle for laptops for your office. The rest of them were
Thank you.
21 and 22, so it's two laptops. And unfortunately, the laptops are $17.50 a piece is his estimate.
Probably gonna only go up too.
Yeah. The DA's office, and it's totally out of their hands. They just have more patience than I, because the state mandates all of this
Yep.
special additional
Be okay with it.
equipment and stuff that we have no say over, but
What's Maine DA Tech?
DA Tech,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna take a budget talk through it anyway.
It was $5,700.
DA Tech is one of the, I feel like they're related to NEDAC. I'm sorry, I'm not even know which one DA Tech is. They're one of, I'm sorry, that's under Metro DA Central.
Yes.
DA Tech, I believe they may be working on the Tyler Technology,
Natasha, isn't that a program that the state made you get a couple of years ago?
yeah.
And it has to do with sharing with the other counties, not only just the prosecutorial district, but sharing amongst throughout the state, and it's very inclusive.
It is
Strictly.
it is a shared service that
Yeah.
we use throughout the entire state. It's a fixed cost because we have agreed on this service at this price as a state. I'm just trying to remember exactly which, I believe this had to do with that integration of the electronic filing that's still going on.
I think they picked it up or started it or put it on us during COVID, folks. Again, it's the state that piles a lot of this onto.
So if the state mandates, don't they have to
Do,
reimburse?
do they in anything? I ask you, selectmen.
You heard the term unfunded.
Technically, it's a, would it be an unfunded mandate? Yes.
So, and again, the statutes, under the state of Maine say that the
Yeah,
state
we
only
have
pays
to, I
for
mean-
prosecutors and you all are responsible for all other costs, even if they're.
They don't get anything fancy, trust me.
No, yeah, if I said before, that, I'm a managing attorney in an attorney's office, in a law office, basically, I mean, that's my job. The amount of staffing we have for attorneys, I think is irresponsibly low. And what we ask for in our county budgets, to operate is, in my opinion, that these folks work to keep these numbers as low as they responsibly can be. But there's days in my position that I think, am I responsibly and really living up to the standards of the Maine Bar in managing a law office that's significantly understaffed with attorneys, and in some cases, we're just strapped with our resources. So, but I appreciate that, it's the county, it all comes down to the county, and that's just state law. I would love it if more of our budget came out of the state, but.
We go with the 4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Alarm, we're not gonna need that next year because we're moving, so. I would say we just.
Postage leases, the machine, that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Commodities or office supplies, we're asking for that to remain the same. Looks like that's pretty close. This year, we've only expended $13.65 so far, but
I've expended 1972 as of end of October.
I assume that some of that we'd make purchases at the end of the year. Eric's not here to back me up on that, but that's my guess, is that towards the end of the year, we make the final purchases of the equipment that we need.
And just for the record, I mean, every department head in here can tell you that we have all but like said, like, don't buy anything. At this point, we're really trying to, and they are being, really, really supportive, so.
Commodities, office, sorry, can I move on? To office photographs, sorry, to photographs, yeah, so photographs, we're asking for that to remain at $100. We haven't spent anything the last couple of years, but for instance, there was just a domestic violence trial in Knox County where the defense attorney had a 3x4 foot picture of the defendant blown up with a bloody nose. And that's the type of thing that we might need, and we just don't know. And when we need it, it's essential. So, I would ask for that to remain. Copier and computer supplies, we're asking for that to remain the same at $2,300. Looks like we're getting there for this year.
You spent 2413 as of the end of October.
There we go, we got there. Training and education. It's increased by $600. BWA webinars, are available with $300 subscription, $50 a class. We're requesting $600 to cover 2 of the subscriptions for the BWAs this year. And then the rest of this primarily pays for cost of annual training and estimated by $190 registration fee per year. So those are BWA trainings. They went to Boston. They want to be able to go to these really important trainings. They do really important work. Folks often think that BWAs just hand victims a box of tissues. Couldn't be further from the truth. They do extremely important work that's integral to the justice system. And they're really the only service that is provided to victims currently in the judicial system, in the criminal justice system. So having them have that training is really important, I think, to having the best, the best office and having the best services for victims. So that's why we're asking for that to be increased. We happen to have 2 exceptional victim witness advocates in this county, and I think investing that in them is essential.
I'm good with that one.
I'm sorry, can I go back to 4835, just for clarification? Were you reducing postage to 300 or
Yes.
to 300?
Yes, we reduced
Okay,
by
thank you.
700.
2,300.
Thank you.
Statutes and education. Let me just see. We're asking for it to remain the same. Vertigo is a publisher of statutes. We have to get them every year. We need those. It's the be all end all. You can look it up online, but that's not going to cut it. If you're an attorney practicing as an attorney, you need to have the books. Also, they're really important for us to have. I personally think in the practice of law, even though we've gone so electronic, those books, if you see any of, I should have brought a copy of mine today from last year, but they get well worn, and I'm not a line prosecutor. So you can imagine what line prosecutors look like. They're falling apart by the end of the year, but we do need to have the updated law books every year. So that's, and those are extremely expensive.
They've expended 2224 as of end of October.
Yeah, and I know that some of the verticos just came out. So I know we just got ours, and there could be more supplements that'll be coming out by the end of the year.
That 2680.
I think that's I think the 2810 is an accurate portrayal of what we are looking for.
I think in years past, because the statutes and the price is ridiculous, and I think we've discussed it over and over. And sadly enough, I think it is specifically the DA's office that is required by law to have new statutes books every year. No,
We appreciate our books.
I'll argue that.
And capital outlay. I have to flip through here because of the.
But we started with that one.
Yeah, you want me to go over that again?
Yes.
All right, that remains the same as in 2023. Additional file storage shelving will be needed with the move and increase in trial prep. We're gonna need more equipment to be able to do more trial prep.
Do you have an estimate on your pipeline?
So essentially, we asked for that increase last year. We were looking at, we didn't know when we were moving. We knew that the move was imminent at some point. We requested it last year, thinking that we'd be moving back. We didn't use it, we didn't move. We still haven't moved, so we're kind of sitting on it, waiting to see what our expenses are going to be when we move, what would it be.
You don't know exactly what equipment you're gonna.
We knew.
You know you're gonna.
If you
need
open my
some
desk drawer, it
space,
falls
so.
on the floor. So I have to hold, so there's one idea, one example. Some of our deck chairs are falling apart. As I said, I've been in the DA's office for 10 years. We've had no chairs or equipment there since I've been there. So moving into a new space, we don't know yet what those needs are going to be. Some of it may be filing cabinets because we're required by law that they.
So this is a ballpark figure.
Exactly. And we've been sitting on it again because we thought perhaps we'd be moving this year, but not in the spring. So
All right, and that brings me to the last issue that I gave you all a handout. I had discussions with Restorative Justice Project when the budgets were being submitted. This idea, came to fruition, and I've been asking the counties to fund restorative justice through my budget. But y'all could, fund them through, any of, you could fund them directly.
Anybody else?
Anybody you want, as long as they have the funding, and this is why I'm asking for that funding. They have really, they provide an integral service to the justice system that isn't provided typically, right, with my office, with the judges, with defense attorneys, and that's a restorative process. It's they've been doing this work for 18 or 19 years, right out of Belfast. They're really an exceptional group, and we like to be able to refer cases to them. In the juvenile world, it is funded through the Department of Corrections. That's how important the work is believed to be, and juvenile work is funded at commensurate rates. I believe they're funded at $50,000 per county. We really have seen a lot of success. It is supported by the data, and it is clear that investing in restorative justice processes, it is a very effective use of tax dollars. Folks that are going through these processes, let's start with victims. Victims report over 90% of the time that they feel that they've received justice when they have gone through this process. That is absolutely on its head when you go through the bureaucratic traditional justice system. Again, we have fabulous victim witness advocates, we have fabulous attorneys, but at the end of the day, sending somebody to jail for 90 days doesn't always have the effect that you would think it might have to make somebody feel safe, because after 90 days, that person's locked down again. Many of the cases we may send over would be fine cases where somebody has a fine. Going and pleading guilty and never really taking accountability for your crimes does not make victims, at least typically, feel that they've been made whole. When it comes to defendants that go through this process have an over 90% success rate in not reoffending in a 3-year period. For defendants that go to jail, the numbers kind of probably changed a bit over the time of COVID, but we're talking over 70% go back to jail. Not effective at reducing crime. And my big problem with that, I mean, because it keeps our jobs secure, right? It means that there's more crimes being committed, potentially more people, definitely more people being victimized, more harm in our communities and more suffering. That is not a responsible way to be using our tax dollars. It's really time to start investing. We call this justice reinvestment, because if asking you for an upfront investment in this, and you're not going to see all of those results for another year or two, but they're there. It is proven. The data is rock solid, not just from this district and this county and the state, but from the nation and the world. And we couldn't ask for a better organization to be able to refer adult cases to. And I also just want to make a note that when we refer a case to restorative justice, it could be that we're referring a case, it goes to restorative justice, and it comes back and it gets dismissed. It could be that a case goes to restorative justice, and the end result, it could be anything. It could be prison. You never know. A process is a process. They don't typically right now result in prison because we're not sending cases that are the types of cases that would result in prison. But I have a victim witness advocate in Knox County who always tells me that the most impactful case that she's ever had in her life was a vehicular manslaughter case in Knox County 15 or so years ago that went through a restorative process. I can't tell you how many days that person ended up in the jail and how long of probation they had and this and that, but I'll tell you, she was convinced then and there that this is how some victims really need to be served. Without this investment from the county, we will not be able to refer adult cases there. So any victims in adult cases will not have this opportunity. So that's why I'm asking the $5,000, it breaks down to about 12 to 15 cases at about $4,500 each, is about kind of operational costs for them to take a case. And so it hasn't been part of the budget before. This would be a new line. Restorative justice is funded in Knox County directly. I am asking, and Saginaw County doesn't have their budget process until they do a fiscal year. So we're asking all 4 counties, though I have not asked Saginaw County yet because of that. But we're asking all 4 counties to invest at the same level DOC does, Department of Corrections. I'm sorry if I didn't, DOC is Department of Corrections. Because again, it's, this work has been proven effective, in every way, shape or form. And that's what my duty is, public safety. And that's why I believe in this, is because it takes folks from being part of the system over and over again and victimizing folks to taking them right out of that. And adults do respond to this work.
So you mentioned DOC's been funding it?
DOC, I don't know how long they've funded it, but quite a while. I mean, Joanna Crisp is here, from Restorative Justice Project. She, I'm sure, is willing to answer any questions specifically about restorative justice, projects like that, because I don't know how long they've been funded through DOC. I don't know if you all welcome her to come up and answer any
Can you
questions.
take a break a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, we've gone way past, I don't know about anybody else, but I need a bathroom break. And we have, so this line that you're asking for is $50,000.
Yes, and I'm asking for someone to make an oral amendment to add that, and then
Okay.
second it,
Is
and then
this
I'll
the-
pass it.
And
We-
be aware, the commissioners, this is the first knowledge of this line that we've had, and
Okay,
anyone
so
on
we
the
have-
board last year knows this request came in the night of our final hearing.
We have
So this is-
that line to consider, and I want to go back and go over,
Yeah.
the individual. who's gonna
Final
come.
vote, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break right now for a few minutes to.
Folks, there is lunch
So, and then we'll
out
come
in
back.
the other room, please, into the hallway and,
Can bring it in.
yes, please do, I don't know where else I'd put you, but yes.
Would have been here for.
And, Mary, I have that page for you. No, you stay in there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Would you
I would
pause
actually
the
get ready to say thing.
Would you pause the recording?
Why would you tell my wife? No, no, it's
Like,
maybe they-
and we will ask about your
So Joanna is here, so so as far as, I think I've laid out why I believe it's important, and the basic math behind it. Again, we had a discussion the last hearing that we were here, this is a separate and distinct request, from our typical operational budget. I do think it's really, really important, that's the only reason I would be doing this. And Joanna from Restorative Justice Project is here, that can answer specific questions or tell you about what they're doing here is, if you'd like to hear from her, though I understand it's up to you.
Before that happens, can you explain why this didn't go through the normal budget process?
So when I had the conversation or the initial conversation with restorative justice folks, by the time the ideas were kind of finalized, the budget had already been figured. And I did mention it at the hearing, that I'd be asking for this. It's something I'm asking for at all 4 counties, asked from 3 counties. And I'm asking for you all to make an amendment today because of the change in what we're expecting, our needed budget to be. So that's.
In the other counties that have the restorative justice program, is it financed through the VA's department or sheriff or corrections or who?
So in Knox County, Restorative Justice Project, the same nonprofit here, is funded through the county directly, through direct funding. The other 2 counties, Lincoln and Saginaw, do not fund restorative justice, I believe, at all.
No.
Through my budget or anyone's budget. Where the funding should be located, I think it'd be great if it was a direct. I think directly funding them is a great idea. I think doing it as contract services to us is a fine idea. It's worked in Cumberland County or through another department, but we just really want to be able to have this service. It's important to the county. And so.
But doesn't our sheriff's office have a restorative justice type?
I think they think
Where we have residents.
I think they do some restorative justice work, and the sheriff might know better than I do. They do restorative justice work. Now, I'm gonna just clarify something. Restorative Justice Project of Midcoast, Maine is a nonprofit that does restorative justice work, right? Restorative justice is is a concept of justice, you know, right? It's a different way, instead of just standing up in front of a judge. It is a different way of having justice where people come together that have been affected by harm. And they decide what, including the victim, get to decide and have ownership and get to have leadership really in what will heal the harm.
Natasha, just because this is almost getting a little cloudy. It is the same organization, I think is where Bob was going. It is the same organization that is contracted not by Waldo County. We stopped funding restorative justice in our jail program years ago. However, they fall under restorative justice is in our VOA contract, which you, the taxpayers, pay for. So this is indeed the same organization. I just don't want to get
Okay.
confused. And I almost feel like Bob might be thinking of like the community liaisons, which the sheriff will speak to you about, which do some of work that might mirror that, I think.
And I just want to let everyone know, it seems like Commissioner Fowler knows more about, and I'm sure Joanne knows more about the funding mechanisms than I do for restorative justice projects, yes.
So you're asking for 50,000. Where out of your budget would you take it from?
I can't take it out.
There's nowhere in your budget that you could take 50,000 out of?
I mean, I don't feel like I can take $5 out of the budget. As I've said before, the budget that was submitted here, that's our normal operational budget. There are times as a managing attorney, I am concerned about the level of staffing that we have with attorneys and with how tight to the bone we are to fulfill my obligations as a manager.
I hear you, but we feel the same way about our taxpayers. That's why I'm asking if there was anywhere in your budget, because you're saying that you want to make this part of your budget. Was there anywhere in there that you could take this from?
I can't. However, I would just say that the idea of justice reinvestment does require an investment, knowing that it will result in less people being at that jail.
I'm very much aware of that because I was there for 10 years. But I'm asking you, is there anywhere in your budget that you could take this from? Because you're asking people of the county of Waldo to fund it.
Yes, in order to save money and save folks from experiencing crime and victimization in the future. So yes, I am. It's an investment like putting a roof on a house.
Wouldn't it have made more sense to bring this to the county commissioners sooner?
So again, when I started having the conversation about this, it was when the budget process had started. So I am asking this today because I think it's really important. I understand you all have an obligation as far as the budget committee goes, and we've already started discussions about having all four counties of the district coming together to discuss this very idea of funding this as a district. But I still wanted to put a plug in to ask for funding because it is a service that we now are able to have adult cases referred, and we will no longer be able to do that. That funding will be out.
Has this program been in effect here in Waldo County before?
Yes.
How long ago? Was
About
it-
18 years they've been operational in Waldo County as far as taking adult cases. I mean, gosh, when I was in private practice, they had started their adult pilot project for adult cases. Gosh, that must have been, trying to think, at least 8 or 10, I'd say about 8 years ago.
So
they were
this
doing adult cases.
program was in effect last year in Waldo County.
Adult referrals were happening in Waldo County last year, yes.
Okay, and now we're talking about juvenile.
So juvenile.
You're,
yeah.
I don't.
I'm sorry.
You're looking
Juvenile's
for another,
funded, yeah.
there's something here that's being funded now.
Juvenile is funded through Department of Corrections. Adult referrals, adult cases were funded through grant funding. That grant funding is over. Yeah, that grant funding is over. And so we're looking to transition to be able to keep those adult cases, to be able to keep referring 12 to 15 cases
Okay.
that currently would not be able to go.
Did you know that the grant funding was going to be coming to an end?
I knew that it was a 4-year cycle, yes.
How much wasn't the grant, $1 million or so?
Yeah, it was $1 million over 4 years.
Yeah, wow.
That's not the grant that funded at all.
Oh, so that funded something else.
That grant funded our community justice hub work, which is a separate program from the one that we're here. The harm repair program is the one we're here to talk about today.
Wow.
Go ahead, you're up.
I am? Okay. So I'm happy to answer questions, or I left some materials with you all. I could just run through the highlights. I'm curious what the familiarity with
What is
the organization and the program. So, the cost per case is based on what we're reimbursed, from DOC for juvenile cases. So that's up to about 40 hours of work that goes on to, providing a process where we bring offenders and victims together in a series of meetings and discussions where, offenders have the chance to take accountability for the harm that they caused. They work together to come up with a repair agreement, including, items that can be done to make things right. We provide support for the duration of completing the items in that repair agreement, and then we bring folks back together for a closing process.
So right now, if an offender isn't in this process and they are found guilty, they go down to the jail, down to whoever.
Depending on the charge, yes. So when we take a referral, it comes with a good outcome offer upon successful completion of the program. The charges will be either reduced or dropped entirely, depending on the offense. And again, as long as they've successfully completed all of the items in their repair agreement and everybody involved kind of agrees that it's been a successful completion.
Can we get $50,000 out of it?
Well, back to the return on the investment before you start that, sure. Is this for our county? Or are we doing it for other counties too?
We're asking for 50,000 from every county.
But
And
the
that
other,
would,
the other
That's
counties
not
aren't
like-
funding it.
If we are gonna put $50,000 into this, is our return, our investment for Waldo County taxpayers, are they people from our county, or are we taking care of other counties?
no, we'll only be able to, as DA Irving said, our grant funding has run out, so we're only able to take adult referrals in counties that provide this funding. So if Waldo provides funding and other counties don't, we'll only take Waldo.
So my question, I started to ask was, if we keep offenders from going to the prison, can we get money out of the prison budget to fund this?
So,
No.
there's, yeah, that's a complicated question.
That's up to
So,
you and
the
the-
jail, there are operational costs. You gotta keep the lights on, you gotta pay for the building, you gotta do all that. But ultimately, there are a lot of costs associated with people being at the jail, being overcrowded at the jail. And we're looking at having less folks, at the jail. There are other consequences than just meals and correction staff and all of that stuff. There are things cost like how much it costs to put people through the judicial system. There are costs like how much a defense attorney costs. There's people in the state of Maine, which is a lot. I don't know if you've seen how much those prices have gone up recently for people in the state of Maine. There is obviously cost to our offices as things get busier, but one of the costs that is not included because it's not part of the justice system now is the cost to victims. What is the cost to saying we could have prevented somebody from continuing to commit crime? We know this is effective, and people are continuing victimization. We can't say specifically, it's not Minority Report, this person is gonna end up killing somebody. But I'll tell you, if we don't change the way that we're doing law enforcement is changing. The way prosecution is going is changing. But one of the problems is we're pulling the rug out we're pulling the rug out from the current system without replacing it with a system that works. And then we'll be left with not much. So having a place that we can send victims and offenders to be able to actually receive some justice is really important. It doesn't mean that next year I can tell you the projected savings would be X, Y, or Z. But right now, in this county, in this state, in this country, we have the most expensive criminal justice system with the worst results in the history of the planet, and we have to stop doing it. It's making us less safe.
What criteria do you use for
Yeah.
getting somebody in the program?
So when we send somebody over, right, we would take a look at what the crime is. Is it a crime, number one, that we would be willing to send over? There's some crimes we can't send over, domestic violence, sexual assault, we can't send those cases over, right? But there are other crimes that we would be able to take a look at.
Such
There
as?
theft, assault, potentially. I'm trying
But not
to.
There's a list on
I'm sorry?
slide
But not
7.
domestic assault.
Not domestic violence assault. Yeah, domestic violence assault, because there is often, there's a different thing going on than potentially some 20-year-olds, or sorry, 25-year-olds drinking at the bar and getting in a fight. And I mean, so there's different types of crimes, right? Every single crime is different. Every single, you know, the people involved are different. The victim in the case or victims in the case would have to want that process. It is something that people in Waldo County do want and are now expecting, I think, potential, you know.
So you're using verbiage such as the jails are overcrowded. How many of the people in that jail are our jail that's overcrowded that you're saying actually fit this criteria so that we can remove them from that place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but there are definitely people that potentially from our district, we would like to be able to send into this process, but I'm gonna tell you something else. It's not just the people that are there today. It's the fact that if a person commits a theft and is convicted, and doesn't do any jail time but gets a fine, they are more likely to commit another crime. If they get restorative justice, they are extremely unlikely to commit another crime. That person that commits another crime, let's say they commit another theft, now they're looking at jail time.
I don't think the argument is reducing recidivism. That's something that we all want that's most cost effective. My question really goes back to, are we paying for other counties' inmates? And if we're overcrowded, how many of our inmates are going to be taken care of by this program?
Okay, so this $50,000 would be solely for Waldo County cases. My victim witness advocates would talk to the victims.
But how many of that population is going to get served?
So I'm not gonna be pulling people out of the jail when there is a new crime that is committed. I'm going to be able to make a decision based on victims' wishes, whether that case could get sent to restorative justice. That case, I can't tell you, this is theoretical, right? It could be a case that's a case we wouldn't ask for jail time. It could be a case that we are asking for 90 days of jail time. But the big issue is not just that period of incarceration, that initial period. It's the fact that going to jail is practically a guarantee that that person will go back to jail 77% of the time.
So you're looking at new cases, not existing.
Exactly. It has to be new referrals that come in. We can't pull, once people have been sentenced, they've been sentenced. So that's done. That is absolutely, yeah, we can't touch that. Restorative justice can work with folks other ways, but as far as referring adult cases, it's hard to say apples for apples, oranges for oranges, but we know the data supports the fact that sending people to jail, and I send people to jail every day. So it's not that I don't send people to jail or prison, I do, but we know that limiting who we send and for what is really important, and having other options is really important because you know, as far as the data says, sending somebody to jail means we'll be sending them back.
If you got this $50,000, how many cases do you think in the coming year that you would be able to send to them?
12 to 15 cases per year.
I have a question. So we have some extraordinary programs in our jails and prisons now. And I've had the privilege of learning about them through Ray and the sheriff and them. So I guess I'm just kind of curious, what service are you going to provide me, the taxpayers, for $50,000? I know 12 to 15 people that they couldn't receive either there or through a programming source information that's given to them that they might be able to take outside of jail. I just
This is the programming source that they might be able to take outside of jail. It's a diversion program, correct? me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
But you know,
it
it's
typically is diversion, yes.
yeah,
typically.
I mean, I should disclose, I've worked with RJP in harm reduction as a volunteer since 2017.
That's wonderful.
And-
I've worked with the jail since 2001.
And but working with the jail, people have already gone through the process. They're in jail, right? That this okay.
Not all of it.
Okay,
But
I mean, from my perspective, it's always been it's a diversion that's
just volunteers that assist in this program.
no,
'Cause that is awesome.
it's volunteers supplementing the actual trained
So
professionals.
then why do
at
I need to
RJP.
spend $50,000 of the taxpayers' money if extraordinary volunteers such as
Well-
yourself and others are going to?
We wouldn't be there if they weren't training us and keeping us trained. We all do this, as you say, for nothing. But we
Much
go
appreciated.
through many hours of training for different sundry projects.
So how
With
is this
our
different than the
JP.
program that you came to the budget committee requesting $50,000 last year? When we were in our public hearing, is this a different program? Oh, it's a different program. And are you just learning about this program and that's why you're so late at getting the information?
I'm the one that's late again.
So you didn't know about the program until November? Or when we?
No,
met?
well, I mean, we did discuss it at the hearing,
There was a brief, you're right, please
Yeah.
don't make them think that we had this lengthy discussion.
Yeah,
We didn't. You walked
So-
out the door and said, I might be back wanting $50,000 more for restorative justice. I'll get you more info.
Okay, and so, this adult referrals to restorative justice have been going on for a number of years.
Yes.
To say it's a program, I mean, there's a facilitator that we refer the case over, and they're able to do that distinct set of work out of all the work they do. They are just not going to be funded, they're just not gonna have funding without that grant, another funding source. We use their services. I wanna continue to use their services. I apologize for asking for this late. I mean, that's all I can do is apologize, for asking for it late. I am asking for it. And it's your all job to decide whether to fund it. And again, this is.
Well,
a
right now,
conversation.
it's currently not funded, so it's not that we're making a decision, we're just inquiring more information on it, right?
Yeah, and that is the process. I am completely supportive of the process, it's a democratic process, and we are gonna be continuing conversations with the 4 counties, over the next year.
Can I ask another question? So you mentioned how Volunteers of America, you have, there is a contractual arrangement with the sheriff's office, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
For different
That's
projects
also a different program.
than these,
Yep.
right? And this is what has been grant funded, like this diversion that we've been involved with, the community harm reduction is a separate aspect of what Volunteers of America does. And that grant funding went away in September, or it went away this year. Is this what?
The adult harm repair program has been funded by lots of little grants at different times over the years. So it's allowed us to take a few cases here and there, depending on the amount, if it's $10,000 in Waldo County or 15. But it has not allowed us to build a sustainable and consistent program like the one that we have with juveniles, because having a contract with the Department of Corrections is more predictable. It lets us hire dedicated staff. This is skilled work. They come with, experience and
Foundation.
exactly.
Right.
So to back to a question you asked earlier, having a more reliable kind of line item in the DA's budget that allows them to contract with us will also allow us to have consistent staffing dedicated to adult cases. And it will also improve our capacity for outreach and coordination with the ADAs to
With
make sure.
outage and coordination, what does that
Excuse
mean?
me?
I didn't understand what you meant.
What did you not?
It would
understand?
also help you.
Our
coordinate-
outreach, I think,
Outreach,
is what
okay,
it
I'm
said.
sorry, I
Yep.
must have been deep.
So that we can make sure that we're getting the best, most high impact cases, which and often, in terms of community harm, which often would come with more serious sentences, including jail time. So it would give us an opportunity to make sure we're focusing and getting the referrals where we get the most sort of return for each referral.
I'm gonna ask you an unfair question.
Great.
Okay. How is your program going to benefit my district?
How is it gonna benefit you?
Because in our district, District 3, we have a population of majority it's seniors, citizens on fixed budgets. And we have a farming population that is really going out of business.
Mhm.
How are you going to best serve my taxpayer and tax dollar out there?
That's a very fair question. Are there folks in your community that are victims of crime of various types,
Such as a what?
such as a theft, an assault, a property dispute?
Doesn't discriminate.
Okay.
Right.
So if folks in your district are experiencing crime, or even if just their
Are you
neighbors
gonna
are
mount a unit to talk with them?
crime. If the case is referred to RJP, then we'll bring the folks involved in the incident together. And the outcome will be not just a reduced or dropped charge, but an increased sense of safety for those individuals, everybody involved in the process. It's one of the reasons we use volunteers.
Short surplus, some stuff.
Exactly,
Yep.
and so they'll come out, victims, neighbors, community members that are impacted will come out of that process feeling more restored and more healed from the crime than if it had just been referred through a typical legal process. In terms of the repair agreements, typical things that are included are financial restitution, community service. There can be service specific to the party that was harmed by the crime. Those are all things that are often included in repair.
Who's gonna supervise this?
We do, and our volunteers.
Sometimes folks also have a Maine pretrial contract. Restorative justice project cases, I couldn't tell you exact number off the top of my head, but they have almost 100% restitution paid. That's not the case, traditionally in the criminal justice system. People get paid, very little. They get paid in a payment plan, often very low, and people don't receive full restitution.
Mr. Chair. I would just like to say in the interest of time.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue whether or not this is a worthy cause. That's not my point. My point is, this came to us at a very late time. Everyone else in this book has gone through the procedures. I feel that by accepting a late entry like this, you're going to be setting a precedent that in the future, other people will feel that they can wait until the very last minute to do their work as well. And in the interest of that, I think this should be postponed.
Is that a motion or can I add to that before you make it a motion? Okay. I also, I agree with your motion. I would just like to add that I do find your cause worthy, and I have seen it work. I've been a part of very many restorative circuit processes. I don't think that a lot of my farmers would be receptive at first, but I could see how it could maybe help at least one. And that was something that I was instilled with when I was at the reentry, is if you could at least help one. But I do very strongly believe that something that's not well thought out and well organized and added with plenty of time to have conversation is not a very good plan. So at this moment, I would like to agree that in maybe the future, we add this to next year's budget with a proper process followed, not a last minute addition. And so that's what I would like to add it to, maybe being opened up to next year, but not this year. So I would like to just throw that in there, that we not just kill it, but
Table it.
Well, what is the process as the stupidest member of this committee when it comes
It
to?
should have come to the commissioner.
All
first.
things-
You're not stupid.
Well,
That's,
the
you're
least-
ignorant.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
As the most ignorant member of this committee, because, yes.
You understand the difference, correct?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, because we know, I mean, they have an infrastructure that's been working. I'm just saying, my perception is that it wasn't communicated, as it wasn't kept up with and made a.
I know, but they had 4 years. They knew that this funding was
Well,
eventually gonna
right,
end.
but I mean, but we do have it has been a going concern that's effective, and yes, your farmer, I mean, I can see, anyway, the chances of the person who stole your farmer's tractor or something,
I don't know if there's gonna be a repair agreement if that.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Take care of them in Waldo County.
In blood.
but that I would just like to, I don't want it to get lost. And I don't understand how we put it off, like, when is the time that they should be coming to you?
And-
Maybe that's.
Thank you for that, and the budget process that we have is the same budget process that has been in motion for years, by far longer than I've been here, or Bill, or anyone else. I mean, you have a request and you submit it to the commissioner's office. And last year, when we had this discussion with restorative justice at the last minute, we have been little birdies had kind of told us this was coming, and we had said, either attach yourself into someone's budget, be it the DAs, the sheriffs, or the jails, or it needs to come in a separate line, such as you guys will have a department that you go through, I think it's called, advertising, which is, Waldo County CAP and those, then, figure out your placement and get into the budget. And again, my disappointment continues to be that this is an organization, I'm not doubting that you don't do extraordinary things. But this is the second year in a row that it comes at the wrong time, prematurely and unprepared. I would be curious and love to see some of the statistical data in which you speak of. And there's none of that, so I'm disappointed. But I'm hoping that after this year, depending on what the budget committee chooses to do, that next year you're by far much better prepared. Because
And I just wanna let everybody know, and we had these conversations, the budget process had started. I should have been,
Yes.
Yep, but we're starting this conversation, it's happening, we're having it. We are going to have this conversation as a 4-county district. I'm very, very thankful that folks in 4 counties are willing to do that. And I understand that typically when I've talked to, about having ideas about funding or doing things throughout the district, that it is a long process, right? That it can be a long process that starts really early. So, I mean, maybe we're getting a jump start on next year, but we're having the conversation, you all know about it. You know how passionate I am about it, the work that they do. And we'll supply, information about the data. Maybe we can figure out the best place for it to go. But again, having a 4-county, a district-wide kind of approach, I think is going to be really helpful. Because Restorative Justice Project works in all 4 counties.
what did the other counties, did they fund? I know 2 of them have already gone through the budget process, and I'm aware of their vote, so I'm curious.
Yeah, so Knox County has voted to fund them directly with their 25,000. I think it's 25,000. Yeah. Lincoln County, I don't think we've heard back from. My assumption would be that we're not going to get funding, but we're working. And so Saginaw County, that budget process. I'll be meeting with my budget person, maybe with the county administrator, probably early on in the year. I think we submit those budgets maybe in March, for finalization in June.
Why are they 25 in Knox County and where you're looking for 50?
So the 25 in Knox County has been, Knox County's been funding them for other juvenile work, over and above what the Department of Corrections, provides. So that's been the money that they've been providing every year. They asked for, more money this year. They didn't, I don't think it's over yet, but I think that the motion was, potential, it's not over yet. I don't think there hasn't been a final vote on it. I still have to go back and Knox County.
I don't think that there's a question, honestly, about the work that they do and the quality of it, or honestly about how much you feel strong about it. I guess that's why my question came from, is if there was 50,000 in your budget. I think that for me anyways, I wouldn't want to leave taxpayers with the impression that you were trying to skip over the county commissioner and then come straight to us. And I'm always going to strongly be against something if it hasn't already gone through them. And that's how this looks.
I apologize. And the county commissioners have the final say.
Right.
My understanding of the budget process, and the budget process for me in the 4 counties has been, it's been pretty similar each year. I have staff that are dedicated that do the work that you saw Eric today and Felicia here in Waldo County. And, most our budgets have been thus far, exactly what you saw in the first part of this presentation, and this is a new request. Again, I should have, if I had been able to get it into the original budget, we wouldn't be having this specific conversation. But the finalization of the discussion happened after budget. 2 of the budgets were submitted. I was able to have the discussion with Knox County before our budget was.
I'd
was.
like to make a motion that we table this whole issue, so to give them opportunity to go through the proper channel for next year.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion that has been made and seconded that we table the historical justice part request, their request for money.
So I have a question. It's
Open for
discussion,
comment.
but it's, well, my question is it feasible that, because you're dealing with 4 counties who have, from the sound of it, disparate fiscal years, because 3 calendars and a fiscal, but us tabling it then gives you the opportunity to now begin a process with Saginaw, who are in, when they start their, I mean, to start this regional kind of
Well,
quasi entity.
but they keep on saying that this is supposed to be services for our county.
No,
So-
yes, but they're trying to do a regional thing where they're getting funding
Right.
from 4 counties to do work in 4 counties.
But they should be able to get funding from our county to do work in our county without the other 3.
Well, and I just, from what I've heard previously from county administrators, you don't have a county administrator here, but is that when we have a funding request, that would be a district-wide funding request. There's other issues that have come up over the years, but it's been in the southern part of the district, is that like, sometimes it seems like, well, we're not gonna do it until what, the other county doing, and unless we're doing it all together, it becomes difficult. It's a difficult conversation, because we do work as a district, but I have 4 separate counties. Now, I am, gonna be having this conversation over the next year, about specifically restorative justice funding. But another conversation that'll be starting very, very soon is, I've started, but we'll be reaching out to folks, is doing a 4-county budget committee potentially for the district attorney's office, because there's disparities in the 4 counties, some of them pretty alarming. And really to get things done, I would like to look at a model of doing a 4-county budget committee potentially in Androscoggin, District 3, Androscoggin, Oxford, and Franklin County. That's what they do at Tri-County. And it would make the folks that work in my offices, it'd be easier for them. It would be, I think, a better process. But again, that's a conversation I'm gonna have in the future. But one of those conversations that might come in is like having a district-wide approach. But if there were ever to be funding from Waldo County, for instance, at $50,000, then what would happen through our office in Waldo County specifically is 12 to 15 cases would be referred, and you would get, I promise you, I would report back on how many cases are referred.
Can we call for a vote, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
No,
Is there any other discussion? We're off topic here.
We'll probably have a call for a vote.
Okay, all those in favor of tabling this? Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you very much for hearing it.
That was your presentation for the district attorney's part.
Did you have to vote on my budget?
Yeah, they will.
You have not, and I actually had a question about that.
Okay.
Because it seemed like early on when you were first presenting your kind of initial presentation, you, in talking about oh shoot, now I've lost the thread of the actual what you said, but when we were talking consulting, and you said how it can vary a lot, and depending on exactly the nature of cases, and that you could take money from other parts of your budget to help cover it. But now we've gone through pretty diligently and taken out money from all these other parts of the budget. So what do you do if something unexpected comes up in March? Where you're gonna need that 20,000 to fly up somebody from Florida.
Yeah, and so just so you know, that is a different, it's not county money, it's called the expedition fund. I don't think you all are that interested probably in finding out about how that is funded. But we can reimburse those expenses through that fund if ultimately we go over, because we have to spend the money we have to spend to do the work we have to do. That is how it goes. And I believe there's a mechanism in law to go to the commissioners and ask for more money. I've been the district attorney now for 5 years. We've never gone over in the last 5 years. I'm not sure about before that. I assume Jeff Rushwell wouldn't have gone over either. So, but again,
you know, those were being, you know, we were typically funded at the request that we're making.
Okay.
For those, for that, you know, underlying budget that we originally discussed.
Thank you. All right, as chair, we've already made several line adjustments here. Hold your thought, please, just for a minute. What I would like to do is I would like to entertain, no, back up a minute. DA hired a person for a full-time position with ARPA funds, which is temporary funding. They knew the funding was gonna run out, it has. Now they want it to be a permanent position, so we can't impact personnel. That's not what we're here for. I would like to entertain a motion right now that we leave the lines as presented here, the way they are, ignoring the cuts that we had made, but funded at previous year of $262,000. They will have some leeway within their department to move their funding around. You can't hire somebody with temporary money and expect it to be a permanent position, in my mind.
Okay, you lost me on your total number.
Okay, Mary, the requested money that they had for this year was $298,020.
That I'm seeing, but you said
Okay.
260 or something.
The budget that they had for last year was $262,000.
Okay.
Okay? So they still have the person there. We'll fund them at $262,000. And they pay them, they're gonna move their budget money around. So we've already indicated where there's places where they can make cuts.
Well, we've
Okay.
indicated where they can make $1,300 of cuts.
I had 1720 my head to go.
I have 1840.
1840.
Okay.
No, 1840, but,
1840 is what I
but
had
there
as
was
well.
a 500 mistake in the lodging line.
And there were also, they're no longer paying for telephone, they're no longer paying for internet.
Those are different lines, I think.
Right, but there's other savings that they have in here. So if we fund them at last year, which had those lines included, I don't want to say, I can't say it anyway, fire this girl. I wouldn't say that. But they'll have the discretion to make cuts where they can make cuts and do what they need to be done. And if they run over and they can't do it, they'll come back to the county commissioners and say that rotten stinking Tom Wagner, look what he did to us.
So you're basically asking them to find 20 some odd thousand.
More than that.
May I
34.
interject something very quickly?
Oh,
Of her 39,000 and there's only like 11,000 or
Yep.
something, right? So.
or I would
So-
even entertain a motion if you want to go a little bit higher than 262, but I certainly wouldn't go to 298. Like I say, I'm open to a motion here. While you're thinking about it, go ahead.
We did not hire her with temporary money without knowing and having a conversation that this was planned that we would hire her with temporary money. And when the temporary money was gone, she would be funded by the counties. She is integral to the work we do in the office.
Don't doubt it.
And we will not function as a law office if we are cut $30-some thousand. We will not function as a law office.
Okay.
I promise you.
This is bare bones right here. We have a $2 million increase in the county budget. And I know how hard this is pushing some of the people where I live. So there's gonna be compromise, and I'm sorry, it's not just gonna be you, there's other people down the road who will be facing the same issues.
We won't prosecute, I mean, we will have to just make very serious decisions about what gets prosecuted in this county. I mean, I mean, honestly, it would be so injurious to the district attorney. I mean, we couldn't function, and there's a statute that says that the county commissioners, right, the county has to fund necessary expenses to run the district attorney's office. My budget is cut $30,000. That does not cover our necessary expenses. And I'm
But it isn't cut $30,000. Because you've already had pluses come in because you're no longer paying telephone, you're no longer paying for the internet.
We are paying, those move to a different line, I believe, just so you're
No,
aware.
they moved to a different department.
Okay, so we did cut, our budget went down, you know, a net 11,000 some odd dollars. We cannot fire a staff member, and the amount of money that we've asked for in these other lines that we discussed is bare bone minimum to responsibly operate a law office. We do very serious things in our office, and the idea that somehow we're going to cut $30,000 from our necessary expenses is irresponsible.
Okay, I'm not asking you to cut $30,000, as I said again. I know if they are short and they don't have the money, they're gonna go back to the county commissioners. They're gonna say again, that rotten snake in Tom Wagner. And the county commissioners are gonna do something for them. Many times these budgets are fluid. They're wish lists, they're our best guess.
And in that line, when we had our previous meeting, and I'm sorry, I could be totally doing the wrong thing by bringing this up, but the interest line that we talked about, I mean, that's where there's an enormous,
$500,000.
That's the elephant in the
Right.
room.
although the request was only 344,000, so there's like 160,000 in there. I'm wondering if we can possibly revisit that
Oh, and-
question of
And
whether.
we absolutely will, and it's funny, you'd say that because Carrie and I have already done some math on the side with regards to that. No, absolutely.
I
When you
mean,
get to that department.
but is that a possibility of that being able to be reduced so that we can throw an extra, say, 20,000 into the
No,
DA's
that's
budget?
gonna be a possibility.
That should be reserved for the county
That was my-
commissioners
Yeah.
to
Um,
decide later on.
Why? But if we're the ones we're talking about the budget, that's,
We're not setting the budget. We're here to review the budget and to whatever the last word was. Authorize, is that it?
Hail the queen. I'm
Yeah.
not sure
well,
at this point.
authorizing is basically setting. If we're approving a budget or authorizing it, I mean, if we don't authorize the full 500,000, it seems like.
Well, this
there's
process, this
discretion
doesn't end the
here.
process. This doesn't end the process. Anyway, that was what I said. So I'm still open to a motion on district attorney budget.
I just want to make a statement to clarify what you said.
Mhm.
So in their last year's budget, which totaled 262,000,
Correct.
they were responsible for telephone and courthouse internet.
Mhm.
And that has been taken away from their department and has been moved to a different department
Correct.
or departments. And that totaled $10,380.
Yep.
If I take their request for this year's budget, which was $298,020, and I subtract last year's budget, which was $262,000, there's a difference of $36,020.
Trust your math.
And now I'm going to take away the 10,380 from telephone and internet, which they're not losing, it was
Right.
given to another department.
Somebody else's.
And I'm gonna take that away from the 36,020.
Mhm.
And so they will only have a difference now of $25,640.
Okay.
No, I think you went the wrong direction with that.
No, she's correct.
No, their previous year's budget was 262 and that included the 10,000.
Right.
If you take that out of that, that makes the previous year's budget 252.
No, we're not
Which then
taking that.
makes-
No, I'm not taking it out of the previous year's.
You're
budget.
trying to compare a budget that doesn't have telephone and internet with
Well,
a
they
new
still have
budget
it. They're
that
just not
doesn't have.
paying for it.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. This year's budget, it's not in there at 298. Last year's budget to compare to it, it should not be in there, which would make it down around 250. So we're talking $48,000 difference.
So according to what
Yeah.
Mary says, the budget would then be changed to 285,620, if my figures are correct.
Amy, you did the math on the numbers that we looked at the lines for, and that total, what was it?
My initial math before this, you had made cuts, in the total of $1,840. For a grand total, if I can find where I've scratched it
Yep.
next. I
You
can,
gotta see what my scratching looks like.
296,180,
Mhm.
correct, okay,
So if you take 296,
The 296 does not include the telephone and the internet.
yeah, cause it's not. So,
I understand that, but they're not responsible for it.
okay,
So if
okay,
you subtract that from the 296.
Why are you subtracting it from that? It's not in that number to subtract it out.
But it would have been.
No, it wouldn't have been. The number wouldn't have been 296, it'd be 306. Because they would have had that additional expense in there. Yeah.
So.
If you're responsible for 5 things that add up to $5,000 and you take away one of those things and now you only have $4,000. You can't take that 5,000 and then subtract it again, or that extra 1,000. That's what you're
I
doing.
understand what you're trying to say.
I was thinking the same thing.
Gary, what were you gonna say?
The budget was 262. Okay, and they're paying for the phone and internet.
Right.
Okay, so you took that forward this year, and you took that responsibility out of there, they're paying $10,000 less. They're paying $10,000 less. They're not responsible for paying the phone and the internet.
Right,
Okay, so if you take that and put that back in there. and s-
right.
And subtracted that from what they're paying this new person. It would reduce the amount that they're actually having to come up with. It's gonna reduce their budget.
Think we're both saying the same thing. You've got a person with a $40,000 salary. Let's just round things.
Yep.
$40,000 salary, 10,000 phone and internet.
Yep.
And what you're saying is that the net in this year's budget is the 30,000.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so if you take 296
180, correct?
and subtracted telephone and the internet from that as well,
Which was roughly how much, Mary?
10,380.
10,380? Okay.
Yep. You lost me again. So.
I'm sorry, I'm so confused, because you keep saying 296, 180, and let's subtract $10,000 from that. That phone and internet's already deducted out of that 296.
That's what
So
I'm
if you
saying.
total that line up, you're going to get 296,180. The phone and internet is already deducted from that. So that's why I'm getting really confused, because you say deducted
their
from
budget
it.
has already been increased.
No. There's zeros in those lines.
I think I hear Tom saying is, when the position was funded by ARPA funds, that salary of 40,000 was not in it. So when he's looking at last year's budget, it didn't include that salary in there. So, but it did include lights and the electricity and cell phone and whatnot, okay? So I think what he's trying to say is that if we take last year's budget and just budget it with the total that included, he's just looking at the numbers. I don't know if he's in funded at that rate. That would include partial for this year. Part of what he's can't do, but is saying it will fund part of the salary of this position, and they'll have to come up with the rest. So really, you've got the lights and electricity and internet was budgeted last year. This year it is not. The salary was not budgeted last year, but it's budgeted this year.
They
And
offset.
he's thinking whatever the net is, when the numbers all get crunched, they're gonna have to come up with the savings, or they're gonna have to lay someone off. Is that?
Or come up with money.
Or
some
come
other
up with
way,
the money
back to the
somehow.
Commissioners and say we need more money.
Well,
Um,
and that, I think what she was saying was that their understanding last year, correct me if I'm wrong, was that everyone knew this position was ARPA funded and that was going away, and that the understanding was that they would put it in this year's budget. So it's not a new thing that they've just plucked out and stuck in here. That you guys expected this.
No,
to be in this.
and she is absolutely right, Tom, and anybody on the budget committee is well aware of that. I mean, for the last 2 years, we've had the good fortune of, and I get it with the feds. I mean, they always want to create more government, which is the last thing that we really want. But we really needed this position, which was a part-time position for quite a while. And when we received the ARPA funds, we were allowed to add positions, government. But this was a situation where it was needed, so we were able to fund that position out of the ARPA funds. And I see exactly where you're going. We've all walked that line where do you take the grant? Because that match ends and then you're stuck paying for it.
Right.
So you're absolutely right, sir. You folks may do as you so choose. And we'll do what we have to do.
That's right.
In the end, I respect that.
He's right, you're right that it's a significant jump, but it's not an unanticipated significant jump. And I don't think that we should be telling them to cut their budget. I think that's.
telling
where-
them to cut the
Yes, you are. You said
not.
they're going to find it somewhere else.
Actually, it's our problem. It isn't even the DA.
That's right.
And I do want to share too, that the DA's office has this position, it's a 32-hour week position, and they have one other position that's only a 32-hour week position, whereas the two victim witness advocate are 40-hour, there's 40-hour week position, the secretary, legal secretary administrative is a 40-hour a week position. So in theory, to what Natasha is saying, you know, they're understaffed, they've got originally, this 32-hour position was 32 hours, they needed help, so that's how they came up with and got grant funds for this additional 32 hours. So I just wanted to put that out there, that right now, currently, one grant funded position is 32 and one lack of another term, county funded position, that's 32 hours a week. So we call them full-time, but they're, you know, part-time.
And just, you know, to make it a little easier, whether it's $25,000 or $35,000 cut, this office won't function. It won't, we won't function as a law office. I
You
cannot.
did last
ethically
year.
manage it. No, because we had that position paid by ARPA funds. If you ask me to cut $25,000 from a bare bones budget, and I cannot ethically run a law office, under the Maine bar rule, under special rules for prosecutors, I cannot do that at 25, 35. I mean, it could be, you can cut it all, if that's where you're going, because I cannot run an office ethically, with that amount of funding. I just can't. The work in the office has changed drastically with when you talk to the sheriff's department, you're gonna talk about body cams, you're gonna talk about dash cams. We have so much video that comes through our offices that have to be processed. It has enormously changed how prosecution is done. It takes a lot more work. And I, you know, I have an obligation to the people of this district, of this county, and to the Maine bar. I've sworn to uphold those rules, and I cannot run this office if we had a budget cut like that. And I was asked if we could cut $25,000 from the Knox County budget, and I said the same thing. We cannot ethically run an office like that.
I'm still open to motion.
I make a move, make a motion.
I make a move.
I got the words, got all the words. I make a motion that we reduce their requested budget by $2,000 and give them $296,020. As you said, it's the county commissioner's responsibility to make sure that the county as a whole can fund everything. And they knew that they still needed this position, and they've talked and supported it. So
We need to have a second, we can have
Yes.
a discussion, please.
I was just clarifying.
I'm just waiting.
Doesn't sound like anyone's.
I will second it, but only for the condition that we need to open discussion.
Okay. I have a motion here that we are going to fund the DA's office for,
$296,020.
and that is the amount of, that they asked for, $298.20 minus the lines. that
Well,
we had talked
it was
about.
1840. I just did an even 2,000.
Okay. Just trying to restate it so that my fuzzy mind understands. So now we're open to discussion. Mary, I know you're thinking.
Yes, I am. You can see the smoke, huh? I am supportive of your recommendation.
for the difference of the 25,000 and change. I'd like to hear the other people at the top table.
I think we need the rest of the information of the accounts that. we
So,
had
I've
asked
had
for
it
more
here,
information.
I tried.
Oh, there we go.
No.
I tried. So Carrie, while we're eating lunch, prepared this backup information on the contracted equipment and the laboratory tests. So let's start with the contracted equipment. And on that one, we knew from the backup statements in our package that there was 1,772 with Tyler Technologies. There was 3 licenses that total 2,100, not 700. And then we had a long discussion about Citrix and how much that was, and in effect, Citrix Systems 462.27. Little close, rounded up. It was rounded up, and we were told 463. And then the Knox County DA 2 times. I think we did talk about that, but I don't think we wrote a number down. And that totals around that even to 500, 2 of those.
That was down in dues and licenses. The Knox County.
Well, it's on this line. Sure. But, oh, maybe the conversation. Okay, so it may not have been under this one.
Well, no, because this line's contracted equipment, so the Knox County DA.
Okay,
dues
it's
would-
called here, it's called here.
It's 4335.
Knox County DA, it's line, whatever this line is, 40, I'm on contracted equipment, 4,600. That's the line, this is the backup information.
So that's 4335, those figures.
And then there's computer project,
Mhm.
it totals $1,556.02. And then,
Can you say that again?
$1,556.02.
They paid the Knox County DA stuff in the contracted equipment line.
I think it's something else. I don't think it's that.
So it's to 689102.
That's what it appears from this backup.
I would think a more realistic figure than 9860. I'd feel more comfortable with 7,000.
If I don't-
No, that's okay. So if the equipment. Oh, okay.
No, so when there's, correct me if I'm wrong, so let's say that you have equipment
You have difference
and
of
that
2860.
equipment is for all 4 counties, we have to pay a portion of that equipment, am I correct? I don't know what it could be, but I'm just thinking
Okay.
your contracted equipment.
Contracted equipment, yeah, and so
So we still don't.
Tyler Technologies,
So
to
this
some
is a
extent, I
portion
guess,
of
I
that or
don't know why it's called equipment, Tyler Technologies is it's a very long, difficult conversation, but it is transitioning to an electronic filing system.
Right.
What's Citrix?
Citrix is the background check.
And does all 4 counties have to pay a portion of that?
Yes, and that's.
So that's what I'm getting at, is that Citrix, it's divided amongst four counties, so we are paying a quarter of that.
A quarter.
Yes, Robin, thanks, you're welcome.
There you go. I mean, as far as I understand, these are fixed costs, that this is a bill that code I have to pay this bill.
Right.
Have to serve to do.
But it does seem like, however they came up with the 9860 for that line item, that it's not supportable by the invoices that are coming in. Which could be good. That could be that's
And this is the invoices from last year?
this year.
Okay, so I just don't know what is still
Right.
owed this year that has to be paid, what has already gone out and hasn't been cashed.
Right.
If, I mean, what I would personally, my opinion about this would be, these are fixed costs, these are non-negotiable costs as far as I'm concerned. I can come back with Felicia, and Eric, and we can see what we've sent out, what hasn't been cashed.
Maybe that's the additional backup information we need on that.
Mary, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, there's another line. We had laboratory tests. There's a lot of them here. This is the line they had overspent. They're asking for 3,000. They have already spent as the end of October, 4,000.
Mhm.
So actually, they've now spent 4,200, almost 4,200. So,
But they did say 3,000.
yeah, they did. And previous years, 1,700 and 1,800. So I said before I wasn't gonna go there. I was looking at it, but I wasn't gonna go there to raise it.
So in any event, they're still within a few thousand of. We haven't found more than a few $1,000s that we would consider seriously cutting from their budget. The one question is is what you're perceiving to be an unfunded position. Right?
If you change line 4,600 of contracted equipment with a decrease of 2,000.
Yeah.
Or decrease it down to 7,000 even. If you add that change to the changes that were already suggested of 1,840, that comes to $4,700.
Gives you a very round number, yeah.
But we also did say that we would ask for more information on that topic, on the dues topic. And then I was gonna ask for more information on the capital. Because I think that's pull this one on. Make a best guess.
Okay, so we do still have a motion in front of us. Because I have other questions too, but we have a motion in front of us. I need to deal with it. So the motion in front of us that Robin made was that we fund the DA's office for, what was the amount again? 200?
296.
296.20.
Is there any other discussion on that? All those in favor of passing that? All those opposed? Motion fails. Seeing how we're back up again, I noticed something else. Where are you guys located right now?
We're located at the old courthouse.
The old
where
Superior
we-
Courthouse.
Yeah.
Right,
at the old
and
courthouse.
you're going up to the new,
Yes, it's going up to
EMA.
EMA, yeah.
I don't see anything on here for electric bill either for them. Is that
It's, again, the electric bill would be in the new
facility?
under facility.
yeah, in the facilities budget. And I
And
think
that
some of the,
wasn't in their 2023 budget.
yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, when you go through facilities, you'll see that area. And I think the 5,000 capital overlay was, we were gambling on, some of the stuff that needs to be moved, like Natasha said, they have these gargantuan, magnificent old file cabinets that you crank in and out that aren't something that you or I could put on a dolly and drag along, like they have to be professionally moved and stuff. So we had taken that into consideration and stuff, so.
All right, so I'm still open for a motion on funding the DA department. Jump, Mary.
I'm going to make a motion that we reduce the total from 298,020 to the even,
What?
280,000 even.
Second that.
Motion's been made and seconded that we reduce the budget to $280,000, which is a reduction of $18,000, and we are open for discussion.
So how did you come up with the 280?
I compromised.
So you pulled it out of thin air.
I
You
com-
took the
I
4,700.
I compromised between the prior motion that failed and the ask.
So it's a difference of $18,020, if my math is correct. Yeah.
Good. It seems like I understand the idea of the compromise, but I don't understand or the philosophy of it, but I don't understand the practicality of it, because again, we're talking about a payroll position that they had every expectation they would continue having. So they budgeted for it in good faith, and now we're saying no.
There's going to be more of us saying no, because this budget is $2 million.
I understand that.
The biggest outlay throughout this entire budget is wages.
Yeah.
I call the discussion cease,
So, yeah,
calling for
calling the
discussion to cease so that we can have a vote.
okay. All those in favor of passing the budget at 280,000 for DA?
Do you have to make a motion to end conversation and proceed to a vote?
I'm not.
Call the vote, it's just called call the vote.
Okay.
All those in favor of 280,000 for the DA? All those opposed? Motion passes with 2 opposed.
And that,
I mean, no ill will whatsoever. This is gonna be brutal, I'm telling you.
Well, I just think that from my perspective, this is like literally defunding the police. And I, you know, I respect all of you, but this is an irresponsible budget. For public safety.
I'm sure we could find 18,000 from some other places, but you're looking to find 2 million, which I don't think is going to happen. But
No, I don't expect to find 2 million, but at the same point in time, I have people that are gonna be displaced in my town.
because they can't pay
Because
their
they can't, their taxes
portion of
have
their
gone up
property.
$1,500. And they're on 15, so they'll sell their property to somebody else who has more money, but they're still displaced. All right,
I mean, this is the 3rd largest budget in my town.
right,
Schools, roads,
commission, county
and
commission.
county.
I'd like to say that Barbara isn't here today. She's about 35,000 feet above us. And so Commissioner Fowler will be sitting in.
but according to this, we're supposed to be jumping to poor Cliff Bryant, who's been sitting in the back of the room. Are we going by the agenda? Yeah, let's go by the agenda.
See, now we're going blown it completely out of the water.
Well, yeah, really, no, apologize.
This one.
And after we do Chris, could we take a quick pee break, Mr. Chair? Just because we've all had lunch and.
Chris is gonna be a long one, you may wanna change that, it's, I'm gonna have
Look
3
up my
pages worth of
calendar.
lines here.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in case, for any of you that aren't familiar, this is our facilities director, our facilities manager, Chris Bryant. Chris stepped up and took Keith Neal's place, who was with us for 15 years, and he trained under Keith as his assistant, so this is his first year at composing the budget. I would appreciate Claus in a little bit, because, you know, he's never putting up too much. He really does have it together, folks.
Is Gary still working there? No.
Go on.
Currently, we do not have a facilities assistant.
Oh.
Like everyone else, we're short-staffed. Short-handed, but.
Hello, everybody. They will go
Wow.
line by line. So under the personnel full time, I have budgeted that for a facilities technician. We're going through the process of hiring somebody starting in January. So that is why that budget was so high. That's for a facilities technician. Mileage request, we say the same. Meals as well. Login for training, we don't.
Let's slow it
Yeah,
down.
just.
Yeah, hold on.
just-
Slow it
I'm
down.
still looking for paper.
I mean, I know we're going really slow.
Yeah.
Dale had the easy.
It's department,
but-
it's
He
department
was
10
first, I
30.
was glad he's gone.
Yeah,
It's an orange tab, Tom.
Yeah, we're all broken in now, so.
Yeah, I know which tab it is, but I had my, push.
10:30.
Yeah, I know that, but.
I did want to just share while you're finding your spot here with Chris's facilities technician position. Chris promoted in May, and that position has been vacant since in hopes of just being able to help
Save some money.
save some money. And so he's really has stepped up to kind of, and things are just sort of staying status quo.
Do you enjoy it?
I love that.
Do you ever retire?
Do I have retirement? Yes.
And main peers or? What is he at?
Just have social security.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he get a 457 at all or anything?
Yes, if you choose
good.
to, yes.
Do it if you can.
Yeah.
Good advice. Would you like me to start back from the?
Yes, please, start from the beginning.
Absolutely. So, the 3005 personnel, like I said, right now I am by myself, but I did budget next year, a facilities technician. We will be hopefully, hiring one in January. And then the next line, mileage. Press the state, keep that the same. That's for people on snow days, or they can come in on the weekend, not for me, but for the technician or the janitor. It was also under. Get their mileage back.
Last year, what was that?
Last year mileage was $411.
How much have you currently expended this year?
85.
You're only 85. Like I said, that has been just me too. So,
That's just from you.
yes, under, because I have not had a technician since I've been hired.
You haven't been driving around very much.
I have the company truck. I've got a company truck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fringe benefits.
It's one of the old sheriff's department. Bobby. We're gonna get rid of it. Don't judge. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Next line down, meals, we got the same, I just, that's obviously for, sometimes I do go to training, and for people that, if any guys help me. Lodging for 115, there's no need for that, I don't stay anywhere, there's no training. Currently that does overnight, anything like that. 4,200 vehicle maintenance, gas tires, I requested a 1,000 increase, that is both budgeted for my company truck and for when I do get a technician, if and when they do get a truck as well. Even his gas tires is all included in that.
So as of the end of October, they had spent $3,205.
Yes, this year, I had to fix up the truck, so that is for repairs that have happened, I remember that as well. More, not just oil changes that I had to get work done on the truck. And then for the next line is the electric for the extension building. Puts that for $3,000. The electric for this building.
Okay, wait a minute, isn't
yeah.
it 5,500 on that one?
Or sorry, I meant increase, 3,000 increase, sorry, yes, 5,500 total, yes, sorry.
Where's that located?
That is line 43.
No, 4302.
Yes, sir.
And that's been spent to the tune of 4,993 as of end of October.
Yes. And then the next line is the Commissioners Courtroom, which is this building here. Requested for 11,000 up to 2,000 from last year. This building has 5 electric meters inside. Electric has just, as we all know, is going up. Electricity is going up for everybody.
So at the end of October, you spent 7,100.
Yes.
This is one of the buildings that they're offsetting the electric bill from what they're taking in up front, EMA facilities.
Okay, so, but still, why would it go up that much? If the end of October, they spent 7,100, it projects to 8,554. Why the increase to 11,000?
I'm also just projecting the price, the electric costs of next year as well.
Rate.
The rate, the electricity, and, you know, electricity bill going higher, it's gone higher the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Right, so. I
You don't
just-
know how much you're actually being offset yet, do you, by the EMA?
The EMA building, no, that is a new building.
Right.
So that one, only have a couple, obviously a couple months worth. So that was an educated guess on the thing, because I do not know also solar. So my first time dealing with solar, how much that is. So that was honestly more of the educated guess on to see how that building would go, because it's a brand new building. And with the electricity in the super court, the old superior court.
Go back to EMA.
Oh, yes. That was requested at 8,500.
So,
Way high.
yeah, that's way high.
Okay.
So the EMA building is basically they're a net gain for you now, they're not a loss. And I question on the current for the year 6,500, they were out of there in May, I believe it was.
I believe so.
That's what he told us.
Yes.
Right. So you didn't spend $6,500 for electricity up to the sheriff's department in 3 months, 5 months.
No, so at first, how it worked, I would split the electric bill between the sheriff's office and EMA for that sheriff, for the public safety building.
Mhm.
What is the? What is the current spend for the EMA building?
It's $4,326.56. Dale looks like he may want to say something.
Yeah, right now, it's kind of difficult because in looking at this, the DA is going to be taking over that space, so the DA's electricity is actually going to be what EMA spend
Right.
up there. Now, again, it might get cut in half by the solar panel, we have, I haven't even installed yet. so
You
we
don't
don't
know,
know.
correct, no.
That's what it is. EMA, however, the new EMA line is going to be a new building, and boy, that's going to be.
In hours, like I said, I did not know that, or just,
You gotta kind of take the old EMA electric, and think that's gonna be for DA, and then there's a new EMA number, and that's gonna be $200.
We don't have a line for DA.
it's Superior Court.
Very cool.
Oh,
Because
that's
Deeds,
Superior
Deeds
Court.
is there as well. And Deeds will be moving into this building on Commissioners Court, which is under 4303. And that's another reason why more people will be coming here, and that's another reason why we're changing, pressing more money. Because people are moving into this building, then the department is moving into this building.
So you're saying the EMA line should be much lower,
Yes.
Should be very, very
Yeah.
low next year.
like you'd said, $20 a month, $500
You
maybe.
get somewhere between $300 and $500.
Right,
And hopefully be less, but
right.
we just don't know at this point.
Didn't we just finally like get on the grid or whatever, if you will,
Yeah,
like
we were-
in August or?
CMP made a little bit of money on us because for a few months we were generating electricity, but
Right.
we weren't in the interconnection.
Right.
agreement.
Right, you weren't getting
So-
supported for it.
But now that we are, which I think was August, we've gotten 1 or 2 bills, but we just don't know what it's gonna look like. We haven't got winter yet or.
Right.
any of that stuff. But
You're gonna be happy.
yes,
Is it that good a savings, man?
Yes.
Good.
And then, or we, before is the super court, so yes, that. That. What is the, I'm at, mine says 48.
7634.
Electric facilities is, not applicable. And then the electric for the sheriff's slash, I call it the public safety buildings. Like Dale just said too, we they did move out of there early this year. But next year, the DA will be moving in there.
and but you want them so.
But right, we'll have the solar, and I did not, obviously with that, I do not know the solar.
You have separate meters up there.
For the, I have one meter for the public safety. Yes. For dispatch,
Did you want the number on sheriff?
please.
750220.
I have one for dispatch as well, please.
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you this.
Yes, thank you.
And this is the newest version. If you want the newest one, I will give it to you.
Oh, I definitely want it.
So electric for the, public safety building.
Is that dispatch?
Sheriff building. Right now, the date is actually 86-19-88. In that, and like I said, more people, and that's been most of the year without people in there, and we're getting more people moving in in the early spring sometime, late winter.
And what's the dispatch?
Dispatch, that year to date is at 9,230.
While we're at it, could you tell us, since you've got the most up to date,
Yes,
those other electric lines?
yes, absolutely. So to start from the beginning, the co-op extension building. Year to date, that is 5,368 cents. The Commissioners Court is 7804.09. The electric at the EMA is 4571.72. And then the electric for the Superior Court is 8371.67.
Okay. And the EMA is the one that you were saying since August is really paying
Right,
connection.
and so the first half of the year, that was divided between the sheriff's office and EMA because they both share the same building.
When did that, so that solar, you only got to start reaping the benefits in August? Okay.
And there is a solar project being installed right now at the sheriff's, the public safety building.
That's supposed to be helping with roughly half, you said, I think.
When what they projected we would get, and what we were actually using, it was about 50%.
Okay.
About, that's all, that's a lag.
Right. So the requested amounts don't have any reductions in them for the, what we're getting since August,
Correct.
or for what we're going to be getting.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And did I give the up-to-date for electric for sheriff and dispatch?
Yes, you gave us those two first.
Okay, I didn't get them.
Yes, I can do it. Sheriff is 8619.
Thank you.
And 80 cents, and dispatch is 9230.54 cents. Moving on to the next line for the water sewer for Commissioners Court, which is the building, there's no increase.
Okay, have you built in the 30% increase?
Did not.
The water district is increasing the price by 30% as of January 1st, 2024.
Will there be a corresponding increase in storage as well?
The sewage department, the water district did a kind thing, but it's backfired. They did not do small increases over the last like 10 years. And now all of a sudden they have to do this 30%. The sewer department has a plan that was approved by the council where they have done regular increases for a number of years and a number of years into the future.
That sounds like a shaky situation.
It's a really huge capital project.
And the year-to-date spend on that water sewer for this building is $745.
And the water sewer for the EMA, they are off it very well. So that's zero.
But that's significantly over budget for the year.
The EMA.
Yeah. It was budgeted for 450, and it's 1488 with the old number.
And what's your update number, Chris?
I have 14
Thank you. What did you have?
So the water also too from the EMA, that was also split with the sheriff's office. The sub-public safety building, they share water. So that was also beginning till May, they were also split. They were split from that water bill. Water sewer facilities not applicable. So this is the public safety building, again, the water for that whole building. I am currently, year to date. Well, sorry, we're on the Superior Court, right? I'm sorry. 4311. 4311, we are currently at 2,241 year to date. We will be moving out of that building, so the water price will be large enough for someone to building. Water, sewer for facilities not applicable, water, sewer for sheriff, I am at 1419.81. Water sewer for dispatch. I'm at $7.59.84. And I did not know about the 30% increase for the water or the sewer, so none of that in my there was not applied. I was not aware of the 30% increase.
Are the Belfast water sewer rates roughly like if you're looking at this number as half of it water, half of it sewer?
No.
No,
No.
What proportion right now is water versus sewer? Just to get an idea of how much.
Sewer's more, but I can't tell you what the.
significantly more.
Yeah.
Sewage is based directly on water, which is one of the things where I used to own property in Belfast. If you have people who wash cars or you accidentally leave your garden hose running outside, not only you charge for the water, but you're charged whatever percentage more it is for the sewage, which is dramatic.
So how do we incorporate that 30% increase in the water rate? Like, do we take a quarter of it? You know what I mean? If they were like half and half, you could
take
say
the
15%.
You
But-
take the actuals, which the last bill of the year is not gonna be in these numbers. This is not a full year's number here.
And they're quarterly bills, so
They're
this is
quarterly
3
bills.
quarters. Okay.
Quarterly bills. And it's broken a month and 2 months, so you get into January, February to get the full year. And you multiply it by 30%. But the sewer, I don't have it in my head, but that's an available number. To get you a real number.
Okay.
That's been available since June, July.
Because these numbers are water and sewer combined.
Right.
It was such a horrible thing. Where's the water running?
Live on the farm, don't matter.
It does. When you live in Belfast and you're running the sprinkler all day, I guess now I know why my parents were angry.
So the sewer department has set up a new program where you can have a separate meter in Belfast. If you're doing landscaping costs or things that are not going into the sewer system, you can have a meter, it's a gizmo, that you read and report to the sewer department twice a year.
That's cool.
And
It's
if you
outside
take it,
sprinkler.
you will not be billed for it. The whole new thing.
So I mean, as we've gone through this, I mean, I think the electric is skewed to the high end from what I can
Yeah.
see.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure about the water and sewer, whether we're close or not close.
Could be on the low side.
Yeah.
And a lot of that depends on usage too.
Yeah.
When you have residents at the jail and they shower and.
Flood the
I don't know
place.
if they wash.
Yeah.
They don't
patrol
do
cars
that.
or-
Right.
Can I ask a general?
Some days it was both.
A more general question, because this is the first time the Superior Court came up. How did you address the Superior Court with your move out? Let's call it a third of the year, a quarter of the year.
Yeah.
You're there, 3/4 you're not. So I'm
Yeah.
looking at this line where you've got a request of $2,000 for Superior Court water and sewer. That does not appear to be a quarter of the year. That appears like you were there for the whole year.
Yes, so that is correct. I looked at I saw the year-to-date page when I did the budget, and I just did the math that way. I didn't want to shortchange either.
Do we know
in
what,
case someone has-
So my question
Yeah.
is, anytime we have a Superior Court line, it's gonna need to be adjusted.
As far as most of it, I guess, yes, it could be, yes,
The Superior Court, that was the building that sold, correct?
It's closing the end of March.
Okay.
yes.
So a quarter of the year versus a whole year.
As we go through there, you can see, you'll see I did deduct some money off some of the lines too.
Okay,
I
so
was more
so
worried
each
about
one,
the
of
bills. I was
of
more
each
worried
one.
about the bills. I didn't know what to expect and what to, in my eyes. Let's see. With that. I knew where we were moving out.
So we're moving out, we're currently tenants, we're currently using that building until we close at the end of March and sell it, and then they're moving in here, right?
Yes, one department's moving in this building and the other department is moving up to the sheriff. The public safety building, yes. On to the next line, telephone facilities. That is now no longer, IT took that telephone. As well as like telephone, payphone, 0. This year, the tower site electricity is a new line. I am now responsible for the tower sites, all of the tower sites electricity, as far as electricity guys. This was kind of my best educated guess in looking at the bills from even last year and 2 years ago. Looking at getting it from various departments, just to get an idea of how much the bills this are. So I went for the bills of the tower site, each tower site, which is Belfast, Knox, Stockton Springs, and Frankfurt. So, tower site maintenance, I dropped out because the next line under the generators, I found out tower site maintenance was mostly used for generators work, and we were getting a generator line. Year to date on generators spent is 2,723.
2007-23.
Yes, ma'am.
That went down from what we have on this list that says current year 2023. This list says 1971-48.
Didn't you just say it was 27?
27,
Oh,
27, 23.
I thought you said 17, I'm sorry.
And there's additional generators.
And we're adding, sorry, excuse me. And then on to snow removal.
Hey, you, Tim?
That is not me.
Yeah, like, that's a gamble.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, snow removal, so the first line. 602. Dispatch center, keep the same, I think, the suffice. Here is supposed to be a big winner this year, I say that every year, but you never know.
And these are all contracted?
Yeah.
Services?
I have two guys that I called, but I do not think that
They're not
paid-
employees
they're
of
not
the county.
employed, Right, there's,
They
yeah, they're
are
contracted out.
Are they
yes,
used
so
as
to speak.
contractors?
Yes,
Are they paid per push?
yes.
Okay, how much are they charging you?
I'd have to look, I can get that information for you. I'd have to look at the recent bill as
I
I
don't,
was not in this position.
I don't
last
recall,
year.
it is very reasonable, because I know that it's an older gentleman, one of them, an older, very.
I have not met the men in person myself either.
This is where I'm gonna be horrible.
Okay.
As
wait
a,
till now.
as
Oh,
a,
this is a show.
no,
And
as,
there's no
as
paper.
a former employee, I actually feel like up on the hill, we as employees should have had it better taken care of. So you're actually gonna hear me tell you that employees shouldn't have to worry about coming to work and then have to shovel themselves in.
Right.
And that was something that I had to deal with for a long time.
Mhm.
I was actually an employee that fell and got hurt because of it. So I would actually prefer, and I know that you have a guy, and that's great. I feel that there's a due diligence here to put this out for a bid at some point and have a contracted price instead of a per push, because there was times where I would have to go out by myself getting paid by the jail
Right,
to go shovel
yeah,
a parking lot or parking spaces when my job was to take care of that facility, not be removing that snow. And it should not be, because you gotta keep in mind, there's public, there's employees, there's residents, there's people coming in and out from patrol. And I unfortunately will pick on the jail because they're open 24/7 no matter what.
right.
That is a necessity that you keep it safe, because those are our assets.
Absolutely.
And I do feel that a per push as it's snowing is unreasonable. I do think that there needs to be a higher level of care for those people up on the hill and for all the other facilities. And I don't blame you. I know
Yeah,
that
I
you're,
understand.
and I'm just saying that as an employee that was there.
Yeah.
It sucked.
Right.
It sucked, for lack of better terms. It wasn't our responsibility to be out there shoveling. It was our job to be manning a facility or to be out on patrol. I know that we could just deal with stuff safely. So, and I know that we're trying to save money here, but as a plow person, I will say this.
You're gonna bid on it?
No, no, I'm not. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm not, because I'm not gonna sit here complaining about my own price. So, but
Well, Tom will do it for you.
yeah, it's swampy waters.
I plowed for a couple of years. I
You
get
can,
that.
you can get a better quality plow person putting it out to bid and looking for a contract. And somebody that we can keep for a long time and be reliable. Does your plow contract include salt?
So, yes.
Yes.
It does.
Yes,
So are they, is that a separate plow charge as
No.
well?
not to my knowledge. So it's been under.
No, he's got a sander and a salter on the back of his truck.
When they do their, for that day or whatever, what have you, on
Okay.
snowstorm, they do sands.
What's their inch threshold?
I can find that out. I do not know.
That's a big deal, because
That's a
they
huge
plow
deal.
every 2 inches and you got a 12-inch storm. They
Mhm.
charged you 6 charges for one storm.
Inch threshold.
It's called an inch threshold, and it's really for exposure reasons. A lot of insurance companies don't want accumulation to be over 2 to 3 inches, and they'll require their plow people to actually have it in their contracts that they're being there and servicing you over 2 to 3 inches, unless you're doing it privately and whatever, but this is more of a formal. I don't know, I just being on the other end of it.
Yeah,
I can say that it was not a horrible experience, but I just feel like that employees, when they come in and other people that we are serving, they should be able to get into our facilities.
without risk of.
Right.
Without that works.
And of course, we're also talking about a contractor here showing up and doing a job, so.
Right.
And you're not Keith, but I like you so far, I'm not gonna lie. You got it down on the hair, so, but I just wanted to throw that out there that we should be looking at the insurance part of it too.
Okay.
So.
I know snow plowing in our town is just out of sight.
Every time,
Yep.
they're raping
Out
us.
of sight.
It's,
And well, they got a lot of expenses too. How do you fill up your truck with diesel? See how much that
Oh,
costs
yeah.
you.
well, when when oil and gas goes up, everything goes up for us, and unfortunately, insurance has gone right through the roof. But it's one of those things where we have to protect everybody that's involved. So.
Moving on.
So that's first one was snow removal dispatch, no change on the snow removal for the public safety building. This one with the new EMA building out there, I know.
So now I gotta backtrack, I gotta stop you again.
Yeah.
So you're saying snow removal for dispatch for the sheriff's office EMA?
Yes.
Well, so the sheriff's office and the dispatch,
Yes.
you throw that into one contract.
So the way I was telling you have those different lines and I just split the payments because it's one guy that does it as well as the jail, because the jail has its own snow plowing line as well. And what he does do the whole
Right.
complex. And
Okay.
I split the payment that way, as far as billing goes.
All right.
It really needs to be a contract price, not per portion.
And then yes, so move for the EMA building. I know Keith had done towards, it was like, I think one time we had to shovel or plow up there, one or two times in like March in the snowstorms.
What we were planning to do for this winter, I'm gonna get in trouble. Was Dale Cross was gonna plow and I was gonna snow blow. We're not.
With our own equipment.
24/7.
Right.
If need be, I mean, I can get there. It has to be there. But it's not there's only 4 people who work there, and so we were gonna take care of it ourselves, in-house. That's okay.
They don't have the same requirements as fire equipment, and police vehicles and.
We got a tractor with a snow blower on it, and we got a truck that plows.
I think the key word that we all should be concerned of is exposure. That's what they always hit me on, is that when I'm plowing, it's my exposure. So same thing with the reason why I brought up the jail. Their exposure to people coming in and out of their facility or people being arrested is significantly higher than where you're at.
Snowstorm, we hardly ever see anybody.
Right.
At our facility.
But it doesn't mean you shouldn't be plowed out.
No, but we were looking to do it in-house.
Told you I was gonna keep you all here all day.
Yes. Storm move for this building. Just increase of 500 regarding cost usage. No change for the rule for the extension building, we call it the extension building up there. Moving on to repairs and maintenance. Let's see, repairs, maintenance, EMA.
What does RPS stand for?
Repairs.
Okay, thank you.
Repair maintenance for the co-op building up there. That is at the year-to-date paid is $1336. And I get no changes in that one. Repairs maintenance for this building, Commissioners Court, that year-to-date is $2468. And I listed yes, so drop 1,000 off that one. Repairs maintenance for EMA, that year-to-date is $1806.53.
Okay, you just said EMA.
Yes.
What did you have to do for repairs out there on the brand new building?
So that was, I haven't done anything for that building, but that was for,
The subject.
yes, correct.
And what did you do? Did you just recommend the cut? And I missed it.
Yeah, in the budget, yeah, I was recommending because I looked at what was expended last year and what we're doing currently this year at the time of budget and figured that we wouldn't need to spend or have that in the budget.
That's
Okay.
pretty new, the co-op.
I'm talking about the EMA.
Oh,
Commissioners
EMA.
Court.
You said Commissioners Court and he said EMA.
I'm
Now I'm
sorry.
confused.
So I'm.
Which one did you reduce? Did you say you were reducing the budget on?
So I did say we're reducing Commissioners Court as well by 1,000.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
just
you've already
for-
done it.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And then the EMA was minus 500.
Right.
I like, Mr. Wagner said here, it's a new building.
With regards to the University of Maine Cooperative Extension, we've just spent a lot of money on that building.
Yes,
So I'm just curious if we even need to allocate that much money in there. I mean, if we're looking for cuts, I'm just,
right.
you know what I'm saying? We just spent a lot of the taxpayers' money updating that building.
Yes, and that was obviously, that was for the flooring and all that stuff.
Yeah. So do we really need another 2,000 or especially where we're paying to heat and plow and everything else there?
Chris,
You know,
would you like
you-
me to say anything about the BIT building and about that? I'd be happy to.
That's up to the chair.
No, I don't think for 2,000, I don't think. I didn't have an increase of 2,000. Oh, it's a decrease, decrease. We could decrease a little bit, I suppose. Like I said, up to date, we're on. We're at 1336.34. The budget's 2,000, so we could reduce some of that.
I'm just thinking, if we're looking for cuts, you know, here's a situation where we've spent significant money. You know, could we take a little more off that? But anyway, not to hold things up. Go ahead.
And so repairs maintenance for this building, Commissioners Court. They said that was year to date 2468.05. And I request to take off 1,000 for that too, because this building is pretty well maintained and. The repairs maintenance for EMA 46 or year to date is 1806.53. But that's being a new building, you get minus only 500 to start, and that one probably could be another one, possibly take less. It's a brand new building out there. In the repairs maintenance for Superior Court, that year to date is 1513.24. I recommend we take off $2,500 as we're not going to be there for the full year. It's still another building, so I like that 1,500 there just in case anything would happen between now and March, essentially. Okay, maintenance facilities are applicable for the sheriff's office. That year to date is 1147.22. And request any changes for that. And the repairs maintenance for dispatch year to date is $239.67.
Then we can take something off of that.
Yeah, the repair maintenance, we can definitely put some.
You take 2,000 off of that, you should still be safe, right?
We take 3,000 off of
Yeah,
it. It
really.
looks like they should be
No, I think that we should be a little bit more conservative on
The
this.
year-
I think 2,000 off.
So the
Yeah,
year
that's not a
before, in
range, though.
2022, repairs maintenance at dispatch was almost $3,500.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take too much off because repairs happen, things break.
Right.
And the year before that was 4713. There's a history here. There's
Yeah.
repairs needed.
And it is dispatch center, there's people always there, we need that building up and running and functioning correctly. I think,
Could we compromise here?
yeah,
Okay. So you're looking for 3,500.
Mhm.
Is it possible? Let's say 2,500?
3,000, yes, I'm.
Okay.
What line was that, Tim?
That's gonna be line 4613.
Thank you.
Now, before we go further, can we move back up a line to the
Yeah.
sheriff's office?
Sheriff's office.
Okay, so you said that it was $1,147.22.
Year to date.
Yep.
Yes, 1147, yes.
I'm not trying to be that guy.
Yeah, but you should be because that's
Okay. Can we,
1,500.
can we, we trim down to 1,500, or is that exposing some organs here?
So again, the year before, so I've only been in this position.
Sure, I know.
Right, so I can only go by what I know with the year before, the numbers. The year before was 2761 spent.
Year before that was
Right.
1,400.
I know,
So-
it's also a new building, a newer
It is
building,
correct, right.
so.
And you are requesting to take 1,000 off the 15?
She
I am.
said 15, I could live with a 17.5, but she said 15, and I'm on her
So-
side, cause I like negotiating.
So this year projects to 1,382.
Right.
And yes, in 20, I can't get my lines lined up here, but in 22, I think it was, you spent 2761, but in 21, 1,400.
Okay.
So 1,400, 1,500, it seems to be the number.
Okay.
I could compromise, I'll go with your 1,500, but I wanna make sure that we're being comfortable with it too.
Yeah.
This is the only line we've changed.
Well, I've been thinking about this as we've been stepping through this after we eviscerated the DA's office.
Well, hang on.
And here we're just letting all these
Well,
numbers
no,
go.
he's a young kid, we gotta warm him
His
up.
first budget.
This is just the walkthrough, this is the talk.
Okay.
I'm in it to win, you guys hit me without it too. You guys have
Can you
questions?
live with 1,500?
I can live with this.
Okay, I like this kid.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
let's start at the beginning.
so
No,
line
let's finish out
46,
and then
just
go
so
back.
I'm clear at this point, line 4612, which is repairs maintenance for the
Yes.
sheriff's department.
Yep.
You're cutting 1,000 out of
Yes.
that to make it
Yes.
1,500?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
And 4613 by 1,000.
okay, wait a minute, Linda, what, 4613? And you cut that one by 1,000 too,
Yeah.
you said?
It sounds
Okay.
like you have a warm place for the DA's office.
No, I just think that what we did was totally illogical for the DA's office, and
I haven't
Tom
started yet.
has been very,
Math, later.
Tom has been very persuasive with the idea that we need to cut things. I don't think people's salaries and
No.
things are the things to cut, but I do
Tom-
think that things like these repair lines.
Tom is
can be
like the
cut.
grandparent that you don't listen to.
But you shut the lights off, I've got candles, you know?
I mean, you know, we haven't even addressed the electric, which it looks like we're gonna be pulling at least 20 or 30,000.
We
out of
can't
the
fight
electric.
CMP.
But-
That's what it is.
And we don't have,
Well,
and we don't have
but
the history on
these-
the solar.
Well, we have somewhat of a history on the solar, and I'm just saying, I'm assuming that we are planning to go back and cut
Well,
those
please
electric
keep in
bills.
mind, we have another whole page and a half,
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Everything we've done here.
so.
We've only got until the end of December.
We have built in some safety for them on
Safety for whom?
that. So,
And that is also as far as my electric bills and the fuel bills. I did want to kind of have, for lack of a safety net, so to speak, because I can't really honestly jack off.
can't argue with you.
You know, the
Can't
bills are
argue
bills,
with you.
right? So that is in my projections and what I reflected, I did put that in effect to kind of have a safety net. You know, or a very educated guess on what the prices could be.
There's a level and percentage of safety net versus buffer. We don't want to edge into buffer.
Okay.
Safety net is a little different.
Okay. Agreed.
I do like your opening this to conversation too.
Yes.
Just wanna throw that out there. You're doing a good job for your first time. Poor guy.
On to 4614. So these are the electric repairs at each building. Electric repairs, so year to date for the extension building is $216.91.
What are we talking about for electric repairs?
Anything could happen, for instance, I'm trying to hold back electric to get a new, ballast and LED lights in there, it could be an outlet's faulty, it could be.
Where these are county buildings, is the state program for better lighting?
We utilized that several years ago, Tom, energy. efficiency, Maine energy efficiency or something, and converted all the light bulbs and did everything that we could. And
The
that was.
savings there are very significant.
Yes, We are in, yes, most buildings are currently, if not all of them, do have the LED lights and things like that. For lights, yes. But that's, electric things like, obviously I can do that.
Just like a thermostat or.
Thermostat, outlet, really anything like that thing that, I'm not a licensed electrician, I can't touch. So. I think as
If
far as electricity is
anything-
changing.
Well, I had 10 years with the county.
Mhm.
I saw some pretty interesting stuff. I'm not gonna rat
Which you
anybody
can't
out.
divulge.
I will not rat anybody out,
Duct tape
But-
is legal.
but. So these are all the things that either you or Gary or your soon to be Gary someday, hopefully, cannot take care of. I actually think that we should leave that one alone.
Yes.
Yeah, at this moment.
46.
I've seen some things, I'm just saying.
Oh, baby.
Which one was this one?
This one's
Electric
4614, the electric repairs. And then 4615, electric repairs for the Commissioners Court. I have that at 4370, year to date. Didn't request any.
You mean 433.70?
Yeah.
433 cents.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I gotta ask them. No, I'm sorry. How much wear and tear is there? For their repairs? They're like,
In my, so this year, in my experience, obviously. Electric repairs here, I don't even remember, honestly, I think it's in a couple outlets. It's, as far as wear and tear, in my estimation, this building's pretty, it is pretty well
This line is
maintained.
too high.
Yeah.
Like I said, things just kind of happen. Obviously, and I can't,
well, I mean, the things just kind of happen in the reentry center where things can be broken.
yeah,
But,
Yeah.
a building that's,
Well maintained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in 21, $309, in 22, $215, in 23, $433.70, which projects to 523. This line is too high. Should be 500.
500?
Yes, it's line 4615.
Yeah, I agree.
so year to date for electric repairs at EMA is 0, obviously that's in the building, it's kept it at 500. And get the baseline there. Superior Court,
Well, backtrack.
yep, actually,
So we got a brand new building.
yep.
How about we drop that, we cut that rate in half?
250.
I think we should cut that in half to 250. It's a new building,
Line
But,
4516.
but I'm sure surprises will happen.
Right.
So-
I mean, there's probably, there's some
Sorry.
room there, I think, maybe.
Sorry.
Honestly, my thing is, you call an electrician to come to work just for working, they're charging,
Right, oh, yeah.
Well, it's a gamble.
That's not-
It's a
Dale's
gamble.
just gonna fix it.
what's that?
That's not gonna happen. Dale's just gonna fix it.
Yes, and fix it, yeah.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, he might be the only one out there.
Just, the cost of electricians just come out alone for
Yeah.
an hour and a half work, that's,
It's expensive.
so that's kind of what that would be
No,
my
you're
concern,
fine. Sure,
but
Yep. So where do we stand on that?
250.
250?
Electric repairs,
Superior Court.
Superior Court, thank you. Year to date, nothing.
I'd zero it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Zero it.
yeah.
Well, that, actually, I did want to ask that question, since, as you said, we're closing, transferring ownership in March, what's the agreement like for any repairs to the building between now and then?
Oh, no, we've agreed, and we have a very good working relationship with the city of Belfast. But no, we've agreed to maintain the building to the, charm and character in which it currently is. We certainly wouldn't let it fall into disarray.
Right.
So, and then, what is it, March 31st, it's yours,
March 31st.
and it's officially hers. Yeah.
Okay.
Zeroing it out?
So we still want to zero that out.
Zero out the electric repairs?
Yeah.
I thought you were just dropping them.
No, that was one before.
Oh, that was EMA.
Yes.
That was EMA.
You know, if facility not applicable. Electric repairs, there's. Nothing on that in year to date. And the baseline of kind of 500.
Would that be 250 also?
No, 2 years ago it was, we spent 500. According to this report.
Not on the hero.
Yeah. 2 years ago, 500, 1 year ago, 193.
193.
That was last year was 193 and 2 years ago was 500.
2 years, I don't have two.
This other. Yeah.
So what's the consensus?
Well, it seems like in the last 2 years, we've spent at least 193.
What's our current?
500. We haven't spent anything yet this year, but that,
How about we go to 250?
yeah, I'd like to.
How much?
250.
$50?
Line 4619.
250.
Oops, that was the sheriff's line.
To electric repairs dispatch. 2 years ago, so that is zero year to date. 2 years ago, it was 855.99. That's 250 dispatched. There's also be going some kind of electrical project in the next year too, maybe.
Possibly, yeah, with the new furniture upgrade.
Furniture upgrade and some more electrical stuff, so that's why I requested for 250. And also there's a bunch of electric equipment in there.
Like what, Mike? I mean, I'm just wondering if we couldn't slip some of that in until the, under the grants and everything else.
Well, we possibly could, about 15,000 of the grant money is gonna go to the state too, of the 911 equipment, so that's coming out of the grant as well. So we weren't sure about moving the electrical over, because the new concept is more center based and everything comes out of the walls, so we would have to have drop downs now. So that was where that came from.
I think so too.
Okay, on to the AC meeting. AC maintenance for Commissioners Court, year-to-date spend is $14.90.81. An AC broke down, we need it fixed, so I don't think, should, again, obviously, you never know, but that's why I didn't touch the one, and even though we're over this year, I don't foresee. I don't want to add anything else, because I think
That's what the 8 pumps, the AC with the 8 pumps.
no, we have, an AC unit upstairs, central area, yes, thank you, upstairs. But this summer, it just kept freezing and getting blocked up, so I had to call in somebody to come fix that. And that's the price of that, really, honestly. And then we see maintenance at the EMA. We kept, nothing here to spend.
I like how you're so quick on this. I didn't even say anything.
I thought you would look right at it.
Putting ceiling fans today.
Right, so we could zero that out. The last 2 years, we've never spent anything in that line.
Yeah, no, they never do.
So,
Zero.
So is that zero?
yes.
I appreciate it.
AC maintenance for the.
Do you need your pee break?
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, can we take a break?
What we do is 3:30, we need to talk about how we're actually gonna go.
Now,
And when
just,
we're gonna be
just
back.
know, if, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Chair, but I just need to say that we have already posted when our, public hearing is, thank you.
Oh, that's not gonna
So,
happen.
so we've got to do it before that.
And this means that they have to come back too.
Yep.
So are we looking, when is the date that we have the hearing set for?
December 2nd, I believe.
So that leaves us one more Saturday in between now and then, or two.
Or we want to do it
Next week,
Thanksgiving soon.
yeah, next weekend is the
Really?
weekend.
Let's not bring people in here on the holiday.
Yeah, and the public hearing is the following Saturday. I don't see how we can meet the December 2nd for the public hearing.
I don't either.
Okay, that's okay, we can change it, we
Yeah,
can change
there's no way.
it, we can change it.
So is December 2nd our next meeting?
That was the public hearing.
No, I
No,
know.
yeah,
I'm
just
just talking about
budget.
your-
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
You like
We
that.
get on the 2nd at 9 rather than 10. We still won't get it done, but we'll get through a lot more of it. And I really need to leave at 4. I've got 100 animals at home they're gonna be seeing.
Okay, so just so we're clear, we should get through the facilities budget today, right?
For sure.
Not likely.
Oh, for
Let's try.
God's sakes.
Let's try.
Can we just look down through quickly and just, if
Before-
anything jumps
hang
out
on.
at us?
Time out. Tom, can we call Walter and Jonas and see if they'll take care of the animals? We have to get through this. I'm willing to compromise on a lot of things with you, but we got people here.
Walt would absolutely do it, but I also got a wedding I'm supposed to be at 5.
But also, we've got people that have sat here all day that are,
Yeah.
and I don't know about them, they're doing good, I'm starting to twitch. Just saying, could be the lack of sugar.
You've been switching for years.
There you go.
So for the listening audience, the next meeting is going to be December 2nd, if it's not the public hearing, and it's going to be at 9. I'm telling you that, and I'm saying I'll send something out, no, I won't. Right, so we'll say we will. You will not be heard today.
Okay, that's what we need. Yeah.
Is that what I can say to them? You will
Yes.
not be heard today. You're not.
Thank you.
We apologize. That have been Mr. Chair. I didn't mean to get it. A hearing it started.
Ah,
Breaks, I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, thank you.
It's the same day, you know, we have. So this is going to be the next. Like 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Where it parked is okay. I parked out on the street over there. I didn't realize that I could get to this part.
Thank you.
If you get a ticket, the first ticket of the year is free. You just have to go.
This is still good. This is like the world is my first one.
Yeah, I heard that.
For some of them.
Free. I heard that. Go to the police station. People will write it on the back.
Oh, son of a gun. But, this is good. I appreciate the scrutiny. I really do.
I saw 2,256% increase. I knew I wouldn't have a whole lot of room there. I'm gonna find everything, every penny somewhere else.
Like, literally, all this. Right now. As I say, Mark, and the extent of it.
but it's again, we have to keep in mind that this is a budget. If there's things that were overall.
We'll figure it out.
That's right. We'll figure it out. You guys were really in charge of it. And if it's short, the other way, you're gonna have to come up with it some.
No, it's. Oops, I'm sorry about it. Yeah.
So we will probably have to say, when a public hearing.
You know what? No,
The way I am. Because, we have to give 2 weeks notice and everything, so we probably should, say. And like I said, it would be the 9th.
You don't want money for that. Process you follow, and don't tell them you don't know that.
You don't, you're gonna get a public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, 16.
That's unprofessional.
We haven't. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the
So we should move the night at the time and do 9 o'clock on that day too.
That would be a good part.
Well, and it's just like, so for our what's considered advertising and promo, that's where WCAP is and the firefighters are. Well, and that's fine, because it got to the point this year, we had requests, we had it's coming from like Scott County. And we said to people, okay, fill out these forms, we wanna see the last 3 years of your financials and this and that and everything else.
It's probably gonna be $100.
Well, you're gonna need long, right? The public hearing probably. Oh, okay, so if they were but I think most of it wouldn't be on Saturday during the day. And since we're committed and yeah. And you know, Amy and Bill. And I'm really in on them. I'll be left by myself. Yeah, and
You'll have to
so,
break in a whole bunch of new folks.
yeah, gonna be tough.
So my daughter's best friends.
No, that's all right.
Works at Goodwill. So,
Oh, I could use that.
it's good tomorrow.
Oh.
I know.
So Tom,
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, my God, yeah.
so Tom, you're going to announce that, right?
I've,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
be
sure
at church
how.
at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'm not coming home until 8:30 at night.
You're gonna be at church that whole time. You better be saying a lot of prayers for
I'm
me.
gonna do- I'm
Gonna pray for the budget committee.
Well, let's see, I've got to make a quiche,
But,
and then I've got choir practice, and then I've got bell choir practice, and then we've got church, and then we've got bell choir practice. And a big choir practice with combined choirs, because we're doing a festival of gratitude where we've got 5 of the churches coming in to join us. And so I'm staying there for supper,
Guys have.
and that's a 7 o'clock meeting, so I'm like, I'm not coming home.
I'm just.
Nobody cares, there's nobody home, I have, you know, it's 15.
Your district too, I believe.
Good thing.
Tim is mine. Tim is my member.
I haven't even made my quiche yet.
Bob is my member, and see.
I was gonna make it this morning, but I got, I'm like, oh, well.
I have the most towns.
Tom,
Make a quiche, we make,
As I say, I think.
we have regular meeting,
I may have to make the quiche.
the second, which is
And what,
9
what
o'clock.
time is still represented?
Also on the 9th. That will be a budget committee meeting. He said we
Winter
need to
four.
have another one.
Right.
So that would be at 9 o'clock too on that Saturday,
Yeah,
and then the public
Jackson.
hearing on the 16th.
yeah,
And Monroe.
because that gives Barbara time to,
You'll have time to,
Okay.
before the 16th, so.
yeah,
Then
You thought
it's a
you
total
said the next thing.
of 3 weeks. from now.
Uh,
She needs 2 weeks.
a little bit.
Right?
so next meeting is,
How'd that go?
They have
Oh,
cold waters here.
This is a good one.
This is the last cold one.
We made
We have a
eye
bubble
contact.
that will give you ice water if you go fill
next
it back
meeting
up.
after that,
Okay, and then on the 9th.
Yes.
yeah, 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock.
Hmm.
And then the 16th probably, or even at 10, that's right.
Do we pick another date?
We were just looking at public, dates, Tom was. So we had 12/9, but wasn't it the second? We were gonna stick with the second two at 9, right?
Yeah, at 9, and then the
12/9.
the 9th, at 9. Because Tom said they need another full day.
Oh, no, that's here in
after the
Belfast,
second.
sorry, you were.
And then, have this,
I just said
16th
it.
be
Thank you.
public
My
hearing.
phone's off, so.
And that gives, you know, Barbara time to.
Public hearing is,
I'm
6 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
I'm not
Public
sure,
hearing would be 9,
That's on a Saturday,
December
so we could have it
16th.
during the day.
Well, and historically, our public hearings have been in the
Session.
evening.
Public hearing.
Right.
We usually have.
Yeah, Tom is
But
thinking,
The problem
At 9.
doing it like on a Friday night, the 15th,
so you'd
a
have
lot of
two
people
at
are
December second.
Yeah.
Have, now, 9 o'clock, work session.
Well, we.
I know, I think originally put that at 10, but every day the first step was moved to 10. That's what it was going to be. We had second.
All these other numbers that it's already.
Okay.
presented.
Talk about-
Yeah, well,
Kind of
most
make
of
that-
them haven't,
What the hell
haven't
is
even
this?
changed at all, so.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that we should leave it for there. I mean, the electric.
Well, no,
it's
I'm
got
just
60
looking down
cents,
quickly,
but yeah,
that's
the
all.
electric-
I'm
the
just looking
electric-
quickly.
When I add up the electric, I get 35.9. I get $30,000 reduction.
We're gonna need-
Looking at the water.
Let's say, let's.
So far.
Well, Carrie just brought up a good point, especially Saturday. So guys, while we've got the budget committee members here right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So as of right now, we are looking at, our next meeting is going to be at 9 AM on December 2nd.
Yes.
Yeah.
So any department that wasn't heard today will be scheduled for that day.
Okay.
And we'll start that at 9. And we're freezing the lasagna, and that's what you're eating.
Ooh, all right.
Fine.
Tom felt he needed another full day, and so that's why we said something about night.
No.
Um,
So do we want to look at another
Thank you so much.
9th, which would be another Saturday? Do you think we'll get through
So,
the budgets that we've got to go through next? They're your biggest budgets, they're the sheriff's department, the communications center. You haven't finished facilities, you haven't done the jail, and you need to go back through the initial one.
And how much clout do we have for the jail?
We do whatever we want,
We can do whatever. we want.
but then they gotta suffer with it.
Yeah, and
That's it.
there is some changes to the jail numbers. You have not been provided that yet because I just got it down pat. So it is not the significant increase that it looks like. And that was my bad adding.
So I think the question that we have is mostly the public hearing. And
So
which
when
would
can you be
again
here?
And around the 16th or the 15th or whatever.
I cannot be here the 9th. I have a pre-obligation.
Okay, okay.
I can
Okay.
be here the 2nd, the 9th. I can be here from 8 to, you got me from 9 to 3. I'm out after 3. The 16th, I think I'm open at this point, but I can't give you a guarantee.
Okay, so the 9th, you're out.
well,
Yes.
Okay.
At noon.
well, yeah, it was weird. You
No,
said,
yeah,
no, but then you said something about.
She meant 9
it's
o'clock.
the
She meant 9 o'clock on the 2nd.
Okay,
The
so on the
2nd, I can
second.
be
you
here
were
from 9
3.
to 3, and then I have to leave at 3.
Okay.
Which is fine, because we started 10 to 4 today, so that's fine. So on the 2nd, we'll plan 9 to 3.
Yeah.
And then on the 9th, Carrie cannot be here.
Right.
Which means you will have to completely trust my addition with my cheap calculator, my fingers, and
Trust you,
Mary.
trust her,
So we can
trust
still.
We
be
trust
up.
Mary.
Oh,
That did not come from our district.
wow.
That did not come from our district.
That's District 2.
Suggestion?
What?
So you're going line by line with these departments. What if you were to bring in on a weeknight, let's say 4 or 5, bring in the jail, and then another night, bring in the sheriff's office for a couple hours to go through those.
Historically, in the past, years ago,
It was
and,
on
and I've done this for too many years perhaps. But it used to be, it was like 4 or 5 Friday nights. Remember, it was 4 or 5 Friday nights. And we stopped doing that, guys, because we started getting into where we are now in December. And there were nights that you drove home, and I live in Palermo, that you drove home white knuckled because it was bad weather. So that's why we ended up switching to the Saturdays to try to move it along. And I appreciate what you're doing. I get what you're doing. We do the same thing. And I guess what I would say right now, when you leave here today, take this and put it in the bathroom. That's where I get my best reading done. And I would go through this thing so that when you come back at the next meeting, you can say, because I already have a paper right here, cuts that I haven't shared with you guys.
So are you gonna share that with us before we leave today? Maybe not reviewing it, but hand us the piece of paper.
But that's my scratching.
That's fine.
You know,
We've already had some little
because-
whisperings going on here when I first came in this morning that sounded interesting.
yeah. So I mean, you know, as I say, I think a lot of this would move along faster. Like Chris, it would be easy to say, okay, Chris, we're kind of anticipating we're gonna have a savings because of some of this solar. But then in the next breath, crying out loud, who saw that they were gonna triple our power bills? You know, so I mean, it's like, we will have some savings on heating oil in the Superior Court building, as long as you guys let me siphon all of it out when they get it.
Yeah, I think if we each take some time in the next week and go through.
I really
and
do.
pick out the ones that really stand out to you, and then we'll discuss those.
Yeah.
When we get here, there may be things here we don't even need to talk about.
Is there any chance that we would get to a place where we could approve a budget that our residents would say, yeah, they did okay, you know, we're not happy with it, but we understand it?
This is a democracy.
I'm just saying.
Not this year.
So I have one question that kind of informs me the rest of this. So I understand from Carrie that the bids from the local banks for the interest rate. And what was the request in terms of how many million this year?
Did we do 5.5 or 6?
Six, based on the
Six.
last.
6 million.
5.
What's that?
Last 2 years were 5.
5.5.
The last 2 years?
Yes, I
So
believe
those
so.
are the reports I couldn't get. Okay.
Well, yeah, our auditor has stuff. I'm sorry about that, Mary. No, we borrowed
And so
5.5
you
this
went up to
past year.
6.
Yes.
And we got down to the wire. We had,
Okay.
what,
And so those-
600,000 that we hadn't
So
spent.
those bids are due back on the 4th of December.
Yes.
And that comes under your bailiwick.
Yes.
But we would at least know what those
The
numbers,
interest is gonna be.
what you're faced with.
We would,
We will be able to learn that
yeah.
shortly thereafter, after December 4th.
We would know what the interest is gonna be. Where Mary's going with that is, remember, in last year's budget, and it's so shocking to even look at. We had budgeted $9,000 for interest to pay back on a TAN note of 5.5 million, because who knew what was gonna happen? And January 2nd, when we signed the TAN, they brought the paperwork then. That was our fault for waiting until after the new year, but they brought the paperwork then that said that the payback on the interest was $265,000. I mean, so you're already in the hole out of the gate, you know, it's just like. So at this point, we're kind of gambling that we'll know that number. And I will tell you that we've all kind of talked back and forth, and when we said the number 500,000 for interest, that's like fear. That was completely fear, like, oh my Jesus, how bad could it
You
be?
used the word scary.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I mean, we've kicked it around and we'll know better. But I mean, right now, one of my thoughts was we cut it to 325. That just from 500,000. So that made quite a significant difference in all of a sudden the budget, just that amount that we kind of beat around. And maybe it'll be better than that. Maybe it's all a gamble. You guys, I'm sure, have to do the same. Do you guys borrow TANs?
We do not,
Good.
and that's part of why I'm in a twit.
Oh,
I do
Well,
not
you're in a
understand.
situation where you
I
I
don't
thought you
understand.
guys did.
I don't understand the process of why we spend 9 months of the year borrowing money to pay our bills.
because
we can't do
County-
any different.
county government runs solely on
And
municipalities.
Right.
What you pay to the county is all I have to run. I cannot
Okay,
generate.
I understand that.
And remember, as a municipal person, you certainly are not gonna pay me any sooner if you could be earning interest on that money in your account.
We
So,
pay
Mary,
the
let
school,
me
we
give you
pay
an
the school
example.
budget every month.
I've spoken to James Gilway probably 10 times.
Yep.
Said, James, why don't you pay us twice a year? He said, then I'd have to borrow money.
But I mean, Belfast, in fact, and I'm not picking on you, I could be wrong, but I think Belfast just paid.
We did on the 10th.
Yeah.
I pulled all the records of who paid on what dates
Yeah,
for the last 2
yeah.
years.
Oh,
And
no,
how
and
my
trust me,
town paid.
And trust me, I kept track, but I mean, I was a selectman 100 years ago, and I remember, it's like, I'm not paying your butt until I have to, because that's money that's saving my taxpayers. So understand, for 9 months out of the year, we're running, the only way we can run your court systems, your DA's office, your facilities, your jail, your sheriff's department is on a TAN note. And we borrow, as I say, 5.5 million, it's what, a $10 million budget. You know, so it's a crazy,
It makes. no
and
sense.
one of the other things that I don't think we've had a chance to disclose, and at this point, we'll meet again, but this has been a really weird year. We lost a finance director last fall that had been with us for 19 years. God bless Karen, okay? She was incredible. She drove from Pittston for 19 years all the way here. She had a grandchild, said the hell with it. Good for her. You know what I mean? And we hired another finance person that did not work out. But of course, you never have plan B in line. So when that finance director walked out the door, the only other person that could write checks was me. I don't even like people.
Actually, we had 2 or 3 leave after.
And so, I mean, so we've had this fumble. I mean, I can keep a checkbook, guys, and we didn't go in the red, but at that point, it's like, oh my God, then we lost our HR. And we got beyond lucky when we got this one. You know what I mean? So, and we've had employees with some serious medical issues and issues going on, and they've been out. So it has just been, guys, I tell you, the fact that we don't have the greatest staff right now, truly, not exaggerating, to pull this together, because at this point, I mean, there was days I would walk out of here and I'm either too thick-headed to cry or too stubborn, but you know, when you're just like, yeah, there isn't enough Jesus right now, you know what I mean? So,
Well, we're getting pretty far off
Yeah.
track. I have a suggestion I think that would be worthwhile. Why don't we schedule Carrie for the next meeting in the morning and take care of finance? And instead of schedule the sheriff after Carrie, that would take us through 2 big units. Then, now in the next meeting, schedule the comm center first, then fill it in with something else, but they would give us a chance to have some time for those big departments.
well, the sheriff and the
I'd
jail.
I'd like to ask if you did 9 to 3 and do homework and have things kind of ready to talk about, correct? And have motions on what you want for the budget. If it's done on the 2nd, on the 8th, which would be a Friday night, you would have your public hearing. And then.
I don't think we can get done on the 2nd, though. Wasn't that part of the?
No, I think I agree with you. I think it'll take 2 more days.
Yeah,
Well, it could be 4 o'clock and then, you
and
know.
we're gonna need the night.
No,
Okay.
yeah, there would be.
Okay, because, so you're saying, we won't have Carrie here on
On the night.
the night.
Carrie will be here on the.
On the 2nd.
On the second, on the ninth.
And we can get by without her on the.
Yeah, we'll have to.
ninth, we have to.
All right, so
Yep.
schedule the ones that we.
So we have Carrie, then we have the sheriff, which would be the sheriff and the jail. That's 2 big ones, that probably take
What were you saying, Ron?
most of the day, but now have the third one we
This
can
number is wrong.
put in a smaller unit
What
that
is
to
it?
talk about. Then
Make you a copy of my scratch.
set the comm center for the morning of the meeting on the
Number is correct.
7th, because that'd be a complicated one to do.
Oh, so this is the right number?
Ninth, excuse me.
Yeah.
Double bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we need to have a public hearing scheduled.
Yeah.
So this is the picture.
What do you suggest?
So what do you think of that?
Don't worry, I'll
I
make
think
sure
that
to
works.
pick you
I
up.
think it sounds good.
I feel like a lot of.
You think it works for you?
I will pick you up at
We
8.
have to
Plenty of
schedule a
time
public
for those
hearing.
big departments.
But it's. sorry.
I can
It
actually
gives us
drive.
plenty of
Yeah,
time for
yeah,
those big
yeah.
departments.
And to have discussions that
Yeah.
we need to have.
And stop and think about a public hearing now,
So.
because you don't want to do it on a Saturday. It's getting close to Christmas.
Well, yeah.
The Christmas parties on the Friday night, you might have to do it on a Thursday night or something.
Well, Rock starts on Thursday night and Friday, that Friday.
Where do we end up?
What'd you say?
I said Rosh Hashanah is right in there somewhere. I don't think you have people show up at your public hearing. do you?
3 years, we haven't had the full.
Right, so.
Now that we've
Right.
We haven't
gotten
either.
this down, are we going back to?
We have to
working on
do it.
Facilities?
Unfortunately.
We're not gonna get it done.
Are we going
can
back
we-
to some facility?
Yeah, could we do something?
So we can need to
10
think
minutes?
about it.
What are we doing?
Facility.
Left off.
What line did we leave off on?
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm on the AC maintenance line, 0.621.
21.
They're on 23.
I thought you were
23.
23.
Did I do, oh, sorry, excuse me.
46.
Oh,
right.
wrong.
The Superior Court.
It should be
Zeroed out.
46.
We're not even gonna be building the next
That's
air
okay.
conditioning
Right.
season.
Right, you
Right.
can
Right.
zero out
Zero.
4623.
Listen to it, fast forward.
Okay, where'd she go?
75 for the
We'll
sheriff's
tell her when she
office.
comes back, okay?
Nothing spent current, up to date this year. Kept it at 500, it's a good building,
There was nothing spent this year.
not this year, no, 2
spent-
years ago,
we spent something
698
last
was
year.
spent.
And nothing the year before.
I would zero out the sheriff's department too. Again, that's a new building.
And they're already on a second, that's second, they burned up the first one.
Okay.
So that seems like we might get this.
Maybe
I'm so glad you stayed.
So we're keeping the sheriff.
All right,
He's noticed that he's the only one.
Dispatch.
AC dispatch. Currently, again, this year, nothing. This year is nothing been spent. Last year was 1976.
I think we have to leave that one.
Yeah, dispatch is old.
500 for the extension building co-op. Not last year, but.
So she can come back then.
I'm sorry.
I mean, that looks like we only spent 172 2 years ago and nothing last year and nothing this year.
Must be time for something to go wrong.
You go to
Oh, there's
50,
that.
50.
Out there, or they just-
250
would be
good.
Can we do 250?
Sure.
We can do 250,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is that on
The co-op building.
Line 4627.
4627, yep.
Did you get line 4623, Carrie?
yes,
Okay.
and you left sheriff and dispatch alone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
And the co-op building. as well. I guess left.
no, it's
No,
not, you just
you-
reduced it to
250.
250.
Oh, I did. Sorry,
the one
sorry,
we-
I'm reading.
that's the one we just did.
Dispatch, yes, dispatch was left alone. Okay,
Thanks.
yes. I'm getting my grades messed up here. Okay, so on to 4628, cleaning maintenance. Year to date. Maintenance is 25-23. Now I can say that is. The cleaning maintenance is also for the EMA building, and a learning curve I had with doing bills is that for WB Mason, it's that's called the cleaning maintenance. It just says public safety way for the jail and 6 public safety way for the sheriff's department. So that number, while it is high, it is not exactly representative of the actual, what it would be, because I just misbilled it. I got the public safety ways, which is essentially
Fine maintenance there.
cleaning maintenance, cleaning supplies.
Okay.
So for the sheriff's, for the public safety building, it's for their mops, that whole thing, cleaning, just cleaning supplies.
So are you saying that some of that should be in the dispatch line?
It should have been in the jail line. Is what I.
Okay.
Oh, the jail
Yeah,
totally.
because the bill
spot.
comes in, one just says public safety way, and the other one has the address, like 6 or 4, whatever number it is,
Oh, okay.
public safety way.
So you're actually gonna take some of this 25-23 out?
Correct.
And
Correct.
do you know which piece of it is?
I
the
do not know
sheriff's?
how much.
Can you find out?
I
Oh.
can definitely look into it.
Okay.
I can try to.
Because ideally, we would see that correspondence in the jail budget, correct?
The jail,
It works.
yes, jail budget, and also someone can go into, because the dispatch is one of the numbers as well. But yeah, they're all public safety way, but just different numbers. And I found that out.
Right.
My own trying. So clean maintenance, I was to say 2,000, but that's definitely, we can talk about, we can use that.
What would you?
Right.
The year before, so I only have the year before, I don't have 2 years ago on me.
2 years ago was 1,000.
What would make you feel comfortable?
Community maintenance, from the bills that I've seen, I say 1250 would be comfortable for me.
Okay, all right, I can do that.
So we're bringing that one 4628 down 750.
Yes. To 1250. With the understanding that it's a little bit artificially high because of the jail.
Right.
Yeah.
And on to 4629, the Superior Courts, obviously the, I requested for 800. Year to date is 1282.49 year to date.
So they're doing a third of it.
400, that's,
Yeah. Or a quarter of it. That's what a quarter is. In the last few years. Oh, okay. So we're bringing that one down from 800.
Amy, we did some things way out of the room. I'll catch you up after because we're about to stop.
Okay. The community maintenance for the Commissioners Court year to date is $1,441.21.
Oh, hi.
It was how much? Year to date was 1441.
Thank you. Before that was 1100 and 900. Well, hi.
1500.
That's very comfortable.
15.
So we're bringing it down 500.
15.
So we're bringing it down 500.
Yes.
Community maintenance for the
It's been zero.
co-op has been zero this year.
200 and 650 before that.
We have 648 here. 2022.
Now, is this just for supplies? Was this
That's
adequate?
cleaning supplies, or,
How come one this year?
Because they spent 650
Yeah,
last
right,
year, so
right.
they've been using a lot of those this year.
Hmm.
I split the difference.
Yeah.
50,
Or 250.
25
Or 300.
300.
So we're dropping,
300 is your number.
so we're dropping it by 200, right?
including maintenance dispatch, and this is what I was saying with the sheriff's office. So that's why year-to-date cleaning dispatch is at $1,180.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Before that, we spent 2769.
Before that, 1500.
200, so right now I requested 25.
This is for me.
Go
Yes, you know.
2,000, I think I think we do that.
That's got a good buffer on it. I say 1750.
Can you compromise with me on this one and stay at 2,000?
No.
Well,
I
wasn't part of,
compromised earlier with you.
it's, that's not related to the sheriff's. line? I thought it was.
Yes, it was, so some of the sheriff's line would come down, whereas some of the dispatch would be coming up.
Right,
Right.
so.
So
2,000 on that?
So
So if you
keeping-
go, if you
okay.
go 1750, you're cutting too much.
Yeah,
2000.
so we're just cutting
Well,
500.
thank you.
And then the clean maintenance EMA.
We shouldn't have.
$100, yeah, they're pretty self-sufficient out there, I thought we could more 1,000, because that's what.
with regular toilet paper, we have.
Just regular?
No.
No soft stuff.
Single plots?
Oh, boy.
You know, they got the stuff in the bathroom.
It's not gonna come visit you.
So you do it just like the jail, you put it right up on the sink, you don't need the extra rolling. Yep.
And we bought enough clean supplies, but we're building much.
So you're saying.
Oh, okay.
100?
So you're bringing it down.
My hero.
Yes.
We tried to make this building maintenance.
Good for you.
No, can I throw something out there? I know that this is gonna be an unfair thing, but this is exactly how compromise should be being done. We are going through this list a lot faster than we did with the DA stuff. But don't get me wrong, I want department heads that are gonna fight for their departments. But the art of compromise is compromise where you can.
Better result for everybody.
I'm just saying, we're flying through this because we have somebody who's being reasonable too. So.
I'm gonna shut them out.
It would be.
I'll put a foot in it.
I didn't want to really say thank you.
I did.
And I am.
We didn't really change
I just figured
This is my first budget.
It's
It was-
late,
she said
she
about
didn't know when to
percent.
shut her
It just
mouth.
takes a long
Right.
time. That's just
Right.
how.
But-
I guess the way I look at it
But it's not
is
necessary.
that
Have.
when you're
Right.
having a
Staff or
drag out
help.
fight with somebody
But the fact remains,
for 2 or 3 hours, it's hard to compromise.
what we cut out of
So
the
we're-
budget,
you're like-
is not something that we.
You're making a report.
And if we did that just out of personal irritation.
I don't think, I don't think anybody did that.
I think Tom's,
Shall we mark this place and stop here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Please.
Is that, that's the other PPED or?
Okay, so Carrie's gonna give us some
To be
updated
we're stopping. the
numbers.
next line item will be
And did you make
46.
copies that you're gonna give us your
That's
little
correct.
fun sheet?
My scratchings,
Whatever.
these are strictly my scratchings and my scratchings alone. These aren't shared by anyone else. In fact, I was just talking to Bill and Betty, and Bill's got a couple good points on some of the stuff that I was making cuts on. So you can all see that we don't
It
even.
just
disagree.
gets us up even with you all when we come back to talk about it. We've at least had a chance to read it once.
Yeah,
So everybody's on stage one. We're gonna be finished. This guy the next time. To Gary and the sheriff and the deal. That'll probably take the whole day.
9 o'clock.
Then the following time we meet, we'll start with the comm center, which is a more complicated one,
so this,
and do another big one, maybe upstairs, something, and we'll be on the way, and then when we get to one-liners, so to speak, it'll be simple.
so and also there was a clerical error, and I'll own it. Okay, so on your jail budget, on the sheet that you're looking at, it shows quite a significant increase. And it was my own fault because, and again, Carrie's new. Okay, so when we receive money that comes in from the state, that should have been, thank you very, very much. on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, your time.
Thank you. And that money is actually, it should be considered revenue, even though we utilize it to run on. And I failed to put that in there. So her number it screwed her up. Because remember, I was trying to, what she's doing successfully now. So just know, this is my math. So I've corrected that number. Interest I've written, what I think it should be. Commissioners, I gave you another sheet. This is my thought. They don't agree.
They don't agree with your interest?
My
Well,
cuts to the commissioners.
Oh, to the commissioners, but the
Which
interest
is
number, but the interest number there, I mean, those are like the two big ones.
And again, we'll know better on the interest, but please know, this is just my thoughts.
Yeah.
And again, in here also,
Yeah.
remember, as of right now, in facilities, made like $10,000 in cuts. That's not taken into consideration in these numbers. And the commissioners, the cuts that I came up with. Aren't taken into consideration, but,
At this point, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and we will reconvene on the second. Debate.
9 a.m.
9
9 a.m. We'll have some food, maybe some lasagna, I don't know, might be left.
All those in favor?
I thought we were.
Wow.
No, we did not. No, we did not. No, we didn't. We had a
When
second.
is your last audit?
Mike,
When do you have your?
Right,
last
Tom, you
audit
ready?
report?
Who is your audit? Ours is dead.
Well.
Yes, yes. We have a new one.
Thibodeau and.
You.
I don't know the name off the top of my head, but-
I didn't get it done either.
I know ours isn't dead. But I will
But it
tell you,
gets the help.
I will tell you, a couple times I laughed when I was trying.
So glad I ran for public.
I would call and be like. Because of COVID, you had nothing to speak. So, as I say, we haven't had an audit done since 2022, 2021.
But you don't have a final.
I mean, the last couple of years, you haven't had a final audit.
Are you judging me now?
Oh, I'm just saying.
Bend back.
You're right.
Oh, that.
Thibodeau and something.
And this is the thing is, there's not many of them. They're busy and they don't want to take on anybody.
Public.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you very, very much.
There is Not,
gotta go
it's
back.
not set in
I
stone
gotta go
for
back.
the 16th. Okay, but potentially the planning board to be done on the.
So you can't even go to Goodwill?
Can I get a copy of? the
Tomorrow?
current-
Yes.
You know, the one that you've been looking at.
Can I email it?
Get a break in space and much money.
Is it a
I was gonna
PDF
say,
or?
tell the good Lord, I get a good friend of mine, Susan.
I
works at work
think
there,
I sent
goes
most
to
of them.
Goodwill every day
Yeah,
after church.
did I send them most?
And I gave her the coupon. I
The
said,
financial
"Okay,
reports I sent you.
That's no
They were
big deal.
Yes, I do.
So, thank
All
you,
except
guys.
for
Thank
the
you.
last day, there were two of those.
All right.
big Excel
Have a good
sheets.
Thanksgiving,
One of them
everybody.
was 18
Oh my
pages.
gosh, that's right. Happy Turkey Day, everyone.
Happy Turkey Day.
Oh my God, that's what you guys will be eating on the
I'll go
second.
get them.
Golf
Dollars.
Well,
Okay.
this
left
is
over
soon.
time.
This is the first time we're not having turkey.
What?
No, my brother's in-laws aren't either. They invited me and I said, no, they're having a potluck. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
Our,
I'll bring a turkey.
Huh.
one of our guests is vegetarian, so, and I had this dynamite
Great.
pumpkin lasagna last weekend at our curling bonspiel. So, so we're doing pumpkin lasagna and pork tenderloins.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
Oh my
We have
God.
a twist on Thanksgiving, yeah. I'm being a guest.
Turkey roll, yeah. It's always good.
See how her chair got stuck up with it. Oh, my dad.
It's easy to cut. So he goes back to the turkey.
Yeah.
Oh, is this,
Traditional.
is this a new?
No,
Is this a new one?
and then this one here.
All my.
It's- It is 11/17 is the latest.
Anyway, when I lived in the lodge, you know.
You know, that's kind of funny. Oh, no.
Oh, I was writing.
Yes, this is why I'm so
Yes,
significant
I will-
cut on
It's
that.
for-
Oh.
Oh, wait, I've got two. Are they the same thing?
Because,
The others. Oh, the others. Okay, this is my driver's appropriation in the mail.
So.
And.
Account.
You're welcome. Made out on, it ended on that.
Equipment repair.
Did you
But
get
we've
this
already gone to
appropriation,
red.
what it keeps passing out? You want to?
Harry's passing out new appropriation.
Oh, I didn't get the new one. I'm sorry.
Thank you.